Hello. Hi. Hello, everyone. I guess I'm not sure how to introduce this. This is a brand new segment, right? But welcome. It's the Whick and Omar show, for lack of a better term. Maybe an Omar and Whick. We'll negotiate that in post, right? Uh,
So,
but yeah, we're trying something different today, at least for the 6 o'clock hour. So the 6 to 7, what we'll be doing is talking with the lovely Chris Speaks about issues of the day. We're going to talk about red pill shit. We're going to talk about politics shit. We're going to talk about all sorts of shit. It'll be a fun conversation. It'll be free flowing. Gang, if you're watching this on YouTube and you like what you see, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. If you're on Twitch and you want to support me, hit that follow button. Throw some subs and bits my way. If you're on Kick, do the same. Hit that follow button. Throw some subs my way. I don't know if they have bits on Kick. I'm not sure about Kick, to be honest with you. But we got this for 2 hours, and then at 8 o'clock we're switching it up, and we'll be doing something else. But hi, how's everyone doing?
great. I'm Omar from the Third Rail. I'm here auditioning for a show with Wick here. Let's hope it goes fine. This is our first pilot. You know how it is. We have the first comedy show. Whatever we don't have the grease yet. We're not greasy yet. Takes a while. Then we hope it's going to work, and we're going to entertain you for the next hour. And like he said, support the channel, support Wick. He's a good guy. Throw some donations or anything. I'm good. I don't need anything. But I'm all right though. Thank you.
We don't got the grease, but we'll get the banger questions going. I promise you. Promise you. Chris, how are you?
I am doing all right. It's quite late over here, so I apologize in advance if I'm not going to be yelling at the top of my lungs, but I do have neighbors, and I'm trying to be responsible at least a little bit. But yeah, to those of you guys who don't know me, my name is Chris. It's spelled K-R-Y-S. I go by Chris Speaks on Twitch. I talk about all sorts of things, usually with some gameplay in the background. My sort of forte when it comes to topics is less so foreign policy and more so like red pill relationships, how not to go through life as a fuck up. And I understand that's rich coming from a VTuber, but it is what it is. Some of us want to keep anonymous and just have any profile picture sucks dick. So here I am and happy to be here.
All right.
Well, I guess we'll start off, right? As I told you in before we went live on my end. Um so have you been following this Oppenheimer and the Barbie discourse at all? What are your thoughts
Oh yeah,
there?
Barbie, absolutely. Oppenheimer I haven't watched, nor do I know if I will. Barbie I've seen yesterday with my girlfriend, and I
Oh
spent
yeah?
the first 2.5 hours of my stream today taking on Shabibo's fucking review of that movie and just
Well,
ripping it to
I
pieces.
guess I'd first Omar, did you see it?
No, I didn't see it, but I saw the reaction from the right. It was a stupid reaction. Has nothing to do with the movie. It's a fairy tale. It's a toy. It's a girl toy. That's what it is. I used to play with Dolly Barbie when I was a kid. I mean, they just made a big deal out of it. Ben Shapiro, the fake, the grifter of all grifters, he burned the doll. The movie made $163 million. So all that reaction was for nothing from the right. Like I told you, moving targets with empty pockets. They have nothing to offer anybody. Just Dr. Seuss, Dr. Dad, the M&Ms, things that don't feed their base or give them real nutrition to work on politically. You understand? Just false promises. That's all it is.
I
Yeah.
so I haven't seen Oppenheimer yet, to be clear, but I have seen Barbie, and I want to talk about it. And Chris, since you're
Yeah.
here,
Absolutely.
I want to
I
talk a
want to
little
jump
bit
into
about
it,
it
yeah.
with you. And
I
Omar,
haven't seen
we're
Oppenheimer
gonna
either,
talk about
so
it, and I won't give too many spoilers, right? So you can go
Yeah.
see it with your family after, and hopefully it won't be too bad. I honestly think this was better, much better than I expected. It was a lot deeper than I thought it would be for a Barbie movie. Um, I got the impression that it was very much kind of a sneaky pro patriarchy movie in a way, right? And
Yeah.
it's I won't give the game away, right? But it was, I guess, an allegory for how a matriarchy or a patriarchy is probably a bad idea and probably going to cause a lot of problems. But
Yeah.
I again a lot deeper than I expected. A kids movie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's possible to have this conversation without spoiling the fuck out of the movie. I will try to move forward with not just giving out everything, but I can't promise that much because it's difficult sort of to talk about the themes and what happens without like just spoiling the shit out of the plot line. So just keep that in mind as we go forward. But yeah, I think that the movie, broadly speaking, was just okay. It was all right. It's nothing quite to write home about, but at the same time, what makes it as good as I think it is the amount of people that were outraged at like just being pathologically incapable of understanding relatively simple themes that can be seen in a movie. Like people losing their shit over something that is being spelled out to you on the screen is pathetic. Like if 9-year-olds, or well, I suppose it's PG-13, but if teens can pick up the messaging, you as an adult should as well. It's a bit pathetic.
But don't you think that the right I didn't watch the movie, but I get the gist of it. Don't you think the right wing like lost? I mean, they have nothing to offer anymore, just reactions to country music songs, Barbie, whatever, things that don't make no. You know, I always say that it's all about just reactionary action. Oh, Barbie is this, Barbie is that. And I did hear some people say that she was anti-fascist, right? I don't know. I was listening to another podcast, whatever it is. But is it really political? I mean, a girl. I mean, who's
Oh
the
yeah,
audience?
it is very,
It
very
is?
much political. Yeah, but like
Oh,
the
okay.
issue that you have is that when it comes to pundits specifically, like both left and the right ones, or the ones on the right rather, I should say, they follow the trends, right? And like trends are dictated by what people enjoy listening to or talking about. Like there's a reason why 𝕬𝖎𝖙 talks less about foreign policy now and talks about Barbie and makes like a cool video of where he burnt it. Is because nobody gives a fuck about foreign policy, but we do want to talk about Barbie. So like it makes sense. Like I don't know. I'm not really taken aback by the fact that like yeah, people have agendas to push, people have audiences to pander to, and some people come at this with already their opinions like very solidified, and then they watch a movie and ignore the bits that don't suit the narrative. But yeah, the whole thing is just I don't know. I guess it's just weird because I don't know. I don't much know what to say. I don't quite understand like how you can watch a movie which ends with making it pretty clear that like matriarchy didn't work because half of them were fucking miserable. Patriarchy doesn't work because half of them were fucking miserable. And now we need to try something in the middle. And your takeaway from that is that yes, this drives the chasm between the sexes, and we need to end children so that they can never witness this.
Okay, I'm gonna steelman Shapiro a little bit here. Sorry,
Oh
gang.
yes, Stillman. Yeah, I'm sure it's just Stillmaning. It's
It
not just your
was
conservative
there
thoughts.
was
Yeah, give it to me.
I mean, it obviously was a boys versus girls movie. It obviously was. That was the whole thing. That was the surface level kind of. That was the mechanism by the vector by which they brought in all those deeper subjects, right? About matriarchy and patriarchy really don't work. It was boys versus girls. Literally. I don't think it is going to be disastrous, and I don't think any 10-year-old, 9-year-old, 13-year-old child going to see the movie is going to come out of it thinking men or women, or boys or girls, or my mortal enemy must be destroyed. I don't think that's going to happen, but when it talks about being a gender war movie, it absolutely was, right?
I mean, sure, but the messaging like throughout is like almost painfully obvious that like their differences are both similar in nature and also leads to like no positive outcomes. Like I would even argue, because again, I don't want to spoil too much, but like Ken has probably a significantly more fleshed out arc than Barbie does, and like the conclusions that he arrives at as well is that like if he overcorrected too far in one direction where now he's in control and Barbie has his shit, like he's fucking miserable throughout it. Like, sure, it's a Barbie movie, right? It's a Barbie franchise. I'm gonna assume that there's gonna be a lot of girl power moments in it, and like that's okay. I went into it understanding that, but I don't know. Like, I'm a white straight guy living in Poland who's bald and pierced, and I walked into that theater, sat down, watched the movie with my girlfriend. walked out, and I didn't particularly feel like my masculinity was infringed upon, or I didn't feel like the other ladies in the theater are now dead-eyeing me. You know what I mean? Like it was an all right movie.
I want to ask you guys who are pro patriarchy in this. I am.
Patriarchy? You're pro patriarchy? Give us the
Yeah.
argument for pro patriarchy.
Well, I mean, me as a person, I think men should have a bigger role in the household, and I'm very suspicious. I don't want to go through deep. I think that women were taken out of the home by corporate America because they wanted to fill up the job market and make it cheaper. Because if you see a man in the 60s, he was able by himself to buy a home, have a car in the garage, send his kids to college, the wife is home, and is on one salary. Now, after the movement, the 70 movements, feminist movement, whatever you want to call it. I know I'm going to be to the right to you guys. I'm sorry, but this is really how I feel. Now you got the father and the mother working. 43% of households don't have $500 in the bank. So what's going on over here? Did the feminist movement really work? I mean, was there really any equality, or was it just a way to lure women out of the home with cheap labor at that time because maybe they didn't have enough immigrants or whatever? And they took the woman out of the home, they put a pants on her, and who's raising the children? TV, the streets, Google, or Netflix? Nobody's raising the kids. That's why you have these generational gaps, all this problem in our society.
If I can just if I can
Please.
tackle that one, I want to say that like when it comes to like the whole point of women being taken out of the home by corporate America being bad, like that's not a woman thing. That's like an economy thing. And like feminism absolutely won, because feminism didn't crash the economy. It's just, and this feels cringe to say, but it's just capitalism doing capitalism things. And even if you want to look at it in like a very micro level, like feminism absolutely played a fucking humongous role, because if I use myself as an example right now, if I didn't have the split income between myself and my parent, I wouldn't be able to move in. We wouldn't be able to move in together, and like odds are I'd be fucking dead. Like it's shit, sure. Like shit in the sense that like it's not that like we want to work, but we have to work. But like this isn't like a feminism or a men versus women thing. This is just economy being fucked up.
Don't you think that corporate America and the media took out the purposely put these women to the workforce and diluted the job market? And as you can see, like wages, they've been stagnant for the last 40 years. People, the dollar was worth more 40 years ago than it is worth today. There was only one household. So what I'm trying to say is that as a societal, from a family point, because I'm a family man. I got 6 kids. My mother lives with me. We live on the same house. We own, I'm a generational home. That's why I was raised, and that's how I raised my kids. But when I see the United States here, women were brought into the market just for wage worth, and you said you need to split the income to survive. There's a problem here. Why?
I mean, sure, but the problem that we bump into is that like this level of analysis at the end of the day like ends up being completely useless, because this isn't something that like we're not going back on any of this. We're not taking back like the contraception. We're not taking back women like back into the household. We're not taking their rights away. That cat's out of the bag, and whether you like on an individual level like it or dislike it, there is fuck all that can be done about it at this point. So like the question is, how do we move forward in a more healthy manner rather than like those were the days when women stayed at home and took care of the kids, and I could just work.
We need to strengthen the man. The man has been emasculated in society right now. You have all this started with the inner child. You got to get the inner child out of you. You're emotionally. You have to become more feminine. So the man is no longer that strong force or the alpha individual in relationships and in the workforce. So if you can see, 80% of suicide is by males compared to females. 30% of males between the age of 18 to 29 have not had sexual relations in 1 year. So you have an issue here. They can't get any women. Women are available. The market is available, but many cannot have any relationship because the way things have been. I don't know how to explain it.
But is that feminism's fault though?
Yeah,
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I think, if I may interject here, I just I see the problems that you're looking at, right? I don't deny that they are problems. We have rising loneliness rates among men. Deaths of despair are rising above both men and women, to be clear, are killing themselves more than they were 10 years ago.
Yeah, but 80% is men.
I understand, but it's still rising, right? Like it's the numbers on both sides are going up.
Right.
I will say, right, that there are problems, but I don't think feminism is it. I think feminism is, it's not perfect by any means, right? But it is.
Wick, what do you think about the male included? Today's male. How do you view today's
male? I don't.
Well, if I can just if I can jump into this, so like what's emasculating men, I feel like nowadays more than anything, is still having strict gender roles that we increasingly cannot conform to because of like the state of the economy. I cannot be a single breadwinner. Not cannot in like this fancy abstract sense. I mean, I literally do not make enough money for that. I cannot be the valiant masculine defender of the house because I live in like the most peaceful time ever. There's no one trying to fucking break in. Like I am safe, you know what I mean? And like constantly there are these standards, and the red pill is to be blamed for this to like a big extent as well. Because if anyone in the red pill spaces ends up having a hobby that isn't like directly resulting in having more money, then they're being like called gay and being poked to like there's something fucking wrong with them. And if we want to talk about like the men's side of this and the responsibility, then like, yeah, sure, by all means. For example, every census that we ever do, like year by year, women are more and more willing to date down, economically speaking. And yet when that happens, we still hear by and large that they're still expected to do majority of the housework because men we haven't gotten to the point yet where we have grown up apparently enough to like take it upon ourselves to start doing shit that isn't just a pure sign of masculinity. I feel like the world is shit in many ways, but it's not shit because of feminism. It's just like economy is what it is. And if you want to be a masculine guy, that is still very much possible. But you have to pick and choose the battles that you can win. You can hit the gym. You can look like an absolute fucking Belgian blue of a man, okay? Walking across the street in a tight tank top, looking like a fucking monster. But like realistically, if you're a kid fresh out of college and you want to look into having a relationship, you can't be a single breadwinner. You're going to have to cook for yourself. You're going to have to do some chores. You're not going to you're not allowed to be a fuck up anymore for that long. Women have been taught for the longest time, it feels like, that like, once they live on their own, they have to be able to do everything to survive on their own. And I don't know that, I just don't know if men have been taught that. I come from a single parent household, and even my mom, by and large, used to, like, is very much of like the conservative opinion that it's my girlfriend that should be doing the vast majority of the housework, which is fucking weird if you consider the fact that my girlfriend makes twice what I do. So like she's making most money here. She's also supposed to take care of the household. Like what do I do other than hitting the gym?
I mean, we see the problems that, let me use me as an example. I'm going to age myself. I'm 43 years old. Been married since I was 18. My wife has never made $1 in her whole life. She's always been a housewife. My kids always been
Has she ever
home.
wanted to? If that's not too personal? Like, has she ever expressed interest in it?
She's confirmed to our mental Patrick. She knows that I'm the husband. And that's what her role was, because, you know, we're very conservative. See, I'm socially conservative, but politically liberal. But what I'm trying to say is that...
That's a rare combo.
I was able to learn the English language, go into business, support my mother and father. My father died. I still have my mother. I got 6 kids. And I'm the breadwinner. But I feel like I'm not trying to say like the alpha male. We're not protected against tigers or lions and things of that nature. But the whole idea that man in the United States and Western society has been, you know, he doesn't have even access to the sexual market. You got the incel movement. You got loneliness. Even with all this openness, with all this over-sexualization of our society, I think that male should be, we should strengthen the male role in society. Or try to give them a voice in it instead of just diluting them with bad ideas of your inner self. I
agree with giving them a voice. I think everyone deserves a voice. And if, like, I also get annoyed, right? When every time I try to bring up an issue that affects men, people are like, well, what about women? Women have it worse. Women are this, women are that. That annoys me. I understand that. I get that. But the answer to this isn't to attack femininity. It's not to kind of enforce kind of a masculinity. It's simply this, is let people speak their truth and speak about what they feel and what they think, and not try to make it into a contest or a game. And I think that is the failure. If we want to point to why men are struggling, femininity isn't the issue. Feminism isn't the issue. It's social media. Social media has emasculated men. It has made them whiny little bitches like Ben Shapiro, who burns dolls on a screen because they're mad, right? And instead of going out and doing what is needed and taking responsibility to make the changes in their life that they need to make. I think that is the core of it. We have lost the ability to take responsibility for our own situation and for our own actions. And that, more than feminism, more than anything like that, is why men are struggling, because they're looking for someone to blame, but they can't play the blame game. They have to just work with the hand they're dealt to the best of their ability, and we have to give them the tools to do so.
Yeah.
Well, it's more than sorry, it's more than that to a certain extent, right? Because I feel like, look, broadly speaking, and I don't want to sit here and like suck my own dick because that doesn't get us anywhere. But like, I feel like I'm probably at the happiest in my life right now than I ever have been, like ever before. And I talk about red pill stuff and like red pill adjacent debates and all of that bollocks, like a relatively large amount in my channel. And like, I can't tell you how many times I will have like a random chatter hop on in, or like just a random red pillar try and like absolutely like do their best to ridicule the fact, for instance, that my girlfriend makes more than me, which is bizarre because I don't quite understand, like in a day and age right now when men are struggling as much as we are, I don't like the fact that other men will use every opportunity they have to try and tear you down so that they can make themselves seem relatively taller, even for a split second. Like, putting arbitrary barriers between yourself and happiness is the weirdest fucking thing ever to me. And if we want to move forward in a healthy direction, it would be nice if we understood that if we have certain vision of masculinity, it doesn't mean that everyone has to conform to it. And it doesn't mean that I have to like bring that vision down on every single fucker I ever talk to.
All right. I'm going to ask you a question. You know, my personal question is okay?
Yeah, by all means. I mean, if you ask something that I can't answer, then I'll just let you know that like I don't want to answer that.
Yeah,
just
no,
fire away.
When do you pay the bills? How do you pay them? 50-50? Oh, she paid 60-40?
We pay relatively to how much we make. So like she makes twice what I do, so it ends up being like I cover more or less 33% and she covers 66% because it's relative to how much we make.
You feel okay with that as a man?
Yeah. Generally speaking, I would say I used to feel some type of way about it in the past, especially when like I was looking at the prospect of, because me and my girlfriend, we met when I was still at uni, so I was jobless at the time. So like she was already making like infinitely more than I do because I didn't have a fucking job, so I wasn't making anything. But like having moved in together and living together now for us, like for a little bit of time that we've been living together, it's just like that I don't want to go into too much because I just don't.
No, don't give me like exactly a year, 2 year in the 5-year range and a 6-year range.
No, not 5-year range quite. That's the relationship range. We've been living together for a little bit shorter than that.
Yeah, because relationships like that don't survive. Because you see, a male, I know I'm going to sound red pill here, but I really do believe in this stuff. And I believe that a male is
You're
able.
Okay. Yeah, you can fire away.
No, because a male is able to take a wife, like I did, and support her his whole life and feel good about it and have a sense of pride. But a female is not able to do the same thing for a male and make him stay for their whole life while she support him. It just doesn't work. And I hope your relationship does work.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, but I think that like one of the issues is that you have to be a little bit removed from like the today's reality of economy to like still hold that position. Because like you mentioned earlier yourself, for instance, you have a generational home. That is one thing that I, for instance, don't have access to. Right? I don't have a generational home that I can just invite my girlfriend to. We have to make do with what we do have, which is not a generational home. But also like just look at the current state of the economy. Women are out-graduating men. Women are increasingly out-earning men. Yep. Women are doing better and better in the workforce, where it seems like men, by and large, seem to be just heading in a different direction. So if women want to be in long-term successful relationships, in long-term happy relationships, they have to grow into being fine with dating people who make less than they do. That is just a reality of life. The entire fucking human history, men have been doing that, and now women will have to start doing that as well, because that is simply the direction in which things have moved to. Now, I understand that we might feel some type of way, because we have a lot of standards to live up to, but I don't like bringing myself down on account of those standards where I have already so much going for me. It just seems weirdly self-destructive to focus on that.
Okay, I understand all that, but you see, you said the right thing. Women, 70% some women graduating. I think it's 70-30. So women are very successful right now. They're killing it in school, in corporate America, and earning everything. But are they gonna go upward, look for mates, or they're gonna go downward? They're not. They're gonna look within their own range in education and income. The bottom is going to be a big food
I
pyramid
mean,
of men who
I mean,
doesn't
but
have
it
anything.
seems like it just it
look,
seems like that's not what's
just real quick,
happening.
just Chris, look.
Yeah,
So
sure.
this is the issue. Everyone, man, woman, poor, rich, wants to date and marry someone that is richer than them. That's just higher status and
Oh,
richer.
yeah.
That is the goal for every single man, woman, doesn't matter, right? Non-binary, everyone ideally wants that. We all recognize, though, that generally that's probably not going to happen for most of us, right? Because there's just not enough of them to go around. Why would they want? They also want to date richer, right? So they're all looking for that. So there are issues here with college admissions, for example, and college graduation rate. There are issues that are affecting men.
Yes.
That is absolutely one of them. Because as you said, Omar, a lot of people, rightly or wrongly, put a lot of their self-worth into, can I support my family? A lot of men do that. Can I support my family? And that's not a bad thing. It's not bad to want to support those around you. It's not bad to want to be able to take care of those around you. What becomes toxic is when we hang our entire reason for being in a relationship as being a pocketbook for. And I'm glad that we're moving away from that. I'm glad that I'm not joking here. I'm glad that
I want to build up. I want to build up on what you're saying, because like I agree big time. But like the thing is that when we focus entirely on economy, like we ignore literally every single component that makes a relationship successful. And like the reality is that through media, through where we're going culturally, through everything that is happening, people are like, don't get me wrong, women like masculinity. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to you that like being a fucking soy boy with cat ears and a twink is going to like be the go-to in the next like 6 months of dating, because I don't fucking imagine it will. However, by and large, like it seems to also be the case that women are moving away from what I will label, I don't like using these terms when I'm on like panel shows like this because it alienates so much of the audience. But so many women are moving away from like the more toxic aspects of masculinity, right? Like there are things that like they no longer like that men are focusing on. I am on the younger side of things, right? I'm 24. I'm not that, like I'm freshly out of uni relatively. I still see some of my friends, like some of their posts on Facebook say shit like when he's a 10, but you find out he listens to Andrew Tate, and then like a fucking crying emoji, because like that is a turnoff. And men by and large still focus on, and we are being still pressured to focus on, having entirely materialistic goals. I can't tell you how many people I know now in life who make good money and who are absolute fuck ups in terms of their relationship because they don't know anything other than how to make good money. It's just, it seems like it's a blinding way to go through life.
Well, let me ask you this, Omar. Because I'm curious, because we are of a similar age. I'm not 43 yet. I'm going to turn 40 later this week, gang. So congratulations to me. I'll be the big 40. It'll be weird, but we are.
You could be my dad.
Of an age. I might be. True.
I will have. Fuck it. You know what? I'm all here for the masculine fucking father figure Whick. Let's bring it on.
Daddy Whick. Tier 3 subs get Daddy Whick ASMR. Just FYI. So if you sub to my channel and you pay me enough money, I'll get you that. But let me ask my question here. So we come up from a similar age, probably different cultures. So I understand you weren't raised in America. You're an immigrant. Is that true?
Yeah, but I came here when I was 7. I was raised in New York
fair
City.
enough. So close enough then, right?
Yeah. But I have that culture mentality, though. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess my ask to you would be, when you think about your life, what has been the hardest thing being a man in your life? What's been the hardest part of being a man?
The hardest thing for me personally was, we struggled in the beginning. We were very poor, but raising my kids in this environment of where you don't have control of your children, because as a father, you are at war with social media, with TV, with the school kids, with the streets, with the guy at the grocery store. You cannot teach your children anything. So you don't have that full 100% control to try to raise good citizens that could benefit society. That's the only hardest thing. But since I got married when I was 18, my wife, she was 18, she knew what I wanted. She knew that I wanted to be, I don't want to say the alpha male, you know, I wanted that, I wanted that to be my housewife. That's all I wanted. Nothing more, nothing less. She has been a good partner in my whole life, good and bad. And I feel proud of that because I was able to provide for her, for my children, my mother and father. A lot of people, especially here in the United, they don't have that feeling anymore. Like some people, you have a 35-year-old who's living in his mother's basement at 16, 17. I had my first business at 18 or 17 years old in New York, you know, because my father was in business. But the whole idea, I'm not saying I'm better than them, but mentally, the way I was programmed, I'm a Muslim, right? You know my religion, right? So an Arab culture, men are held to a big ideal. They're like the umbrella of the house, and you have to provide. Shameless if you can provide for your family, your father, or your mother, or your kids. You cannot be a failure in our ecosystem or the way we live. Even in New York City, we still have a community that we live in, and we still know each other. You understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that young American men have been devastated. You see, the opiate crisis is killing them every day. The incel movements, and able to have relationship or maintain relationships, and able to maintain good jobs, or are dependent on their mother and father. That's a problem. That's a crisis. We're gonna crash as a society if we continue. We need to build up that male. I'm not saying to be the dominant lion or anything like that, but we need to bring that male self-confidence back, so we could have a
Sure,
real.
how would you do that, Omar? Right? Because that is
This
what
is
it
the
will boil down
that's
to.
the
Like,
problem. I don't know. I don't have that answer. Honestly, I don't know. You just got to teach them. I mean,
I have the
I'm not
answer.
so I feel like I am on the younger side. So I've struggled with many of these aspects. Like in my process of growing up, I was like incredibly deep in the fucking incel dumb when I was a kid. Like I know that people say that like, oh yeah, every teenager's an incel. Like no motherfucker.
Yeah, me too. I have
I
no
was
accent.
like, yeah, no, I don't mean no act. Trust me. Like I fucking fell from the incel into the red pill. There was so much that I used to like fucking plague myself with that like seems to have no other use than to plague yourself with. Like the idea that like this symbol of masculinity is something that you have to live up to is something that I have now begun to reject like wholeheartedly. Don't get me wrong, there are aspects of masculinity that I treasure quite a lot. I like being the guy in the house who like moves the heavy shit around. I like going to the gym. I like the fact that like when I'm out with my girl, I am like the sort of the pillar of the physicality there, let's just say. However, I don't like being constrained in that like I have to be the breadwinner. I have to be stoic 24/7. I have to have a hobby which has a direct correlation with making as much money as humanly possible. Like there are many things that like young men think they have to hold themselves up to that they just really don't. And like I understand the concern that you have with like, yeah, we need to bring the masculinity back, but I really don't think that's the way forward because we're not getting the economy. Like that cat isn't coming back into the
Well,
bag. So the way
okay,
forward is
so
to like
solve it
evolve
for us.
masculinity.
Solve it for us, Chris. How do we because Omar here, right? My co-host for the day
What do
isn't
you mean a
wrong.
day? Every week.
Yeah, isn't wrong. Isn't
Yeah.
wrong when he says that we have a crisis of masculinity or among young men. There is a crisis. There is a problem. There are real issues that are plaguing us. We disagree on the cause, me and him,
Yeah.
but we don't disagree that there is a problem. I think I have the way out, or at least the path forward. But what do you think, Chris? How do you address the issues, right? Because every conversation I seem to have on here is simply arguing whether or not there are issues in a lot of cases. Like that tends to be where we focus on, are these really issues and should we really be focusing on them? But please, for a moment, just assume they are. Just roll with me here. How do we fix it?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, how do we fix it is going to be like a really fucking broad question. I think that like there are going to be some, let's say, old teachings that like you can tap into that resonate, or at least back in my day resonated with a ton of young men. I'm thinking of like, you know, old lectures of Jordan Peterson talking about how relationship is a mutual struggle. It, like before he got fucking benzoed crazy. The issue again, like I said, with having like this very strict symbol of masculinity that you have to live up to, the idea, like the expectation almost that like you have to be the breadwinner, you have to be hyper masculine, you have to be all of these things. I don't like how, like, I don't like putting too many constraints in the way. And
I
one
agree with you. I
genuine
agree with you
issue.
that those are all not the way. But what is the way?
Well, yeah. So, like I said, so understanding as like on an individual level, as a, let's say, teenager, young adult, that you don't have to live up to a certain, like a very rigid standard is a healthy way of going forward. Understanding, like, especially seeing how much of a pull the red pill has currently, understanding that relationships are a mutual struggle of like two humans with two fucking, like two wealths of experience that you can tap into instead of like men versus women. And like the big issue that I've spoken about this to someone in my chat the other day, and I don't have a good answer to this. The issue with good role models, broadly speaking, with some exceptions, is that they aren't on the internet. Like the kind of men that you might want to look up to in order to like sort of better yourself on an individual level, they're not on fucking Twitch panels. They're like taking care of the family offline. And like, I don't know how you tap it. You can't just go into their garden and stare at them through the fucking window. Like, I don't know what would be like a genuinely good way of going here. I don't like giving prescriptions of just like, don't do this and don't do that. But like, yeah, fuck. If you just want like the super basic ones, then like the entry level stuff of the red pill, go to the gym.
Yeah.
That's probably a good idea just across the board. Have good hygiene. Again, good idea across the board. Focus on your education for as long as that is like possible, right? I understand that in America you guys have to pay fucking ridiculous amounts for uni. In other places in the world it's free, so if you were not born in America you're already a winner. Like try and not be hard to get if you might already be hard to want, right? Like don't bat like too fucking ridiculously out of your league. Like there's just going to be a lot of basic things, and then somewhere in that you will hopefully find yourself, as so many of us have managed to.
It is.
Yeah.
I hate to say, but it feels so empty. I understand, right, that if we all had better understandings of our place in the world, it would help, or at least the bleeding might stop a little bit. But I don't think, aside from like, you know, the basic stuff, like you said, like going to the gym, shower daily, right? Trim your beard, or you know, clip your nose hairs, etc. Ice Beams, thank you for the sub, by the way. Yeah, this isn't to you specifically, Chris, because this like what you're saying isn't
it's fair
unique,
criticism,
right?
Just
It's just it just feels
mean.
empty because as a young man, I'm not young anymore, but I put myself in the shoes. If I lived today and I was 19, 20, 21, and I was growing up today and I was looking at these things, I was seeing these real struggles of not being able to get a job, not being able to or get a living wage, I should say, not be able to really have a place in higher education. Everything's moving away from me. It's not that I'm not centered anymore. It's that I'm not valued anymore as a man or as a person. And I see these things, and then I hear people say, well, you just got to realize that you're not the center of the universe anymore, and you just got to realize, right, that you know, you just need to.
It's not, if I can,
it just
if I can
feels.
cut in, yeah,
It feels so like dismissive.
I understand. Yeah, it's insufficient. I would say, but like the problem that you bump into in that case is that like if you want to go to spaces that aren't, let's say, quote unquote, insufficient, then like just look into Red Pill, right? Like everything about Red Pill is two sentences that make you feel good and hopeful for the future, and then you crush like a motherfucker because you understand
Red
that
Pill's
you were
stupid.
lied to.
I agree.
One of you. But what I mean is that all of the places that are giving you definitive answer, that's always how it ends up being. You listen to the guys like talk about the fucking values of masculinity, and then one of them ends up in jail for diddling a 15-year-old. Another is in house arrest for sexual trafficking. Third one preaches religion while fucking OnlyFans models and doing drugs behind the scenes. Like all of these people are full of shit.
Hypocrisy, yeah. I want to say, I want to show you how thirsty that young people are when a false prophet like Andrew Tate comes into the scene. They all converted to his religion. I mean, his religion of masculinity, and he's a fake in the phone. You saw, I saw some video footage of him. As soon as the camera shuts off, he's a different person. So what I'm saying is that you have he awakened all these kids who are young on social media. By the millions were following him. You understand? Because they're thirsty. These kids, they know they're lonely. Nobody's paying attention. They're playing video games all day, wasting. We could blame them for doing that, but society has forgotten all about them. Trust me. I mean, we got to do more. I mean, they don't have access even to the market of sex, the vaginas. There's so many vaginas around them. They don't have access to that. You understand?
That's a weird way
Huh?
to put it.
I mean,
Omar, that's such a weird way to put it. Like,
well, I mean,
To a certain extent, like as much as I will I can. I've been on a panel with Omar, and like there's a ton that we disagree on, but like I can't fault like at least where he's coming from. Because I understand I understand the intention. Like I will say on the offhand comment, just because I have an opportunity to. Still, when it comes to Red Pill, and I'll take any opportunity to shit on them. My favorite thing to this day is like it's always going to be Sneeko saying rude things about Islam, then finding out next day that the Islam debate community is going hard after him, and then a day after that, he just goes like, "Inshallah, I now believe in Allah. I would like to hereby very much claim that I am big time Muslim." Like. Dude, it's just all of that is fucking, it's pathetic. But also I would say, because like video games get brought up like a fair amount when this discussion happens. The issue with video games, and it's the same as like masturbation gets brought up as like, that is the thing that you do and that is wrong. It's wrong if you're addicted to it. Video games are just a method of like escapism. The addiction to video games is that becomes a problem. Masturbation is just like a thing that we do. Addiction to it becomes a problem. The roots, like, but the thing is to move forward, we need to figure out what causes the addiction. We need to talk about what causes the addiction, rather than to say like, if you stop masturbating, that's going to fix all of your fucking issues, or if you stop playing video games, that's going to fix all of your issues. Because
there's an answer here. There's an answer, Chris Speaks, and I would think it's fairly obvious. The convenience economy, the convenience factor that we have access to today that we didn't even 20 years ago. Like, look, pornography. 20 years ago, I had to sit overnight and download my porn videos, okay, on Kazaa or LimeWire or those torrent sites. We were on 32-bit kilobyte upload speeds and download speeds, right? We didn't have any of this super lightning fast internet, so I had to put in an effort to get my pornography, okay? Now today, I could just Google boobies, and it's there. Boobies, a sea of boobies of all types. I can get hyper-specific, hyper-granular boobies, right? Like, I can get AI-generated boobies. It's just at the tip of the fingertip, like at the tip of your fingers. And the same with video games. The ease of access, we are drowning. We are drowning in options. We are drowning in opulence. We are drowning in hedonism. And that is an issue that has not been before. It has not been. And we as a society, as a culture, do not know how to handle this. We as a species have not yet learned to adjust to this this wealth of options. Again, right? Until we do, I think
we learn. One of the problems when it comes to. Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead. I will jump in a sec.
Hold on. I'm gonna share something with you guys first. When I had my first orgasm, I didn't know what it was. You believe that?
Okay.
I was wrestling with a girl with kids. I was like 13 years old. And the school bus, and her knee happens to touch my thing, and I started shaking like fucking the Incredible Hulk. Start seeing stars. I didn't know what the hell. What I'm saying is that we didn't have that access, but we still knew what we had to do. What do you think? You know, sometimes I talk about that our society, like in Yemen, they have arranged marriages. Everybody gets married. The ugly, the fat, the blind, the one-eyed. Everybody gets a wife guaranteed by the village. Understand? In that society, but here
the problem that we have is that like. Fuck, there are so many things to go into there. Like not even the story of you nutting, just like the everything around it. One of the first of all, like we don't want that in our society. Like we do not want the like arranged marriages. Like there are
Yeah.
people for sure that would like benefit from it, but by and large, as a society, we seem to reject that idea wholeheartedly. But also,
Yeah.
like another thing, I don't know if the issue is per se to do with like the opulence and the attempt to all of it. Because like, look, if I have a 9 to 5 and I can't afford a fucking single bedroom apartment or a car off of that 9 to 5, then I am going to take joy in the things that I do have access to, which if I have a computer and if I have internet access, that's going to be rubbing one out to someone that I would probably never have a chance to fuck, but I will enjoy the fantasy of it. Now, if you're a kid in school at uni, you look at the prospect of what the fuck is going to happen to you when you've graduated. You look at like you're going to be earning like, let's say $20,000 to $50,000 a year. An average house, costs so much that like realistically, you're not going to be able to afford that. Relationships are a fucking mess because you don't know how to talk to people anymore, because you find yourself in this weird situation where like half of it you have like this weird blame for women that you haven't fully worked out how to deal with. The other half of it is that you're just not as social as perhaps would be good if you were. Like everything just seems, it's easy to look at things and realize how fucking hopeless there are, because none of us in the moment have the ability, well, I shouldn't say none, but very few people in the moment have the ability to just do things one step at a time, when like there are so many things expected of you. Like you will be the breadwinner, you will have a nice car, a nice family, a nice house. And if you weren't given those things, you can't afford them. You can't buy them for shit. Look, I don't want to divulge like too much private information, but I did pretty fucking well in terms of education. And I'm doing relatively well in terms of pay. And even though I'm doing relatively well in terms of pay, there is still a lot of the comforts that I have in my life right now that I wouldn't have access to if I wasn't living in like the mutual struggle with my partner. If we weren't both like putting the fucking work in, the time in, and if we weren't both literally, 9 to 5 plus putting the money into the house, into everything else. Like a lot of it is just, it's easy to look at and just be fucking doomed.
Yeah.
Well, it is. It's one of the difficulties of talking about these things is that there are so many different problems that are all problems, and we spend, I think, maybe too much energy, and this is partially on me as well, right? Of trying to suss out where is the crux or the keystone, and I think we might be better served with a more holistic approach here, with a more incremental approach here. Instead of trying to find the cornerstone that we can remove to make the whole edifice crumble of all the problems that we have, right? We should probably work on nibbling at the edges, slowly but surely, and eroding the support in a more kind of holistic approach. And let me give you an example of what I mean. So I talked at least, about things like access and opulence and things. We talked about red pill being a problem, false prophets, as I think Omar said, being a problem, and social media being a problem, gendered expectations and roles being a problem. Yes, I'll agree to all of these. So the question for me becomes how to deal with this. And I think that at the end of the day, the best way to fix this problem is on an individual level, unfortunately, is giving more and more men, young men, tools to deal with the world. And that is going to be difficult. I know it sounds easy, but it's not easy, right? It's simple, but it's not easy. But we need to move away as a culture from blaming the system for everything that we have. Every problem we have. It's systemic. Might be true, but we need to stop. We need to stop because it doesn't help. It's not helping.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with you on that, because like you have a lot of issues like along the way. So like you can sit there and say that like, yeah, we need to move away in this direction of that. And like I agree with like that part of the messaging for sure. But like at the same time, I'm like you do that on your corner of the internet, and I can be over here on mine being like, ayo, you want bitches? You hit the gym, you do drop shipping, you maidenless fuck. And if she doesn't want you, just persuade her to wanted you by mutilating all other potential partners in your vicinity, okay? That is how you get bitches. You just grind and grind and grind, and we all hit that fucking bag at the end of the day. And like we achieve absolute and total fucking victory. America, hell yeah. It's like, for starters, that you have to compete with people just just lying for no fucking reason because, like, well, I say no fucking reason. There's a good reason. There's money in it. But then at the same time, if I look at some of the red pillars, if I look at my own experience when I was like in the red pill and as an incel, I didn't blame any of the institutions. I was actually like very much of the conservative opinions that it is all bootstrappy. It is all like your own responsibility. Institutions have nothing to do with it. The economy is just an excuse. And I don't have bitches because I don't hit the gym enough. But like that isn't the case. The institutions have like, you need to understand the reality of the situation that you're dealing with. You need to understand how much of a fucking hopeless prospect dating apps, for instance, are, so that if you decide to go in there, at least you go in there with realistic expectations of what might or rather is going to happen. It's not necessarily that you should like avoid responsibility, but you need to understand what you're getting yourself into with the decisions that you make.
Yeah, you say this, but what happens in the ground, right? When you say things like this, is most people think, well, yes, it is the institutions, and then they stop doing anything to try.
I don't
That's
know
what
if that's
happens.
the case. I don't think I don't think it is. In
Well,
my
I think we're
experience, what tends
watching
to-
it happen. I think we've
I think
watched
what
it
we- I think
happen
what
over
we're
the last
watching
20,
happen-
30 years. Yeah.
Well, to a certain extent with some people, sure. But my predominant concern is with those people who go like, well, it is the women. Like those fucking bitches, they're going to uni now. They're making more money and they still don't want to date me.
That's
I would
also
have been
a problem,
expected
yeah.
to. Yeah, but like in the world that I live in, and granted, this is like because of my own biases and who I am, that is like an infinitely bigger problem. Because like I spent years having to fix all the fuck ups that like I put myself through because of like just pieces of shit that lie to you in hopes that you're going to send the $10 to like their fucking Fresh and Fit podcast.
Oh, what's that? Yeah, that's idiots.
Yeah, that's it. Just real quick, Omar, and I'll let you go. But no, that's also an that's also blaming an institution, the institution of women. It's the same thing, right? It's saying this outside force has power over me, and there's nothing I could do, and it's all their fault. It's the same
if that's
problem.
what you mean by institution, then yeah, I'm with you 100%. I just never. That's a new one to me. That's all. Like I don't think I've ever heard anyone go like, "Fucking, I hate women because of who they are," and you just go like, "No, chill on the institutional bias, mate. Just focus on yourself." Like that's a new one. That's all.
Omar, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to tell you. One time I tweeted, I said, maybe the government should give a voucher to incel to go get laid, like and you know, cat house. We call it cat
Omar,
house.
what? Can you repeat that?
One time I tweeted, I said the government of the United States should give a voucher to incels to go get laid, you know, like those legal places, right? You know what
the
they,
issue.
I got a lot of response. You know, hold on. You know what it is? They want affection. It's not about the getting laid. They don't have that. They want that relationship that everybody has, because everybody, you could $50 in New York, you could get what you want here in New York City, from the Bronx over to Brooklyn. But the whole idea is a lot of the incels responded. He said, no, we want affection, we want relationship. So the problem with the incel community is they want to be loved. And I don't know how we're going to give them that. But you understand? And if we don't give them that, they're going to start running people over with cars. They'll become a terrorist organization. There's a problem here, guys. Men have been emasculated, and they don't know how to interact with women. A lot of them are intimidated by women because they have higher income, better education than they do. And once women make more money than a man, I know your relationship is okay because you understand each other, but it's not equal. It never is going to be equal. If a woman makes more money than a man, then the man is unable to survive in that relationship for a long time.
Sure, who are the men emasculated by? Because like just listen to like the conversations that we're having right now as well.
Yeah.
Right? Like you're very convinced of the fact that like, and I understand that you don't wish me well, but you're convinced based on what like your understanding of life that like my relationship, for instance, isn't going to survive because my partner makes more than I do. So it's like, but that isn't something that like me and my partner concern ourselves with. So it's another case of like the emasculation that happens, being held to a certain standard and being shut down when I don't meet it. It's not being done to me by women. It's not being done to me by feminism. It's being done to me by a fellow man on a podcast, right? Like, and this is what happens in almost all of these cases. The emasculation that men go through, it's done to them by other men. It's like, I just think that like we should target the annoyance with this in like a healthier direction than like feminism, for instance. It's like, yeah, fucking hell, it's not perfect. Don't get me wrong. They've got their own fuck ups as well. But again, every time I felt like a less than, wasn't done by a woman, it was done by a guy.
You know, I don't know.
I
Right,
have
look.
I have had people, men and women, made me feel less than. It's not.
Do you mean,
I
hold
don't
on,
know if
Wick,
I
do you
could
mean
say
in
it's
this
more one or
specific...
the other, to be honest,
Oh, well, yeah,
right?
granted, you also have like 70 years of experience in the
True,
life on
true.
me.
I am
But
ancient
that
and
aside, like,
the
yeah,
nearer.
other than like the immediate geriatrism that we have to talk about, I mean being made feel like a less than in like this very specific way of being held up to a standard of masculinity that I cannot attain. Like being held to that standard is almost universally being done to me by other men in my experience. I remember before I started hitting the gym, before I started lifting, before I like started looking physically better, the person that was most supportive of me in that journey was my girlfriend, my current girlfriend, the one I'm still with. And like, I
Yeah.
understand that that is a relatively unique experience in that obviously not everyone's going to go through this. But like at the same time, all of the like every single time I was at my lowest, when I was doubting myself the most, it was when I was deepest in the red pill and in the like the fucking incel lump,
Okay,
and I
but
was constantly surrounding myself with people who would shit on any of my interest
you said
because like they're not traditionally masculine. Sorry, yeah, go on.
just one question. You said that your mate. You said she liked it when you go into the gym, you exercise, you started building your body.
Yeah, sure.
Because she wants an alpha male in the house. You understand what I'm saying? She wants that. She wants you to be a strong, muscular man around her. Because women, no matter how much they earn, no matter how independent they get, they're always gonna feel secure with a strong man. I don't mean a man who goes beat up everybody in the street. I mean a man who has this presence, whether when they mating or how they live. You see how she said go exercise. She enjoyed that because she wants you to look physically strong in her eyes. You understand? It is in nature. It is the way we are. We were made as human beings. A man is supposed to be much.
I mean,
Not
sure,
yeah.
it's probably not. It's not. I wouldn't say it's nature. It's probably, well, there's probably nature to it to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I'm not ignorant to any of those realities. Like I understand that women prefer like stereotypically they prefer richer men, men with stature, men with some kind of like men that just know how to carry themselves, in the same sense how men prefer, broadly speaking, younger women with big tits, big asses, and wide hips. However, and this brings me back to like that you shouldn't be hard to get when you're hard to want. Like, just like understand that you might prefer to date like a fucking model, but they might not want to date you. So how about you just instead find happiness with what is realistically attainable by you in the place you find yourself in?
That's such a weird. Okay, why don't you just settle? Is basically what you're saying, which I agree with, but it's terrible messaging. It's terrible messaging.
Sure, but it's not about settling strictly speaking. It's about like
hey,
how many
bro, you're
cases have you
two,
had? How many
so you
cases have you
know.
seen? Yeah, but how many cases have you seen, Wick, where you like look at a couple, like a man and a woman, and you just like you cannot fucking figure out for the love of you how she's into him because she looks like an 8 out of 10 on like this objective fucking beauty scale,
Yeah,
and he
yeah.
looks like Shrek.
Okay,
You know what it
so
is?
go ahead,
Okay,
Yeah,
Omar.
but like
you know
how
what
often? Yeah, but just so I can like just so
my
I can like
advice.
carry this to where I want to. Like you see that relatively often, right? Like we've all seen this happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but that's
love it.
because we have a thoroughly retarded way of evaluating what people bring into a relationship based on like these rigid
Yeah.
standards that we hold ourselves up to. And what I'm saying is that we should stop holding other people to those. What I'm not saying I'm not saying to settle. I'm saying to be realistic with what you're going for. Like Wick, I know this is going to come across as rude, but you can't land Margot Robbie. It's just not going to happen.
Bet. Okay.
Yeah.
Bet. I will see you in a year, buddy, and I'll bring
Yeah,
her on
I'm
stream.
sure. Yeah, I'm
He's
sure that
gonna-
will happen.
What?
He's gonna go to the gym. He's gonna go to the gym and start exercising from tomorrow.
Okay.
What
Go
I was
on.
gonna say is that my advice to any man is I'd rather marry a 7 or a 6 than marry an 8 or 9 or 10. And I'll tell you why. A 7 is gonna be mine, and an 8 or 9 and 10 is gonna be for everybody. Every time she goes out, everybody's chasing her. I gotta compete for her. But I think my advice to anybody, just settle for a 6 and a 7 and you'll have a happy life. And leave the 8 or 9 if you just want to fool around like a drive-by and leave. But if you want to settle, always settle for a 6 and 7. It's the best number to be.
I'm gonna
Again,
be real
I'm
with
not
all
using.
of you.
I'm not using settle in the sense that you guys are applying it here. What I mean hyper specifically, and this like I don't even know if this needs to be hyper specific because this happens all the time. You will have cases. You will have guys who enter the dating market, and what they want versus what they offer is so badly mismatched that like I don't know what the fuck is going through their head at the time. What I mean when I say like
you gotta shoot for the stars, because even if you miss, you'll land among the moon.
Wait, shooting for the stars is currently making men kill themselves at unprecedented rate. Like maybe we should just chill a little bit.
I don't think that's what's making people kill themselves, to be clear.
No, obviously
I don't
there's
think
going to be
that's
more
causing
to it,
that.
dickheads.
I think it's a
No,
lot more
you know what?
varied
No,
than
no,
that.
no.
But let me
clown
talk about
question
this.
because of you. This is solely what's causing men's suicide. Okay, it is going for the Margot Robbies of the world. That is what is causing men
Who's
to
Margot
die.
Robbie? Who's that?
Oh fuck, that's
I think
an actress.
Oh, okay.
I will say one of the issues, and allow me to drag women for a bit here, okay? Because this is a problem. It's not just a women problem, but it involves them. So we're gonna be a little misogynist here. Cover your ears, Ice Beans and Allie and things like that. One of the biggest issues that we have in the dating market today, right, is it is no longer acceptable to date people with whom you work, or it's becoming less acceptable, I should say. Much less acceptable to find romance among your day-to-day activities. It is seen as predatory in many cases. Just look at the response that people did towards Kidology, who was, just lightly flirting with people, and suddenly she's being castigated for being like this weird sex pest or sex pervert because she flirted in a public setting amongst her coworkers, right? That's insane to me. And I see this, and I see this more among the younger generation, is when I was in the workforce, 18, 19, 20, 21, etc. It was perfectly acceptable, and we did it all the time. We flirted with each other. We dated each other. All these things. You didn't date your boss, right? But your coworkers, yeah, all the time. It's now an issue. It's now a problem in a way that it wasn't before, right? And I think that lack of access to and that helped us, the Wicks of the world, the 𝕵𝖎s of the world, if you will, get access to better looking women, because surprise, surprise, if you hang around someone with long enough time, they might come into you despite how you look, right? Now it's all looks in a way. That's how they
I feel
go
like
on Instagram, they go on Tinder, they go on everything, and the only thing they see about you is how you look.
I mean, sure, to a certain extent, but like, look, I work in a corporate environment. Like, I have plenty of fucking female coworkers. I think currently there might actually be more female coworkers that I work with than male ones. But anywho, the point that I'm getting at is that it isn't just like, it's not just a binary of date coworkers previously versus no more date coworkers now. It's about like the dynamic that it influences into like the team that you might both be a part of. But more specifically, it's like the idea that like there's... Look, I am sympathetic to the fact that we are eliminating third spaces, and there aren't really that many places for you to go to and meet someone if you wanted to like have a realistic chance at a relationship. But at the same time, it's like dating coworkers is incredibly fucking complicated. A lot of relationships don't work out.
We can skip that. Let's look at the gym discourse, right? Men specifically being castigated for going up to a woman in the gym.
Yeah, sure. And I mean,
there's
a lot
problem.
There's like a lot of really fucking dumb things happening regarding that. Like, I don't know how deep I want to get into this. I watch so much fucking gym stuff related to like my just in my everyday life. There's like even a trend currently where there are some like fucking Instagram influencers who purposefully set up the cameras to get a guy to glance at them just so that they can then pick that camera up, go up to him and like just completely berate him for like just taking a glance, when like in reality, like fuck yeah, sometimes you're in the gym and you look at people like, yeah, who would have fucking expected that to happen? And like, sure, that happens and that's like toxic as shit. But like at the same time, look, I don't want to... At the risk of offending you, I'm almost positive I'm the only person here who hits the gym relatively regularly.
No, I do.
So
I do 30 minutes a day. I don't do weights.
Wait till you're 40, Chris, and then you start going to gym. See if you have the same same gains.
No,
look, okay. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this to hate on you. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because like I spend a decent amount of time in gyms, and like it is still extraordinarily rare for like an occurrence like that to happen. Like I don't think I've ever actually witnessed a woman losing their shit because like a guy glanced. It's just sometimes it's easy to get lost in the sauce when you watch YouTube and you have like cases of something.
about glancing. I'm talking about men who are trying to make a connection at the gym or at the grocery store or at these other places that we congregate and spend time at. That, again, you could look at my chat as a kind of anecdotal evidence for this. People are like, leave them alone, you weirdos. How dare you approach a woman in a public space? Like, that's a... What? What?
To be fair, I don't know if gym is going to be fuck. I'm not out of sympathy again, but I don't know if gym is going to be like an appropriate like example to go to here. Like,
why not?
Maybe,
why would it be a bad thing?
Because usually,
right?
so like I can use myself as an example. So depending on what day it is, depending on like how I've scheduled my day, I will either go to the gym before work or I'll go after work. In either case, I go in there with like an explicit goal in mind of like hitting my workout, doing the shit, and getting the fuck out of there so I can get home and play League of Legends, okay? That is the game plan. I want to be out of that fucking building as soon as humanly possible. I work out solely because it makes me look good. I fucking hate every second of it. I don't like people walking up and talking to me because I usually have music on. However, I understand
that's
that like,
your problem
sometimes,
as an introvert, right?
Sure, but so then the problem is entirely in like the reaction that you are met with. I don't know how realistically frequent it is that you walk up to someone and you're like, "Hey, would you like to like work out together? Would you like to grab a bite after this? Or like, what's your name or what that?" And like someone just goes like, "Fuck you, you piece of masculine shit.
Okay,
I disregard patriarchy and I want you to die in a fire." Like I would assume most of the time people just go like, "No, I'm not interested. I just want my workout to get like done with."
I go to Planet Fitness. I don't pick up weights. I do 30 minutes a day on the treadmill. Yeah, they're all fat, the girls there. I haven't seen a pretty girl there. They're all ugly. I'm married, you understand? So, and then nobody talks to anybody. First of all, I smell because I'm sweating. And I don't know if it's a good conversation to have with a girl. You smell, and you're smelling yourself. But I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of statistics that men and women have more sex at work. I don't know, it's a large percentage. Co-workers are hitting each other in the back, in the office. You understand when you put them together. But to meet women, I don't know. I mean,
I get you. Look, this argument though, like, well, I'm just going for a specific task for a specific place. I don't like how the introverts are have kind of like the people who don't like people and don't like talking to people have decided that they are going to make the rules on interactions for public spaces, like the gym, like the grocery store, like all these places. Like if I'm at a public place, it doesn't give you permission to approach me, right? What? No, if you're in a public space, even if you're working, even if you're doing something, even if you're at the gym, even if you're at the grocery store for a very specific thing, someone, again, depending on how they do it, is obviously a big issue here, but someone simply approaching you isn't a sin.
If someone simply approaches you, barely anyone is going to react in like any manner of a like with any volatile reaction at all. Like it is going to be extraordinarily rare that happens in like vast majority of the circumstances, and I feel comfortable to like say fucking 100,000 to 1 odds you will just be met with like, "Sorry, I'm not interested," or like, "Sorry, I just want to get this workout over with," or like, "Just no."
But it's not just about what will happen, right? The extremes of it. It's about the culture around it. Again, me just simply saying this, I got people in my chat. I got people in all my chats saying, "Oh, Whick, you just don't understand. You don't get it. You don't understand." It's the culture around it. It's people are approaching people less in public. Okay? Yes. Because they fear the reaction. No matter what they think, what will actually happen, what they fear is an issue. And this is leading to this atomization, isolation, lack of community, all these things. It's become a problem. $5 from Testicle Johnson to say, "Whick, would you recommend negging women constantly? And if they reject you, call them a whore?" I would recommend against that, sir.
I think
but more money, I would recommend you donate and super chat more.
I think that what ends up being the issue more often than not, and this isn't something that you can really blame the introverts for, although maybe to a certain extent, what's stopping you from doing that, Whick, is like a fucking seemingly crippling fear of rejection. A lot of people don't want to walk up to the girl and ask because they're afraid of like the reaction they're gonna get.
That
because
too? That too, but it's
but
also
that isn't-
social stigma
Sure, but what is that fear of rejection?
and social
That
stigma.
isn't sure, but the fear. What I'm getting at is that the fear of rejection, at least in my case, it wasn't rational. I wasn't afraid of talking to women because I've had so many experiences where they've disregarded me. I was afraid of talking to women because I was a fucking idiot. And you've come to like understand as you grow up that like actually people aren't really that scary. You might want to not interact with them. Like I'm introverted as shit. I usually don't want people to interact with me at all. But when they do, people tend to be quite pleasant with one another.
Yeah, but isn't it about eye contact? Sometimes, usually the woman will give you a little hint there. You know, she'll give you a smile.
The
Sure,
eyes.
but the problem is if you're talking,
Isn't this how it works?
Omar, to a certain extent, sure, but if you're talking to someone who has like a fear of rejection, odds are they aren't going to pick up on social cues for shit. Like it's just like, look, I'm speaking from experience when I say I was even right now, I was hit on coming back from work like 2 months ago, and I hadn't realized I was being hit on until I fucking made it back home and told my girlfriend the story.
Don't tell her. See, that's the problem right there. So don't.
You think you
don't
should
ever
have kept
bring-
it secret? You think you should
Never
have
bring.
hid it?
You know. Okay, I'm gonna say something crazy here. You have to keep the wife in the dark. You can't let her know how much money you got in the bank. You can't tell her what you do outside. You
What? Omar, I can't deal with this right now. I'm trying to argue with Chris. I can't deal with this. Keep your wife in the dark about everything. Give me a minute. One at a time.
I don't know if you're describing a partnership or if there's something fucking else going on there.
No, she's gonna wait you, the wife. I know that sounds crazy, but you gotta have some money. You can't tell her how much money you have in the bank. She's protected. Whatever she needs, you say yes. Anything she wants, clothes, gold, whatever she wants, it's a yes. You got to keep some secrets to yourself. You can't go to her and say, well, I got hit on by some girl. No, she don't need to know that information. It's not necessary to fill her head with doubt. Then every time you go out, she's like, oh, I wonder what
Wait,
See, I can't deal with this. Stop. I want to
sit on
give me a moment.
Thorough insecurity that
we'll get to Omar in a second. Let me get this out here because I have to get this out here. No, fuck it. Okay, Omar, I'm dealing with you right now. We have I have a story for you. A younger Whick story. A Whick's first real job story. I was working at a taxes and titles place, right? We worked with the banks and we would help them make sure that the people who said they owned the house to get the loan on and sell it actually own the house, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
While I was working there, one day I got a weird email. It says, I won't use the name here, but it's like, to my white chocolate. What the hell? One of the coworkers there, one of the female coworkers, sent me this weirdest email just hitting on me, telling me how much she liked me, how much she was into me, and she would watch me, things like that. Today, that would have been like super creepy to hear from people, right? Like people would have been like, that's weird. She's stalking. I was flattered. My partner at the time, I printed out the email, I brought, and I shared it with them as well. And that made them trust me more. That's the thing. It made them trust me more. You talk about filling your partner's head with doubt. I think that by hiding this, it fills them with doubt. Because if one of my other coworkers, if I hadn't said anything, and one of my other coworkers had mentioned it in passing, then my partner at the time, right, that would have been way worse than me simply being.
If I got something like that, if I'm not interested in that person, no, I'm still a man. I would just take it, rip it, and throw it in the garbage. There's some information is not necessary to give to your mate. It's not necessary. Why you want to?
The problem is, Omar, that you shouldn't make relationships and like the sort of like the interpersonal decisions in your relationship based on like solely a necessity factor, right? Like if it's supposed to be a partnership, then sometimes you will talk about things that like might make the other person uncomfortable, or you will simply share a story of your day. Like I think that if I was too afraid to tell my partner of like the story where I was being hit on in like a fucking crowded tram because of how she might react to it, that like reeks of insecurity on both ends.
Yeah, I know, but still, guys, I'm gonna give you advice. There are certain things you need to tell your partner.
Such as,
like if some, like you, what do you got, an email? Why would you print it?
Because it was funny. It was funny.
I think you just wanted to feel like, oh, look, they're hitting on me on.
Yes, that too. I wanted. I was nice.
Yeah, trying to create action where there's no action. But I'm going to tell you that in my life, I've been married 20 years. She doesn't know how much money I used to make. She doesn't know how much I had at one time. The bank, how much saving. She has access to the money that she needs to buy. Because
Does she have an allowance?
No, she's the foundation of the home. She does all the buying and everything,
Okay.
the food, all the stuff, pays the bill. She does everything. There's a budget here in the house, but you got to keep. I know I'm old fashioned, good Lord, but there are certain things you got to keep your woman. You cannot be compromised in any way. You got to keep certain things that not necessary to tell your wife. You could tell your wife, well, I met this asshole, he said something stupid. I almost punched him in the face. Or he almost punched me. It's okay once in a while. But like if a woman hits on me or some woman winked at me at the subway because I'm in New York City, and all that stuff, it's not necessary. There's no need to tell your wife anything. You always got to keep on guard. You are the alpha male in the house. You understand? I'm trying to build you guys over here. You understand? You love your wife. You give her your kidneys if she needs. You understand? I'm not saying that. But my wife, there's certain things she doesn't know. There are things that happen in my life she will never know.
I think let me engage with this. I do think, right, that conceptually and practically, yes. I would say that you shouldn't feel obligated to share every single thing with your partner.
Yeah, you have to have secrets.
That said, I don't think money or someone hitting on you or these funny stories are something you should hide. I'll give you an example of what I think would be okay not to share. If I have an experience that is deeply troubling or deeply personal, or even just personal in a way that it's hard to explain. I'm trying to think of an example. For example, if I get news at work, right, that there was a terrible accident and one of my coworkers was injured, and I cried, and it made me feel like less of a, like a real bad person and things like that. I don't know if I would share that or not.
You could tell your wife, but don't tell you cried. You could say, well, John, he's a very good friend of mine.
But I don't think you should tell. We overshare too much in general with everyone today.
No, because women, they size you up by nature. Even their wife, they want to see how strong you are. If they see any weakness, they're going to dive right into it. You understand? Not all, I'm telling you. Well, what I said about business, you see, I was in the retail business. I'm very successful. I was in New York City. Grocery stores and things of that nature. I'm not talking about big retail stores. She didn't know how many businesses I had. She didn't know how much income I was getting. The only person who knew was my accountant, my lawyer, and my will. But she never asked how much you made, Omar, how much money you have. She knows you always has money in that bank account. That's all she needs to know. That she's able to buy the food, to pay the rent, pay the electricity, buy her clothes, whatever she wants. I have never said no to. I'm honest with you guys. I have never said no to her like a child. Oh, you can't get this. No, never. She always had whatever she wants. But men have to keep the secrets. You need to have some stuff that she don't need to know because she doesn't size you up. I know you, my friend here. How do you pronounce your name? I'm an idiot when it comes to names. Chris. I know you're in a new relationship. I wish you a lot. I'm not trying to judge you or anything, but usually it doesn't. I don't know how to say this because you're gonna think it's not. I'm not talking to you, so don't get upset at me.
I get what you're saying. I'm also not in a new relationship. I'm not sure if that's what you said.
It doesn't work. When women have large income, you have little. It works for a while. It's women by nature.
How long is a while?
Well, I mean, like 5 years, 6 years. By nature, they're not providers. You're the
vast
provider.
majority of relationships crumble way before the 5-year mark.
No, but I will work 20 years, and I'd be proud that I supported my wife. I would feel good that I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I would never see her as a burden. Oh, look, I'm giving her money. She's staying at home. But the wife, a woman, she would not do that. Whick, if he stayed home 20, if Whick stayed home 20 years playing video games, just cleaning the house and everything, his wife is not going to take it. What am I doing with this idiot? You understand? All the men, what am I doing here? I'm supporting Whick.
The problem is, Omar, that like with every word that you have said, like it's all of it. They're being sized up by your partner, being secretly judged by how much you make, being like seen as the stoic symbol that is expected to provide the emotional support, not being able to share stories because like you think they might be irrationally jealous. All of it is what like I with the strongest terms possible, stand against. Like, I think that is literally what makes relationships crumble. I mean some disrespect when I say this, but it sounds like you're describing a side fling to me, not a partnership. Plus,
What's
not
a
to
side
mention
fling?
that,
What's that?
someone that you're fucking on the side and you want to
Oh,
keep
no, no,
to
no,
them to
no.
be able to fuck
That's what
them, but like there is nothing else
she's
that
the
you're planning
queen
on.
of the house. She's the queen of the house.
No, I don't mean in your relationship. I mean that's
No,
what
I
it
know,
sounds
but
like the description of the relationship. Plus, like even the part of what you said, like not to mention never saying no and buying her what she wants. Even like aside again, that this just feels like giving gifts to a mistress. Like look at Whick. He's not made of money. The fuck of an expectation is that he's like never going to be able to say no. Look at my boy. Look at him
Yeah, but
crying. You made him sad for no reason at all. And he was so hopeful a minute ago. We were solving his issues, and now he's fucking miserable. Look at him.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying, she's not going to ask something I can't afford. I'll tell her we can't afford that. She's not going to say,
Yeah, but
Omar,
then she judges you. Then you have proven to be an undesirable mate.
no,
Okay, you should have
no,
done better.
she could tell. She knows the house is paid for, the car's too outside.
Wait, the
She
house
knows-
isn't paid for. You were given that house, right? Like it's a
Let me
generational
ask.
home. You said.
Let me ask you this, Chris.
No,
Let me
no,
ask
what
you
I
this,
meant,
Chris.
wait,
Oh,
wait. What I meant is, hold on. What I meant is the way we live. But I bought the house. I live with my mother and father. My father died. We live, and I got my kids downstairs, and one of them is married already. So I have a big house, like three floors. But I meant generational home. I didn't mean we inherited it. I meant the way we're living in it. Like here in America, you don't find a lot of people living with their mother and father when they're married and they already have 6 kids. You don't
Omar.
find that.
Omar,
Huh.
do you think that do you think a wife should keep anything from her husband?
Yeah, I don't want to know what she do with her girlfriend. You know, my wife sometimes she'll
Okay.
come.
Okay, you think
Hold
so?
on, hold on. No, I'm gonna tell you. Sometimes my wife she'll go out to do a wedding or something. She'll come up with some dumb story that I don't want to even hear. I'm on the computer and I have to listen to it. She's like, oh, and she'll confuse
No,
the
no, no,
daylight
no, no,
out
no.
of me.
What I
Rick
mean by
doesn't
this?
mean that kind of
No,
question.
what I
Say
mean
that
by
she was
this? What
being
I mean
hit
by
on.
this?
She went
Okay,
shopping for
no,
groceries.
stop. So Omar, so say your wife, someone hits on her at work, or she's at a
Doesn't
grocery
work.
store. She's at a grocery store buying food for your kids and things.
Yeah,
Someone hits on her. Should she keep that information from you just in case you get jealous?
yeah. I'm gonna tell you why.
So
If she
yes,
wasn't
she
vi-
should. To be clear.
No, I'm gonna tell you. No, she shouldn't tell me. I'm gonna tell you why. Unless she was violated, but if somebody talks to her, I don't want her to come and tell me, and I go out like an asshole with a gun looking for the guy. That's a bad wife or a bad girlfriend that tells her the guy at the grocery store hit at me. Then you go fight. She's
Okay,
creating a problem.
I'm
That's
gonna say this,
dangerous.
Chris. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
but that
say
is
this,
so
Chris. I think I'm
removed.
on Omar's side here with that. Like,
Yeah.
if this is just his standard in
you're telling
general,
me just to
okay.
hold on, just so I can clarify. You're telling me that if you go shopping with your wife and she instigates
together?
a relationship where you have to beat the fuck out of some guy that she wanted for him to hit on her, you don't think that's a good relationship? Do we have any other fucking nuggets of knowledge we want to drop on chat today whilst we at it? Hey, Cernus in Wick's chat. You know what? Don't eat your own shit.
I don't even see
I'm
the
fucking
chance.
full of advice today.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna tell you, that was not the question he asked. He said, if she was at the grocery store and somebody say, hey, baby, you look good. How about, every time, whatever. Nothing happened. He never touched her. She never felt afraid. There's no need to tell me that. I don't need that information because then as a man, I'd have to go to that fucking alpha thinking and go look for the guy to prove to her that I'm the protector. Some wives, they do that and people get killed. A smart wife should not tell her husband that somebody said, hi, baby. Oh, you look good. I don't need to know that stuff. But if he touched her and she felt violated, then I have to know because I have to go take care of that problem. But there's no need for me to know stupid stuff that happened.
Right,
Or
if
somebody
he-
whistle
yeah,
at
No,
her.
I'm
sure.
Team
I
Omar now,
misunderstood
Chris.
what-
I'm Team
Yeah,
Omar
no,
now
sure.
because
Sure,
if
but
this
here's
is
the-
just
here's
a
the
thing
thing.
where
If-
he thinks that people should have private information instead.
This no, but this isn't
fair.
the
Yeah.
thing with private. This isn't the stance in private private information. What you just said itself sounds to me like a problem. If a guy saying, "Hey babe, how you doing?" to your woman is so much of an issue that you need to go and beat the shit out of him when it
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
reciprocated
That's
by
my
your
wife.
wife. Yeah, but you
Yeah.
can't walk up to her and be like, "Hey, look, she's my wife, and I'd appreciate if you didn't call her babe." Because I
Well,
guarantee you, if you do that, the guy's gonna go "Sure, no worries."
What I'm
Didn't know
saying
she was
is,
with you.
yeah, I understand. You're right, absolutely. What I'm saying, sometimes there's certain information that could be chaos or create a dangerous problem for everybody. There's no need for me to know. It's not necessary for her to come.
Sure,
Hi, baby.
please,
You know what happened? The guy at the grocery store told me he likes me. I don't need to know that. Then I have to go beat him up.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying because I have a thing that I've spoken about in chat regarding like my own jealousy issues. So like I'm willing to meet you in the middle. Sure, there are going to be situations where you don't want to play into your partner's insecurities if you know that your partner's volatile. Sure. However, if you have like that type of a reaction to someone doing something like that, then like you not only do you need to like look into that and figure out your own biases, you've just reaffirmed a problem that you've agreed is a problem earlier because you just said that men are afraid of talking to other women. Like, yeah, I'd be afraid too if every woman out there potentially had a lunatic partner that's going to beat the fuck out of me for trying to hit on
but
her.
she's not gonna tell me there's no need. Nothing happened. There was no violence. She didn't feel afraid.
Absolutely. But be that as it may,
hold on. He didn't touch her. She was not violated. I don't need to know that. If my wife comes and tells me that somebody said, you know, he tried to come up to her, I think that's wrong for her to tell me because she's gonna put me in a position where I have to, you know, defend. Let me give you an example. This happened true. A young neighbor of mine, a long time ago, it's about 10 years ago. His girlfriend, she had, you know, a shirt in the summer and she could see her belly. She got in the elevator and the guy just said, hey, what's up, baby? And he put his finger on her belly like, you know, it was nothing. The idiot, she wouldn't have told her boyfriend. The boyfriend came, boom, he got killed. And that guy got beat up by the neighborhood kids. These are young people. And if she had just shut up, went up the elevator, nothing happened to her, there was no need to give that information to this kid. I know they used to call him Moonrock, because, you know, in the streets. And he ended up dying.
Moonrock in the streets? Okay.
No, because I used to have businesses and work in an area where there's like a Hispanic and black neighborhood.
That was his gang name.
Yeah, his street name. But what I'm saying that he was a nice kid, got me rest in peace. When I saw that, I said, if that idiot, that BITCH, had to shut her mouth up, nothing happened. She's not violated. The guy did not touch her anywhere near. It wasn't very bad to her. He flirted with her. The guy could have been alive. That guy could have went on his way, and everybody's happy, and the neighborhood is safe. The police did not need to get involved. Ambulances would never have come. And
I was with you, but now I can't be with you anymore because
why?
Because the issue,
I want to be able to address that super specifically because like we're getting fucking lost.
Oh, let me get this out, and then you can. Okay.
This is my show now,
Chris.
Oh my gosh.
I don't want to mute you, but I will.
He's colonizing.
I don't want to mute you, but I will. But let me tell you this, Omar. That's not the woman's fault. That's the man's fault. The man had the choice how to react to that information. We can't blame women for reacting poorly. Now, I'm with you. Yeah. I'm with you in the sense that,
unnecessary information.
Yeah, you don't need to go share everything with your significant other. You don't. But no, the issue isn't the woman in this case. The issue is the guy who decided to go out and beat someone up or tried to.
You're cutting off.
Chris, you're roboting.
He's so upset and mad at us. He's gonna.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Wick. Let me just get this through.
Yeah,
Wick.
Chris, you're roboting. I don't.
There was not this girl. Her name is Jasmine. I still remember their name. It was not necessary to go tell her boyfriend. Her boyfriend is in the neighborhood. He's a gang member. The guy is not even from the neighborhood. He was visiting. If she had just took the elevator, get off her floor, he got off his floor, nothing happened. Her boyfriend would still be alive. The police department would not have to come. The taxpayers would never lost. The taxpayers would never lost. Yeah, $20,000 in the morgue.
Okay,
to
right.
The kid.
Fuck. Before my internet starts cutting out again.
Sorry,
if you want for the point to stand on its own, that like we are all in agreement that you don't need to share every single detail of your life, then you would first need to find me someone who thinks that you do. Because like we've gotten to this point because I said that I shared. No. I shared a story with my girlfriend about how I was getting hit on, and I didn't even realize. And we laughed about it. No, hold on. Necessity isn't how you make decisions in a relationship. No one here is saying that you should share every single.
Shared it to feel good about yourself. That's what it is.
You do understand in the story. I didn't know I was being hit on until like she made me aware of that.
Yeah, I know,
fact.
but you told your significant other you wanted to tell her either for two things. You wanted to feel good or you wanted to feel like
I
you
was
are
giving
getting
her
hit.
an update on my day.
No, that you are getting hit by other women to create this action or this scenario that you are wanted by other females. It's not necessary. That's information that you don't need to share with anybody. You understand?
Sure, but the issue that you're having is that like all of your psychoanalysis hinges on the thing that you have like an incredibly rigid sort of view on how men and women interact, which I don't share, nor does my girlfriend. Like when we share what we're going through during the day, when I shared the story of like what happened on the tram, I didn't have like a 3,000 IQ plan on the back of my head that because I earn less than she does, so she is in a way the primary breadwinner, I need to create an illusion in her life that she knows I have the choice and she doesn't, because I'm also the masculine man who like will beat up anyone who's like even looks at her wrong. Like making decisions like that in a relationship leads to like a fucked up relationship.
No, we gotta be. I'm married 22 years. What I was saying, I'm not gonna beat up people. What I'm saying, like he said, if he was at the grocery store, some guy, he probably didn't even know she was married. He doesn't know. Probably he didn't know. He just thought, he talks to her. Oh, hi, how are you? You look good. I never seen you around here. That kind of talk. I don't need to know that.
Sure, but what?
So
hey, $5.
The issue is different here. You don't need to know that, granted, so that if she shared that information with you, if you say, "Hey, babe, I don't feel like I don't really want to hear about these kinds of things because it just doesn't work with me," and she then like from now onwards she doesn't give you that information, that is fucking all bueno. You've communicated effectively. You have now like dealt with an issue that would have come up again at some point in the future, presumably.
No,
however, that is because that is a value that you hold, and I don't want to like sit here and do armchair psychology again with like the whole insecurity thing. That just isn't a value that I hold particularly.
What I want to do right now is say $5 from Testicle Johnson to say, Whick, you once said the solution to male loneliness is to make sure women are less educated. Could you elaborate on that? Why are you making things up, Testy Johnson? Why are you making things up? That is my question. You owe me another $10 for your lies. That is the lie tax. I will expect a super chat and an apology before the end of the show. I will let you guys go. I have to use the restroom real quick. But continue armchair psychology. Let me leave you with this to discuss as you go. Right? What is the solution to well, do we think marriage is an institution we should stand at all these days? Like, has it gone the way of the dodo? Anyway, I'll be back.
Marriage is the institution that holds society together. We need marriage. Believe it or not, I think men should have 2-3 wives or 4 wives.
If you've mentioned earlier that you're Muslim,
if they could afford it. Yeah, if they could afford it. That's
obviously, like, I will disagree. Not even necessarily with, like, the institution of marriage. I just, like, generally speaking, believe in, like, the maximum freedom of choice. So, like, if you want to get married, you should be able to get married. If you want to have multiple wives and your wives are fine with you being the sole husband, then that is also bueno. I just don't like with societies that, like, impose uneven gender dynamics and very uneven power balances, who then say that, like, this is the best way to live. Because, like, yeah, sure, you can have 3 wives, but, like, I don't know how much that is worth in a society where women aren't seen as equal.
Yeah, but let me tell you first, we're going to get to the 3 wives, why I believe in marriage. You see, marriage is a contract. Forget about the government. The government doesn't even have to get involved. Marriage is a contract between you and your significant other that you are committed to a lifelong relationship, which sometimes doesn't last in Western society. The reason I said it's good to have 4 wives or 2 wives, because in Western society, a man will have a girlfriend in New York, in Brooklyn. These are boroughs in New York. And he has another girlfriend in Staten Island. That's another borough. And another girl in North Carolina. And he'll have these babies. They don't know each other. Maybe they could meet in the future. First of all, he has children out of wedlock, and he leaves them. They are the burden on the government. His children might meet one day, marry each other. They don't even know they're brothers and sisters. You understand how society is? If you
I don't get how marriage solves that. How does marriage solve like like say a child's born in wedlock, but then you divorce?
No, because let's say if I'm married to 3 women, I'm responsible for these women. They are my wives. So I know who my children are, and my children know the other children, because we are one family. Because my wife will accept that. If I told my wife, listen, I want to get married, and she'll say yes. Take a little convincing.
Are we discussing polygamy right now? I went to the restroom.
It's not polygamy. It's
no. What I'm saying is that
it's one husband, 3 wives. That's
polygamy.
You
Yeah,
love
sure,
me.
but if you want to, like,
I
if
know
we're
Wick
talking
is
about like
gonna
the
Wick.
hyperrectal sense, then like you
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
polygamy might not be the go-to here.
Is it necessary to have 3, 4 girlfriends, or to have girlfriends, or to have one night stands and have these kids out of wedlock? You're not responsible for them. You don't educate them. You don't support them, and the government has to pick up the
Yeah,
tab on
but
that.
the binary is like incredibly flawed. You're assuming that like
One more thing,
one
you guys are not.
individual. No.
Okay,
But
go
hold
ahead.
on, Omar. You're assuming the individual has the choice. Like he is either capable of simultaneously handling
No, they
3
can't. I
wives,
can't.
or
I
he's so
can't.
no, sure. But you're saying that like, or he's so
Yeah.
incompetent, right? He's so incompetent that he will just like keep having kids out of wedlock.
Hey, how many
The
wives
guy who
could you
keeps
handle,
having
Chris?
kids out of how many wives could I
Yeah,
handle? I don't
Omar
even
can
have
handle
one
3. How about
currently.
you?
Nah, I could handle 2. That's it.
Well, Omar can handle 2. Fair enough. That's more realistic. That's fair. Chris, what do you
I
think?
could support. And I could support 2.
Good to know. Chris.
I can't support one.
My wife's
Fair
gonna
enough.
beat the daylight out of me. What I'm saying is that this is. I mean, I know you're just talking hyperrectly, whatever the words are. What I'm saying is that sometimes people say, "No, you can't have 2 wives. You guys are backward in Arabia. Oh, you can't have 3 wives." Yeah, but you have 3 girlfriends.
No, it's fuck.
Huh?
It's not that, Omar.
Huh?
It's not that you
You go
can't
to the
have 3
club. You go to the
wives.
club. You get drunk and you whip it out in the bathroom, and there's a child being born over there, and you're like, "Oh well, you know, you can't have that."
Dotzel, thank
Huh?
you for the raid of 8 new Wickers in chat. Thank you.
Son,
I can
guys, let me
handle
tell 'em.
I can handle plenty of wife raids.
Omar,
Okay.
tell Wick we have to make the show weekly, guys. If not, you're not gonna support the channel.
Yeah, you guys gotta.
not
And if you guys
blackmailing
like this show, okay, hit that like button. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch or Kick, hit the follow. Subscribe to the channel. Throw some bits, throw some subs, throw some super chats. Financial support's
Yeah.
what's gonna make or break us. So yeah, keep giving me money.
support him.
Yeah, if I
Polygamy.
can just jump in for
Do you have a
the 3
problem with
girlfriends, the
polygamy?
3 wives. It's
It was
fuck.
good.
The problem. The problem isn't that I don't have a problem with any of that. The issue is that generally speaking, when it comes to like this like hyper narrow view of 1 husband, 3 wives, is that it tends to come from people who are fetishizing the culture of a place that doesn't consider women to be equal. Now, if there is a case in the Western world, let's just like create a fucking utopia scenario in our head where the women, like all of it is fucking bueno as far as like all the ethics go, and the 3 women decide that, you know what, Omar, I fuck with you so much that like 3 of us want to be with you. I have no issue with that whatsoever. But it seems like there is a huge fucking trend where with our freedoms in the Western world and with our sensibilities, women just aren't wanting to do that.
They don't even want one male. The women are having sex
The
with
vast
each other. What's wrong with
majority,
you?
the vast majority of women do want one, and there is nothing of statistics or nothing that you
In
can
our
point to
society,
that like says that any of
Chris,
that is influencing like more
Chris,
lesbians.
in Yemen society, maybe 1% have more than 1 wife because it's a headache, and you get diabetes, you get blood pressure because you're always fighting. But the whole idea, you have to understand the framework of having more wives. They have to have separate dwellings. They have to have the same everything, and it's hard because it's a religious obligation. It's not a social obligation. If you're not able to fulfill the equalness in love and dwelling in luxury, whatever it is, then you are in a sin. So a lot of men avoid that. What I'm saying here, you're saying that they're not equal. You said that because we see women as not equal. You guys are not seeing women not equal because you're able to go have sex with her in a hotel or in a motel for half an hour, and that's it. You don't provide. There's no emotion to that relationship. Child born out of wedlock. You don't support that child. What are you doing?
What happens if there
Why
is
do
no
you hate
child?
women,
Are you still
Chris?
against the
Huh?
Are you still against the behavior? If there is no
We gotta
child
get
that
you
comes
2
out of
wives.
it,
Huh? What is it?
if there is no child that comes as a result of it, are you still against the behavior?
I think behavior. Yeah, I think it's wrong.
Yeah.
Listen,
Okay. So let's
I'm
not
not an
harp
angel.
on the child
I'm
out
gonna
of
be honest with you.
wedlock.
I'm not an angel. I did a lot of shit. Okay. I haven't been a good guy all my life, but because if I say that, I'm a fucking hypocrite. I'd be lying to you.
Hey, people are asking where you're from, by the way.
Me, from Yemen. It's a small country. Yemen, Arabia, next to Saudi Arabia. But we're the Mexico of Arabia. We have no money. So what I'm saying is that here, that
Go on, please.
women are cheapened by leisure sex or hookups or booty calls. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to hit all sections of our YouTube here, from the ghetto to the Beverly Hills. So But you guys like, oh, yeah, the women, they're not equal. These Arabs are backward. Look how they treat their women. Look at them. They got 2 wives. But you don't understand that these women are living a good life. They are raising children for the next generation. They are not abused.
But just to be clear, a
It's
good life that is
alcoholism.
like
Huh?
incredibly. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that they aren't living good life, whatever that might mean in the context. What I mean is that there is immense societal pressure in order to sort of keep them in that general sort of relationship style and dynamics. When I'm talking about like the fact that we've rejected that in the Western world, what I mean is that if I meet a girl and we both decide that, hey, you know what, we just want to go into that hotel room and fuck, and I'm no fan of promiscuity culture, but that is 2 adults making a consensual decision in order to perform some kind of an action, and then we both leave having understood what we're doing. If my partner has had values instilled with her from like very fucking heavy societal judgment of, let's say, being very tradcon, then I would probably argue that, yeah, that isn't a choice that she's making as much as it was like forced into her.
So, I mean, I don't understand that you find out it's okay that for people
That's-
just to meet and hook up and leave. I mean,
But wait,
Hold on. I don't
No,
know.
no,
I don't know what
stop,
okay or
stop,
not okay
please,
means.
Chris. I have a question for you. Like, how is that different than any kind of cultural or societal thing being instilled into you? Because
Yeah,
yes,
sure. So
everyone
that
is
super, yeah,
influenced by their
that's super easy
society
to
and
answer.
culture,
Yeah.
right?
I
So
always
it
get,
doesn't
like,
it doesn't
yeah, but that's like easy to
matter.
answer. I always get confused to shit when
Thank you
people
for the
like
gift sub.
pose a question like this on a panel and they act like all confused. Generally speaking, you'll have societies like American society. America's like a fucking excellent example to point to for this. Okay, I'm going to bring this background back up for this. America has a culture and a society where you can criticize parts of that culture and society rather freely. You might face some backlash from your peers, but generally speaking, that is going to be just from your peers, and that's for like, you're not going to end up in jail, you're not going to end up fucking murdered by the police, you're not going to end up stoned. You can go into the town square and say that, hey, I believe that you should live your life as a gay man and be happy for it. And in America, you might fucking go to like some, I don't know, Wisconsin or some shit. I don't know,
I
what's
don't
it,
have
like
an
a
issue with
conservative area. No, I understand that you don't, but the places that we seem to be praising cultures of, and I'm not sure about Yemen specifically, do have
Oh,
an
no,
issue
you
with
can't
that,
do that there.
because in vast majority of those, you can't be gay legally. So like, yeah, it's not that different, Whick, in the sense that your culture shapes you, but in one of those cultures, if I don't like the shaping, I can go to City Square and yell my fucking ass off about it.
I'm with you.
And in the other, I dare to do that and I get stoned.
But I was more just
Yeah,
to
I don't
clarify
put
what I
your
was
stone no more.
saying. I was responding to the idea, right, that I thought I heard you say, and maybe I misheard you say, was that the reason that someone's coming from a trad background and doesn't like the one night stand, hookup, promiscuity culture was because of their religious
Yeah.
upbringing.
I'm
No,
asking
just to clarify on that, so we're not confused. What I'm talking about is that, like, if all of us have backgrounds, all of us have upbringing, some of us have more tradcon parents, some of us have less tradcon parents. I'm not against instilling certain values in your children. I'm just saying that, like, if some of the values that you instill in your children is that, like, anyone who strays from this norm needs to be beaten back into it, that I have massive issue with.
I understand. I'm gonna ask you a question, guys. Here, both of you. We live in a society that, like he said, porn is right there on the phone, everything there, sexualizing. You could go into disco shop. Why will all this sexualization of this society are not producing? They're in decline in birth rates, and you have all this sex all around you, all this freedom to do whatever you want, to hook up and all that stuff. You're still not producing no more because a man and a woman are the same now. It's like having 2 mules. You know what a mule can't have babies. So, you know, it's like 2 mules walking around. You understand? Why do you think, Chris, that these societies are in decline with birth rates?
Oh yeah, that's like, it seems to be the case that the more economically free we become, free in the sense that like we can pursue other goals, then it
Selfish.
seems to just be that like people don't really want to make kids. Because like it is the case that like in my current situation in life, I can bang out a little shit and it can run around like look like half me, half the person I'll probably grow to hate in 15 years. And that's okay. But like at the same time, I can't anymore do any of the things that I might otherwise want to do. Like me and my girlfriend, we have careers that we're pursuing, we have certain freedoms that we enjoy, we have things that we do that we like doing.
Selfish.
And the more you do that in the Western world, then the less of a desire you have to have a kid.
Selfish.
I mean, you can call it that, sure, but I don't know. Like, I wouldn't exactly consider it a virtue that like you have a desire to procreate and like you need to start banging out kids as soon as possible. Especially Omar, if your expectation is that your wife stays at home and takes care of them while you continue retaining the quality of life that you have currently.
Okay, question for Omar from
Yes.
from Ice Beans. Okay.
Yes.
There is a difference between, is this a question or a statement? It's a question/statement, so bear with me. There is a difference between treating a woman like a queen, which sounds very much like the popular Muslim trope of treating their women like wrapped candies, and treating them like an equal partner. In the West, we go for treating your partner equally and not like an object.
Okay, well, what do you mean by equal? I mean, she should go out with me and wear pants and run around wherever I go. I mean, we have a social structure since the day we got married. She's a partner in everything. And wait, hold on. When we make decisions on our children's education, when we bought the house and all that stuff, she was a major decision maker in that area that belongs to her, in that realm that belongs to her. But my realm is the business world. I'm a provider. And when we were 18 years old, she knew what she was getting into, because culturally, that's how we were raised. We function greatly. 22 years of happy marriage, no problem, no issues, living the good life of Western America's life. This country has been very good financially to us. But you see, the idea is, what's equal? What do you want me to be equal with her? What do you want us to go walk around naked outside so you guys can say we're equal? You want us to go to the beach? She wears bikini and I wear shorts. What's equal to you guys?
Yeah, sure. So if I was to steal what the chat is asking, if I imagine that they're like after my own heart, then equal, generally speaking, means that they have like a freedom to choose the values that they want to go through life with, and then those values either will or will not align with yours, and then at that point you will decide if you want.
There's no marriage. If she has different values, then we are two separate entities. Then we can't have a marriage. If we have the reason that we,
it's not about Omar. It's not about having different values to you. No, because you misunderstood what I'm saying. It's not about having different values to you. It's about having different.
The reason we're together is she could like Trump and I could like Biden. It doesn't make no sense. I don't know what you wanted to do, but the reason that we're together is because we have the same values. We're a partner. We see life the same way.
Again, it's not. That's not what it means. It's not about you two having same values. It's the idea that women can have different values. Like one woman can have different values to another woman, to a third woman, to a fourth woman.
What do you want me to give my wife that she's missing that you think she needs?
No, it's, again, I'm just explaining like
what do you want to give to Omar's? No, answer the question, Chris. What do you want to give to Omar's wife?
What do you want me to give her that she's...
What do I want to give to you? I don't understand the question.
What do you think Omar's wife... Let me translate. Let me translate.
Let me translate. I'm sure I'm going to understand.
Let me translate. Okay, so what do you think that Omar's wife lacks that you think that she is missing, that you think she needs or should need, that she does not have, that Omar is not giving?
I have no fucking idea about Omar's wife. That wasn't to do. That had nothing to do with the question. No, Omar, because you didn't. Yeah, because you've again, like I was saying for the third time, you misunderstood what equal means.
You ran away from the question.
There is no running away. The question makes no sense. Equal in the context means that you can have 3 women with different values and 3 guys with different values, and they will choose who they want to have as their partner in terms of who aligns with their values. So me and my girlfriend have relatively similar values, right?
Thank you, Wick. That's me.
No, Omar, we're not talking about you specifically. I understand you're on the panel, but we're talking about cultures, broadly speaking.
The guy who asked the question, he said that they need to be equal. I said, what do you want me to do to make her equal? What do you want me to do that she's not enjoying right now? She doesn't have to worry about bills. She doesn't have to financially. She doesn't have to worry about anything. Her only worry is that the children are dressed good. Children are being raised good as good citizens. They will be able to function as good citizens when they get out in the world. She provides for me food, dinner, we eat, and we enjoy our life. We go out in the car once in a while. We go to the park. We go to... I mean, what do you want me to do? You want me to put
clarify one quick clarifier, and then like if we keep rambling about this, I'll just
that's what I'm saying. Sure. We gotta wrap this up.
Do you Omar, do you understand the difference between like your individual relationship and like the culture that we're talking about, broadly speaking? So like you have a wife that's like a traditional, and that is A-okay. The criticism is when the wife has to be traditional.
No, she doesn't have to be. If she doesn't have to, she don't have to marry me. She knew who I am when she got married to me.
Sure, so that is your individual thing. I'm
She
talking
could have
about
said,
like the
Omar.
culture
She could
now.
have said, Omar, I don't think you're good for me. You're old fashioned. You
Okay, so
believe in this
yeah, but
stuff.
you can.
I'm not
So
going
you
to
don't
force her.
understand.
I mean, why would I force her to marry? If we don't share the same values, then we don't have a marriage.
Like, yeah,
We
sure,
don't
but
have
you're
we
not
don't have a
answering the
partnership.
question.
What's the question? Give it to me.
I'm asking you if you understand the difference between your individual relationship and the culture in which women are expected to be trad cons. If like you understand that, I can levy criticism at a culture that is raising women to specifically suit to the traditional life, but that
Isn't
doesn't
that
mean
good?
that every single woman is not going to find appeal in traditional life.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the. I mean, this is where we were raised. I mean, what do you want me to do? Western society's idea of freedom is to have the women go out in bikinis outside on the beach and show everybody her ass, or go out to dance in the weekend without her husband, get drunk. You don't know if she got laid or not. Or have a fight outside because everybody's drunk. Your husband and the wife are drunk. What do you want me to do?
Hey, if Whick is willing, if Whick was willing to do this, we can pull up the Pornhub searches based on geography, and you can
Not gonna do
find
that.
out what
Okay,
Islamic
okay,
countries are going for.
$10
okay?
from
Doesn't
cut.
matter. I'm not
10
defending.
bucks.
I'm
10.
defending myself.
Let me
I'm
earn my
the
money.
ideal. Hold on. Okay.
$10 from
I
Testicle
forget.
Johnson to say, I apologize for lying about you, Wick. On a more serious note, Omar has made a lot of good points tonight. You and Chris could learn a thing or two from his wisdom gained
Thank
through his
you.
life experience.
See,
Thank you
I'm
for the
winning
$10.
here.
I will say I hate to cut this short, but I do have another appointment that I have to get to tonight. Gang, if you've liked this show, this was our first time doing this, okay, together. But will it be our last? That depends on you. That depends on you, audience. If you like this content, if you like what we do, send me some money, right? Bits, subs, super
Send me
chats,
some money.
like, comment on the video, all these things. Don't go anywhere while this segment might be ending, and I want to give each
Hold
of these.
on. Wait.
Yeah, I want to give you an outro. I'll give you an outro. Don't get me wrong. But I just want to say in about 10 to 15 minutes, Vaush might be late. We are going to have Vaush on to moderate a debate where I will be joining in. Me, Lonerbox, and Professor Meat will be fighting with President Sunday, Doe, and Sirius about political violence versus nonviolence. Should be interesting. Should be fun. Omar, what you got for us at the end?
First of all, I want to tell Chris, I hope I have not said something you think is personal to you.
It's okay. You don't have to worry about that.
It's just we just debated. Sometimes he gets a little heated. It's okay, but I still have much respect for you as a person and whatever you're choosing. At the end of the day, what I'm saying is that society should have rail guards, whatever you want to call them, and men or women. I'm gonna say this: they're not equal. I'm gonna say that they're not equal in the sense of a male and female relationship. The man has to be dominant in the relationship. Well, and I don't mean dominant as in bad or beat up, and dominant as being the protector, the provider, the one she could looks at and feels good that she's protected. That even you understand, no matter how much money women make, women are social creatures. They're emotional creatures. They need relationship and they need to be loved. Men are hunter gatherers. You understand? They are very rigid, unloyal, and they do a lot of things. Anyway, at the end of the day, I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Wick, I hope you're gonna have me next week and try to work this thing out. Maybe it's gonna
we'll
succeed.
get the format, gang. We'll
All right.
talk after this, obviously, on these things. But for now, gang, Chris, where can people find you?
Yeah, sure. So again, my name is Chris Speaks. I go by, well, no, my name is Chris. I go by Chris Speaks. It's Chris is spelled K-R-Y-S. You can find me predominantly on Twitch. I'll be sure to plug my shit in Wick's chat in a second anyway. Yeah, I mean, I've enjoyed the conversation, genuinely. Thank you for having me on. It was fun. I hope that next time you're doing this Wick, you advertise for it a little bit, okay? Because I know that you're hyped for your Vaush shit and you've left your boy behind. But it's okay. It is what it is. I understand how it goes. And yeah, I would just say just to wrap up the whole thing, I've heard a lot of criticisms towards where masculinity is at currently and a lot of sympathy for sort of men's issues that I genuinely feel for. But then that was followed by a lot of prescriptions that I believe would make the whole situation worse by sort of enforcing strict gender roles that are just like holding us back. And yeah, that's kind of it from me. If you guys enjoyed me, find my Twitch, click that follow button, and I'll see you again quite soon.
I shouted it out.
I followed him too.
Yeah, I shouted it out in the channel, gang. Give him a follow. He's a great guy. It was fun. I hope you enjoyed it. But for now, I'm going to say bye to both of you. So, adieu, Omar. I'll see you next week. And Chris, adieu as well. I'll see you when I see you. Bye.
All right,
Friday panel.
Okay.
Boom. Dang. Wow. What a discussion. Did you guys like that format? What do you think? Was he a good co-host? Is this something we should do more of? So the concept, as I'm thinking in my head, the format like that I'm thinking in my head is this kind of thing where me and Omar bring on someone, we talk about an issue that's important to them. And let's see what happens, right? Simple, easy. I don't know. If you guys liked it, you know what to do. I'm gonna see if Professor Meat is available. In fact, Professor Meat, if you're watching this, jump backstage. Let's talk for a few minutes because we got a few minutes before our next segment here. We got Vaush coming soon. But he may be a little late. When he gets here, I'm not sure. That's the thing. I'm not sure if we're doing it in my Discord. I'm not sure if we're doing it in StreamYard. I'm not running this show. I'm participating in this show. So I'm not sure about the format exactly and precisely. So we're gonna bring on Professor Meat and talk to him for a little bit before. Yo, what up?
What's up, bud?
Oh, it's been a day.
Yeah,
Give me a second.
What you have going on?
Did you see any of that just happened?
No, I just caught the end just a second ago.
Yeah, I'm trying a new
Chris
format,
Speaks and some
right?
other guy.
So, hold on, give me 1 second. First of all, you got a camera for us, buddy?
I'm getting it right now. I don't have it set up quite yet. Gotta fix my lighting and stuff, but I'll be good for the thing.
Beautiful. Yeah, so Vaush is gonna be a little late. Not sure how much. It's up in the air. And hopefully, but he's committed. He's here, right? So unless he dies in a car accident on the way home or something, I don't know. We'll probably have this show. Or if Sunday runs away, that might be a thing. He's ran from us twice already, which is annoying.
True.
But we're going to get it. We're gonna get it done. I will say that I do regret having this conversation on the same day I having the Vaush conversation because the subject matter was entirely different. So I'm having to kind of get into the swing of the political nonviolence. We were talking about red pill shit, basically.
Okay.
Is there anything you should ever keep from your significant other? Polygamy in marriage and things like that.
Okay. Was this the whole? What was this? Was this like a offshoot of the whole? Is it okay to cheat on your spouse if they don't find out thing?
No. Basically, it's a new format I'm doing for a new segment I'm trying to do. It's gonna be me and my co-host Omar, and we're gonna have guests on each week and just talk to them about issues that the guest cares about, and we'll see where it goes. Very loosey-goosey, right? Very free-flowing. But I think it's a good, solid kind of what's the word? Format, for lack of a better term. There's a better word for it. But yeah, it's a good format. And it's got strong bones, and I like Omar. I think he's funny and interesting, and I think we play well together. But yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Chris Speaks, thank you for the raid. 12 individual wickers now in chat. Thank you. Hit that follow button.
So what was the consensus? Lying to your spouse acceptable or not acceptable?
Well, it's not lying. Well, let me ask you this.
Omitting.
Okay. You're with your partner. You're at work or at the grocery store. Someone hits on you. Are you obligated to tell your partner about it? Should you tell your partner about it?
Is this for me or is this
Yeah,
just
it's for
the
you.
chat?
That's what I'm asking you. This is what the question was, right?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I don't know. I think stuff like that is just like that's totally just up to the relationship. I don't think there's any like really right or wrong answer. I think I don't know. Those are just some things that need to be negotiated. I think there are lots of people who don't want to be in a relationship unless they're like aware of stuff like that or something. I don't really know exactly why you would specifically want to be aware that someone hit on you at the grocery store, other than like some crippling insecurity that you feel is assuaged by the knowledge that your partner would feel comfortable telling you that it happened. But that's fine. You can have insecurities in a relationship and have people navigate them. And there's also people who like I know specifically aren't going to want to hear about that. Also, possibly due to crippling insecurities. I think that's fine. I don't know. You know, if your spouse looks shitty in an outfit, you know, maybe in some relationships you ought to tell them because they want to know. Maybe in some relationships they just want you to
Origin, just
feel
real
like it
quick.
looks fine. I don't know.
Just real quick. Origin, bring you on real quick. You gonna pay me money? You gonna donate, and I'll bring you on real quick. But we have a show in like ostensibly like 2 or 3 minutes here. Hey, let me see if Loner Box is around. Let me see if we can have like a little pre-meet up, right? A pre-meet up where we can kind of get my head in the game for the discussion to come. What angle? I haven't even talked to you about the angle that you're coming at.
Yeah.
Right? What do you think? Well, I DM Loner Box. Can you give me a TLDR of your take here?
Well, man, so I went through what research I could find. I've been more the interrogator, the inquisitor has always been my thing. Like I'm more like I've always been pretty epistemically I don't want to say epistemically humble, pretty hesitant to dole out epistemic like prescriptions. Like I'm more skeptical of other people's views, so I'm not this is a long-winded way of saying like I've never been like the research something super heavily guy. I've sort of been always been more of the well, none of the reasons I'm hearing why this should be true are really making sense to me kind of guy. So I went through what research I could. I'm not a big researcher. Went through mostly other people's research. Found some things on my own, but there aren't really very good justifications, scholastically, academically, for why violence is good or useful. The only things that I could really find seem to indicate their only consensus, even insofar as the data was like really bad. Even then, the best consensus seemed to be, well, protests can work when there is violence, but that's not like protests being able to work in spite of violence is not an advocation for violence, right? So my basic position. And you know, I mean, you and Lonerbox will probably, you guys might be doing most of the leading in terms of like research and papers and stuff. I don't know, but my basic position that I come from when I talk about this is, I kind of feel like we over intellectualize the issue and we sort of like lose track of like we're sitting here trying to intellectually justify what strategically could work a certain way or another. But I think if we just sort of like, I don't want to say touch grass, but if we all sit and think about people for a minute, like these people who are going to be like, oh shit, these people are freaking out, like these people are gonna fuck our shit up if we don't do what they say. Like these people don't exist that suddenly want to give them what they want. Like even if we're going to like try to imagine the archetype of like some cowardly person, I think any archetype of like political coward that we can imagine is going to be someone who's going to say, "Save me, daddy government." Right? They're not going to be like, "Oh, we'll give the people what they want."
I like that line. Just real quick, Origin, you paid $5 to have a statement. Have your statement.
Wow.
I just wanted to say that you better prepare for our conversation, Wick, because I'm going to take you to task, buddy. You better get your big guns out, buddy.
Are you flirting with me right now, or are we fighting? I don't know. I don't know which it is.
Both.
Are we gonna fuck?
I'm
or are we gonna
flirting and
fight?
fighting with you.
I will be ready. We'll figure it out. We'll set up a time. Thank you for the $5. Sir.
No problem.
Bye. So apparently we're going to be doing this in the group chat. I'm DMing right now with people. Gang, when it's time, when everyone's here, there will be a transition where you might not see me for a minute while I get the group chat set up. But you'll be able to hear me. Bear with me, please. I'm Boomer on Tech. That's how we go. But yes, to the subject at hand, Meat. I think that intuitively it does also make sense. Like, my argument works both on the data side of things as well as the intuitive side of things. It's just intuitively true that if you see someone beat the shit out of someone else, you're going to be naturally inclined to support whoever is getting the shit beat out of them, right? People don't like bullies. They don't like that kind of look. So when the people see the state doing the violence, they are more likely to be sympathetic towards the people the violence is being done to. Whereas if they see the people doing the violence to, like beating the shit out of cops, beating the shit out of other people, they tend not look kindly on that, regardless of the righteousness of the cause.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Again, I hate to give like appealing to grass grass touching kind of arguments because they can seem reductive or banal, but like it's sort of just it's like the idea that you don't get to demand things via violence or by destruction is sort of like one of the most basic properties of like civilization. Like that, like I hate to be crass, but or I hate to be crude, but like the part of the most fundamental points of a society of an organized civilization is that if someone comes along and says, "Well, we're gonna fuck your shit up if you don't give us what we want," then the society says, "All right, well, we're gonna fuck you up then." You know, I'm not arguing for fucking up protesters, but you know, I don't know. It's just like I don't I it just it's a very it seems like a very naive and unrealistic idea. I don't know how we ever got it, and I guess we didn't really get it. Like this is a very people are overwhelmingly anti-violent protesters, which is part of why it's a bad idea. They're very unsympathetic towards violence or destructive means in protest. So I mean, it makes sense. I guess I can't really say I don't know how we got here because we're not really here. This is a minority sort of position. But yeah, it's just it's out of touch. It's naive and unrealistic. People like we wouldn't be in a society if people didn't have a overwhelming disposition against anything like violent protest. The only time that violence makes sense to deploy is if you're trying to overthrow, like actually dissolve or overthrow an institution. And you know, you can make an argument that maybe we should dissolve the U.S. government, but I'm not making that argument.
Yeah, even there though, right? Like I don't know. So just full disclosure here. Us manly men are going to be working and stealing the work of a woman who was originally slated to be on my team instead of Lonerbox. She gathered tons of data, tons of research, and much like the manly men we are, we're just going to take it and run with it. But credit to Sulfur, just FYI. Gang, if you like the data that we bring tonight, if you like the stats and the arguments, a lot of that is credit. I'm going to credit Sulfur right now, right? I'm not going to do it in front of the enemies.
Props to her because a lot of people, when they do research on a subject, they try to find a lot of affirmative voices. They basically try to find all of the reasons why their position is correct. And I don't think that that's the most useful thing for this debate, if I'm being intellectually honest, because I mean, we all sort of know the reasons why nonviolent protests can be effective, right? But we grow up in school learning these things. But also, B, like, whenever you have a counter to the norm position that you're trying to find out whether it's correct or not, the best thing by far is to look at the arguments for that thing. And she included in her documents, like, multiple documents that were trying to advocate or steelman the position of, like, the efficacy of violent protest or mixed violent and nonviolent protest.
I will say it's a little intimidating, the amount of research that she did. It's always, I mean, I feel bad because again, we talked beforehand on the lead up to the first debate, and we're like, okay, well, let's hear our arguments, let's see where we're gonna go, let's cook something up. And she went out of her way to build research level kind of dissertation almost on this. A 40-page document, basically. Yeah, it weirds me out when people do that because I didn't ask them to, but it's nice that they did, right? Like I always feel like, oh, please don't destroy your sanity and your life on my account, especially since I ain't paying you shit, right? I don't know.
Yeah, she's clearly motivated on the topic. You know, she's interested in it. And she did it. Like I said, she did a good job finding multiple resources that were trying to steel man the position of violence or mixed violence. But I think it speaks to all the reasons that we are right in our position, that all of the resources that she could find were pretty weak. Like most of them weren't even like real statistical analyses. They were just like opening up with all this stuff about how no one has really empirically studied the subject of violence versus nonviolence, and then like 2 pages of rambling about Marxist theory. And I'm sorry if you're ever going, well, Marx says this, and therefore this is this. You're already lost the plot, because Marxist theory isn't like empirical.
I got
like,
you. Do you have a camera, man? Like, is just camera not a thing today? Like,
Yeah,
people like to
I
see
got
faces.
it.
They like
I
the
gotcha.
pig. They get the avatar, but we need the hair. I'm just being honest. Part of the reason I brought you on was for this lovely
Too
mug.
long. My hair's.
The lovely mug of.
Oh, I'm sorry. The hair's too.
It's not in the bun, but it's still amazing. Okay. Why does Twitch
Yeah,
TV
that's
hate me?
luscious.
Says,
Thank
please
you.
tell
Got the
Mr.
roster
Meat
here.
I miss him. Trib1 also is excited to have you back. You were missed, buddy. There's a lot of people who are very
Thanks, guys.
excited to have you on the
Don't get too
ticket.
excited. This is just this is a once in a while display. Every once in a while, Wick takes me off the leash. He beckons, and I come.
Look, Sunday needs to be put in his place. Be clear.
Who else? Who else but us?
Yeah, if not us, then who?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Sulfur, if you want to do a quick hello, if you got time to kill some time. Again, we're waiting on Vaush at the moment. And as soon as he's ready, we'll start the show. And again, once again, there will be a transition where you won't be able to see us for a minute, but yeah, he did say he was going to be a little late. Hopefully that's not too late. But hold your horses, gang. But yeah, Sulfur, if you want to jump in backstage real quick, say hi to everyone. Give him a quick wave, right? Take a bow for all the research you did. If we do well tonight, I'm going to take all the credit. But if we do poorly, I'm going to blame you. I'm going to be like, well, Sulfur is the one that gave us all these arguments. And, it's really her fault. That's what's going to happen.
That's God intended.
How do you get backstage? You just click backstage. It's at the top of the Discord. Are you not in my Discord, Sulfur? Yes, you are. You were chatting in my Discord like an hour ago. It's oh yeah, seriously. You just hit the button and I drag you on. Turn your camera on. Let the people see who you are.
Okay. Let me see if I can actually get it. I got a USB warning a second ago, so I don't know if it's gonna
Well, if it destroys the world.
See, test video. Okay. It's red looking. One sec.
Yeah, I
Let me see if
don't
I can
like.
fix it. There we go. Turn on camera. I think that works.
Good.
Come on. There we go.
There you are.
Yeah.
No,
I
but
know.
I was just letting everyone know that if we do well tonight, I'm going to take all the credit. But if we do poorly, I'm going to blame you for your argumentation and data. I'll be like, well, yeah. See, this is what happens when you let a woman do a man's job.
True. So true. Yeah. No. Sorry. The other 3 debate dates and times I would have been all in for. The unfortunate reality is I have some transcription, and also I'm awaiting some kind of fun in the KPK tonight. So we'll see. Maybe the Daish boys will give me the night off, but yeah. No, I'm excited for this debate. If I have to be a VOD frog, I will, but no, I have all the faith in the world in you guys.
Fine. $5 from 𝕍𝖎 to say, I have a leak from Sunday's research. Starts out, violence is derived from the Latin word violens, which means punching wood. This
Oh
now
my
means
God.
an axe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
like
was
those too.
so just to kind of fill everyone in. Sulfur reached out to me after Sunday publicly challenged me a couple weeks ago to this, and we unfortunately it kept being put off, and so Sulfur wasn't able to make it. But what's your general thoughts of Sunday and his argumentation here? What are your thoughts? You did some
Me?
Oppo research. Yeah, you did some Oppo research, right?
I did a lot of Oppo. Yeah, what a deeply unserious person. Yeah, deeply unserious, and no, I liked his master's thesis, but that's all I'll say on that.
Okay. Look, again, I'm trying to build a fight, right? I'm trying to build up suspense. I'm trying to build up animosity. I want to when we have the weigh-ins before a boxing match, this is what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to get you to talk shit so that we can be like,
Yeah.
"Oh, we're going to get into a fight today, gang."
Damn, you should have rescheduled for Sulfur then, 'cause she's ready to go.
She is.
No, I mean we continued to reschedule and everything else, and then I just got to the point where it was like, wow, this is someone I don't respect whatsoever, and you know, as the time goes on, as I am writing my own thesis myself, the less time I have for the shenaniganery. What I will say about Sirius, which I think is the pronunciation of their username. I have seen Sirius do some really great work and doing debates in kind of other spaces. What I know of 𝕵𝖎, just now Id and I were talking kind of back and forth. It sounds like not necessarily all of their more recent debates have happened. So a lot of the content that I was pulling up was a little bit older, but we were chatting a little bit, and 𝕵𝖎 seems great. The only person I really take, there's a cat. Sorry, the distraction. Even with the blur, you can kind of see the orange blob there, but no, 𝕵𝖎 seems great. Sirius, I think both individuals are likely bringing good faith arguments. It's just Sunday, who I think can eat a bag of dicks and fuck off. But yeah,
Hey,
I'm looking forward to it.
what are your thoughts here, mate? What are you thinking going in? Have you ever I've never heard of this serious person. Like this is I've never heard of them outside of this this debate. I haven't any of their content. I know nothing about them. I do know a little bit about 𝕵𝖎. We have talked before. They're fine, right? So what are your thoughts here?
Oh man, hopefully none of them are watching, not because I don't want them to hear what I have to say, but just because I hate to poison the well isn't even the right term. I hate to unnecessarily inflame a conversation before I get involved with it. But or maybe I should, I don't know, honestly, that would probably be
You should.
to my
This
it'd
is what
probably
we
be-
should do.
Yeah, I'm not in the
Wick is
game
trying to
anymore,
get
right?
us
This
to
doesn't
fight.
pay. Yeah.
$5
I mean-
from Aaron M. Sound while you consider that. Why is Sunday a cuck to seriousness? Please define what you see as serious. Is a preferential or objective view about his love of kebab. Redolent thought for $10. Whomever Sunday is, go get him, Wick. Also, fuck Wick. Also, glad I'm off today so I can see the show. Glorious hair, Professor Me, as always.
Thank you. Wow, glad to see people remember. But no, I mean, if I'm being honest, God, I don't want to talk shit about people before the conversation starts. I think Sunday's too serious. All right, if any of that's his problem. This guy's I don't know. It's Sunday's funny because he's always, the only time that I see he's ever being reasonable is when he has people who are dumber than him participating with him in a conversation about why the people that he dislikes are wrong, because he steelmans them, but then also declares why he's correct. But it's funny that the only time that I ever feel like President Sunday is being reasonable is when he's steelmanning the people that he disagrees with. But I don't know. I have no love for President Sunday. 𝕵𝖎, I don't even know what to say about 𝕵𝖎, man. The only thing I know of Doe is the stuff I see her say on Twitter, and she says the most politically uncritical, inflammatory, bombastic things. Oh,
I don't know if pronoun wise if they're still going by it and its, but it's
Oh,
not
it?
she.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I'm not aware. I heard that from, but not from them, to be clear. I heard it from other sources, so I don't know if it's true. So I'm just trying to use the most neutral.
My understanding, I don't even know. My understanding is that Doe's engagement with gender is more of a philosophical, like, comes from a position of philosophical, political, like, protest. It's like an almost a satirical engagement with gender, not fully, but I don't know. I'm not even getting into it. But
it seems
not
reminiscent
the point
to,
of the
like,
debate. So.
The gender fuck movement of, like, I would say the early 90s. That's how the topic at least has seemed to me. But
yeah, just an update, gang. Right now we're waiting on Vaush. As soon as Vaush gets here, we'll transition to the actual debate. It will be me, Professor Meat, and Lonerbox. Sulfur is our she is the bug in our ear, if you will. She's provided us with data, and she's helped organize and collate our thoughts. And again, patriarchy for the win. We're going to be using her hard work to take all the credit. So I'm just letting you guys know what's going on. Hopefully soon we'll get to the actual debate, but again, we're all waiting on Vaush at the moment. He said he was going to be late, but I didn't know it was going to be this late. But we'll hopefully soon. So yeah. Anyway, sorry to interrupt. Continue.
They're fine. The only other thing I was going to say is, as for Sirius, I haven't seen them around it ever before. I checked in on Sunday's stream right before I hopped in here. Seemed like a nice guy, I guess, from listening to him talk. Seemed a little meek. I'm a little worried for him. I feel bad. I hope he's not listening. Seemed a little meek, like he might be being.
You're saying
he meek a little.
You're saying he's meek, but then you're afraid to talk about him. So first of all, $20 from Redolent Thought.
The little guy's feelings, all right.
$20 from Redolent Thought. Eat it, Aaron. LOL. Nothing to see here, chat. $10.01 from Cryborn. Redolent Thought to give more money, in my opinion. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It seemed I hope he hasn't been thrown to the wolves. I could see this conversation, especially with Lonerbox coming in. Lonerbox is, he's gonna come presumably with like tons of historically backed like there's tons of history. He's a history guy, right? That's his whole thing. And there's tons of history to refer to when it comes to this topic. So I imagine he's going to come with lots of stuff to say. There's going to be lots of potential for the debate to be a lot of pushing and shoving for airtime, because there's going to be there's a lot of reasons.
$50.
Lonerbox here.
$50 from Aaron M. Sound. Don't threaten me with a good time. Chat, look away. President Kebab has the 𝕵𝖔𝖎𝖙 Whick rules. Apparently they're having a dono off in my super chats. Whoever's gonna win, I don't know. The winner will get a prize at the end of the night, though. I promise you. The person who donates to me the most tonight in super chats, I will give them a special prize. It's the best kind of prize. It'll be a surprise. So yeah, keep fighting. I think Aaron's in the lead. $50 to Redolent's 30. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if Redolent can come back from that.
Redolent can do it. I've seen this setup.
Man, yeah, right now we're just fucking killing time, gang.
Yep.
Shit.
See, I knew. It's one of those things. It's like almost 10 for me, so I knew. Even on the best kind of scenario that this would likely be going until much later.
Yeah, watch, it's gonna be canceled.
Oh, I will. If Sunday runs away again, I don't care. Look, if Vaush here's the deal. I don't care who moderates this. I don't care if Vaush moderates this at all. If it's a moderated conversation, I don't care. I want to do this tonight. I wanted to do this last week. I wanted to do this not last Saturday, but the Saturday before that. But it just kept getting pushed back. Kept getting pushed back. I want to fight about this.
It's been 3 weeks almost of run day. we'll see. But hey,
Yeah, my rage and flames have almost died down at this point.
I know.
A week
yeah.
ago, I was seething about all the people misquoting and misattributing, misrepresenting MLK quotes.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I think that's where most of this is stemming from, right? It's like the Anna.
I hope most
whatever.
of this is stemming from from bad MLK quoting, because that'll make the conversation very easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
the MLK mischaracterization is some of the dumbest, most. I don't know how anyone. God, that would be so nice if that's what the contention came down to. Because the MLK quotes are the easiest thing to disprove. I don't know how anyone who seriously engages with this stuff ever tries to characterize MLK as actually being like sympathetic towards violence, or not the like milk toast non-violent shill or whatever that they claim, other people's words that try to represent him as being something other than those things.
Yeah.
Because all of the quotes that they provide of him, like the white moderate, are completely take the second that you read anything around of the context, it's the complete opposite. In fact, his whole problem, like the white moderate quote, the one that is the famous one that people always bring out, is hilarious, because if you actually look at the speech that's from, or I don't know if it was a speech so much.
It's
as
a letter.
The
The
letter
letter
from
a
Birmingham jail. If you actually look at the letter that's from, his problem with the white moderates is that they think the protest will become violent. That's literally his entire problem. So the people that are trying to use those quotes to characterize MLK a certain way are actually closer. They're still far apart from either, but they're actually technically closer to the ideology of the white moderates that MLK is describing than to that of MLK.
Yeah.
Because they think that they think that a lack of violence is a naive. They think the violence is an inevitability, and that nonviolence is a naive, idealistic position.
So here, and again, because during that whole episode, if you will, it's wild to me that people who haven't engaged with MLK in any of his books or writing, gang, he doesn't just make speeches. He wrote 4 fucking books, right? He wrote how do we get chaos or community, right? Where do we go from here? He wrote Why We Can't Wait. He wrote the March to Freedom, I think it was. Basically the Montgomery story. And there was a 4th book, The Clarion Call of Conscience, or The Trumpet of Conscience. I've not read that one, but I've read the other 3. I've read the books. And if you get anything from reading his works, right, other than violence is immoral and wrong, then I don't know what to tell you. You haven't read his works. $100 from Redolent Thought. I don't need a prize. I do it for the love of the beating Aaron. Oh, maybe $100 though, and that's a prize to me. I'll send you something, buddy. I don't know what I'll get you, but Redolent Thought, boom, coming in with the big bucks. And the debate hasn't even started. Man, we were talking about Hiroshima and Nagasaki yesterday. He just went Hiroshima up in my donations, right? The bombs of money that he's throwing at me are going to echo throughout eternity. There will be a crater, a Hiroshima-sized crater in all of our holes and wallets and lives. And I thank you for it. So thank you.
What was the consensus on that? Hiroshima bad?
There was no consensus, because why is there ever a consensus on my shows? But the general argument came down to whether or not Japan was going to surrender anyway. And I don't think that anyone can know that for certain. And I think that there is evidence both ways, right? You can, if you look at certain evidence and ignore others, you can paint it as Japan was on the verge of surrender and collapse anyway. But if you look at it from a different angle, you can see that, Japan, again, even when they tried to surrender, there was a junior officer coup that tried to stop them from surrendering. So even after the second bomb, even after the Russian invasion of Manchuria, they were still a significant portion of the military who did not want to give up. So yeah, you can make the argument both ways. It's really hard.
I tried asking last night in your Discord. I think it was your Discord, or it was like I go to bed obviously very much
Another
before
$50 for Redolent Thought. Get a nice chair. Okay, well, thank you. Okay, sorry. Go.
No, you're good. But no, it was, if the contention is like bomb bad, obviously, then, was the second bomb, like, is that, like, which bomb are you debating? Because if you can say, like, sure, the first, for every reason of bomb bad, but yeah, nobody wanted to play ball with me. Second bomb.
Well, I think
so-
an interesting question, right, is would we have supported the bombing of Berlin if we had developed it 5 years before we did, right? And during the height of Nazi Germany, if we were able to use it on Berlin to stop the war and stop the mass killing of Jews, would we have a problem with that? I don't know if I would, to be clear. I don't know if it would have worked, to be clear, because Germany fought to the last man, literally the last man. Like, they had lost all the ability to prosecute the war. They got their shit pushed in. Hitler killed himself in a bunker, right? When they were surrounded, literally to the last man. So would a nuclear bomb have stopped them? I don't know, but damn, I don't know if we had the ability to possibly end the war and we didn't, then yeah.
I mean, that's the logic, right? So, but everybody does it for Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and I guess we do it now with when we talk about targeted killing, not assassination, which is a very loaded word otherwise. But we do targeted killing on like Aulaki and his son for like in the war against terror, right? So there are lots of places that we can extend this out to, but we don't usually go back and say, maybe Berlin. But I like the way you're thinking.
I'm just saying, like, because at the end of the day, that's the argument. Is a horrific, to be clear, a horrific weapon, is it ever okay to use it? And under what conditions?
Ooh,
and I think that we can all imagine certain conditions where we would say yes.
I feel like there might be. I haven't really thought about this before, so I'm just spitballing. I don't know if I really even think this, but I think there's something potential interesting arguments to be made for like. So, like for example, like if today, let's say Germany or some other country, I don't know, any country was doing the same stuff, right? Let's say they were holocausting a type demographic of people. Would we feel comfortable using an atomic bomb on them? Probably not, but it's the only reason that we wouldn't feel comfortable doing that is because we didn't want to start off the chain events, the practical chain events of that exist in a world with other countries that have nuclear armaments. I mean that's a good reason, but I'm not really sure that that's the only reason. I think I'm not really sure that I think this, but I think you might be able to make the case that that weapons whose destruction is at the scale of that of an atomic bomb is sort of inherently unacceptable in terms of war for the same reasons that like bombing at any certain scale, like there's a certain point at which we frown upon in general any military who's just going to mindlessly, like if some military was engaged in war with another military and they were bombing tactically, like targets of interest tactically within that country that were enabling them in the war effort, and then they started on top of that just bombing civilians wholesale, like no, like not even just something that happens every now and again. If they were just like, we're going to destroy this city full of civilians with literally no justification that could even be presented hypothetically, we would start to be like, what the heck is that? That's like everyone almost unanimously in the world would be against that, right? And so I think you might be able to make an argument that it's a similar kind of moral there's a similar kind of moral imperative that exists with atomic bombs.
Just an update. Vaush is live and streaming. He will call us in when he is ready. So that is any moment now, gang. Any moment.
All right. I will hop off so Lonerbox can hop in.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. I'll catch you guys later. Bye.
Thanks again, Sulfur, for all you did. And thanks for the $4, Zephyr Hash. Zephyr Hash says, I am participating. Yes, you are.
Well done.
$20 from Aaron Sound. I must concede to Redolent, Huzzah to Wick, and F, Milky Cumin. Ha Spice, more like milk. Redolent's show rules. Chat, look away. I was on a Redolent show. His setup is excellent. Are you familiar who Redolent thought? Are you
Yeah,
familiar with
yeah,
him
yeah.
at all? Yeah, he has production values through the roof, gang. Like, it was like a game show. He had like laugh tracks and little ads that he would do, little fake little ads he'd
The
do throughout.
production value of his setup is greater than I've ever seen on anyone's stream ever. That's like hands down. That's
Yeah, it blows it blows everything I've seen out of the water. Yeah, absolutely. But oh man, it was a fun discussion too. We had there's 4 of us. It was me, TeamWhick. Forget the other 2. I forget the other 2, and him, and yeah, it was
nice.
okay. Sorry, I'm just making sure what's going on. I'm trying to keep everything. Again, I apologize, gang, that this is late, but again, it's not my show. Oh, Vaush is actually texting now, so hopefully in a minute, right? Okay, see you guys there.
All right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's the whole lineup. Hello, folks.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm coming into this hot. I don't even know what the debate topic is, but as I understand it,
Wait, you don't?
3, and you've all agreed on 2-minute opening statements. Do I have that correct?
Yep.
I believe so, unless anyone wants to, come out suddenly with being. Okay, there we go. So it is Lonerbox, not Sulfur. We've got all 2-minute opening statements. Lonerbox, Whick, and Professor Meat. Are you guys good?
Yep.
No.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
give me a sec. I'm just trying to get it so everyone on my side can see everyone.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone, tame your OBS while you have the moment to.
Okay.
There we go. Chat, is audience all balanced? Damn, 𝕾𝖎𝖙, thanks for the $49.99. Appreciate that.
There's too many people to fit in a picture-in-picture. I just.
Sure, I'll be told.
That works.
Been a long time coming, Sunday. We've been trying to get this together for 3 weeks now.
Well, you have a very intimidating presence, Wick. So I need to pace it out a little bit.
All right, we're all friends here. Wait, what's the? Hold on, fill me in on the context. Okay, how hot are we coming in?
Well, we intend to publicly strip Wick body and soul down to the metaphysical bones. He will never stream again.
All right. Okay. All right. Wick, how do you feel about that?
I am eager for him to try. It's been a while since I've been able to take the gloves off, so to speak. And it's not often that I actually get to participate in these things. I'm usually hosting these things. So I appreciate you stepping in this role so that I can, as I said, take the gloves off.
All right.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, seriously though, what's the debate topic?
We are debating, I would presume, whether nonviolence or violence in protest or political resistance is either efficacious or ethically permissible.
Okay. All right. Seems
Does that seem like a fair representation?
Fair enough. Fair enough, right?
It's fair to me.
I will we'll suss this out in opening statements, I'm sure. But I guess to TLDR it, is political violence acceptable and under what conditions will be the debate.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, whose side would like to go first?
I think. Oh, that's a good question. Should we just flip a coin, or do we have a?
Well, Bill,
preference?
I'll just say I'll go first. Start this.
Do you
Unless
guys have?
anyone has an issue
Works
with
fine
that.
by me.
Yeah.
Suits me just fine.
Also, should
ping pong.
Yeah, we should-
back and forth.
yeah. So, one person from one side goes with their opening statement, and then the next person from another side goes. That makes sense.
Whatever you want
People
to
seem
do.
to be confused by this proposal. I didn't see much much comprehension there.
Okay, the proposal
Okay,
is that
hang on. Sorry. So what's being suggested is that
I know
Whick goes
Chopin.
first, then someone from our team, then someone from his team, and so on.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Let me write this out so we have it all well in order. So, okay, other team we have Sunday, and who said they wanted to go first?
Whick.
Whick did. So it'll be
Whick wants to go first. Fantastic. So then we'll go Whick, and then who on the other side next?
Me.
Okay, then President Sunday, and then who on Wick's side?
Why don't
go
we
next.
just go around the
Up to
room
you,
like
Loner Box.
Wick, Sunday, Loner, Doe, Meat, Serious. It works out.
Flip me and Sirius, and I'm down with it.
Sure. Okay. So me, Serious Doe, Whick. I'll do it for you. Professor Meat, Loner Box. Sound good?
No, I was going before Professor Meat. Like almighty.
oh my god.
What? Okay, we're making this a lot more difficult than it should
It
be.
doesn't matter. I'm joking. Don't worry.
Okay. Sounds great.
Whenever you wanna.
Of course, on your go. Go right ahead.
Fair enough. Okay. So, hi. Today I will be talking about political violence. There has been much to do over the last few years about the efficacy or morality of violence in protests, violence in riots, if you will, and violence in political activism in general. Many people have pointed to the fact that the Black Lives Matter movement had riots and things like that, and this was, they will quote MLK, riots are the voice of the unheard. Therefore, we shouldn't be telling people how to protest whose rights are being stripped from them or rights are being taken away from them. I am sympathetic to that. However, I believe that if we want to see serious change, then the data suggests, and intuitively we can figure this out, that nonviolent civil resistance is the path forward. I am not here to argue that violence never works or is never necessary. That's not my argument. My argument is simply that civil resistance is more effective both in democracies and in authoritarian governments, and has been since post-World War II. I think that this is a clear situation where if you want to get change done and accomplished, the best way to do that is through non-violent means. And I would contrast that with peaceful means, because nonviolence does not mean peaceful. Nonviolent civil resistance does create conflict. It does put pressure on various actors and institutions. Oh,
Coming up.
Am I 2 minutes up?
Just about, yeah.
Okay, I'll just end it at this. So again, if we're serious about wanting to help people achieve political change, nonviolence is what we should advocate.
Okay. And rolling to the other team.
I guess I'll just start right now. Thank you, first of all, Vaush, for agreeing to host this. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
So I take the question with which tonight's debate is concerned to be twofold: whether nonviolent or violent resistance is more politically efficacious, and whether the use of violence is permissible ethically. The very terms in which both questions are given are highly problematic, and indeed heavily problematized by the literature on political resistance, which, due to the ambiguity inherent in this word violence, is recently moving away from framing such questions in terms of a violence-nonviolence dichotomy, and is rather concerned with differences of outcome between armed and unarmed political resistance. Given such ambiguities, the claim my side has to defend is comparatively modest and easily defended. Whether or not the disciplined avoidance of violence has been efficacious in some case or other, the classic examples being the Satyagraha movement of Gandhi and the civil rights movement, these are not sufficient to take violence off the table in all or even most cases. For instance, although studies often find that violent resistance can hinder the success of nonviolent movements, leaving aside the ambiguity and inconsistency with which the term violence is treated, this conclusion is frequently arrived at by collapsing the aims of violent fringes, quote-unquote, with that of the larger mainstream movement, potentially erasing the identities and goals of what are in fact distinct movements in themselves. Further, if we consider the success of such movements as those of MLK and Gandhi to be worth the human cost of even some deliberate violence to attain, Dogmatically taking violence off the table in all cases would be both anti-pragmatic and unethical. This becomes more obvious when one considers the prior or adjacent violence, which also contributes to political outcomes alongside nonviolent movements, for example, that of the Indian National Army, which made the continued domination of India seem increasingly costly and untenable. In short, while nonviolence is of course always desirable, no sane person would advocate on behalf of violence for its own sake. Violence cannot be written off either strategically or ethically without also deciding that the cause of any movement which cannot prevail without violence is de facto forfeit due to an implicit preference for state power. State power, of course, being enforced by definition with violence. Thank you.
All right, and rolling back to the other side, Loner Box or Professor Me, who would prefer?
I'll go.
All right.
I think one obvious thing is that everyone from any political persuasion does support violence in some form, right? It just depends on where and when and in what context. For example, I think there's always this impression that people give of liberals as being very averse to violence and more pursuing like civility politics and nonviolence, but that's not even entirely true. If you look at the Ukraine war, liberals they're a united front on arming the fuck out of Ukraine and pushing Russians all the way out. Whereas if you ask people on the left, you would normally expect to be more violent on that issue. They're like, it's a coin flip of whether or not they're okay with that, or if they want to get Ukraine to cede land in exchange for peace. So it depends on where and when. I think because of what happened on Twitter a few weeks ago, I was looking at I looked at the whole essay of MLK's letter from Birmingham jail. There's one bit in there that I think is really surprising, not the white moderate bit, but the part where he talks about how he's rejecting the claim that he's an extremist because he talks about how he himself feels like he has to be a moderating voice between complacency on one end of the black community and violence on the other, being the Nation of Islam and black nationalists. And he even says that he's really like concerned that if the black nationalist movement grows, then America would descend into a racial nightmare, is what he says. And if you look at MLK's activism, it's like he was incredibly strict and like very, very nuanced in his political tactics. He even after they would first exhaust all negotiations with legislators in their particular states that they were going for, and then after that, if that failed, they would go through what was called self-purification, where they would drill people down on the ethics of nonviolence, the morality of it, the pragmatism of it. They would collect knives and weapons from protesters before marches to make sure that no one lashed out. And if you look at that, those 10 years from 1955 to 65, they achieved more in that period than in the 100 years before that. And all those groups, NAACP, SNCC, CORE, SCLC, they all did it by adhering to nonviolence. So, yeah.
Okay. And as we are rolling back around, Doe or Sirius, your preference? Sunday, we're getting some noise from your mic.
Oh, are you?
Yes.
Is it me?
I believe it was Sunday's mic, or maybe it wasn't. Well, whatever the case. Doe or Sirius, whoever prefer.
All right, I'm next up. All right.
Okay.
So, when debating the question of nonviolent resistance, its proponents tacitly assume the role of event organizer, where they're in full control of the tactics used by a social movement. They tend to think in terms of efficiency, a logic of getting the most out of every movement action. However, this sort of thinking tends to miss the organic and unplanned nature of violent action. Whether we like it or not, violence will always be a part of every social movement. The question, then, should be how we think and talk about violence amongst ourselves and to the public. While scholars are often split on the outcomes of violent action, finding differential positive and negative effects depending on the study or classification of violence, one thing they tend to agree on is the fact that what people perceive as violent is highly dependent on the nature of the protest movement and the way it's framed by those who talk about it. Studies consistently find that the framing of a protest event as violent will lessen support for the cause it represents, regardless of the actual nature of the protest. The same event can engender either positive or negative attitudes depending on if it's contextualized as violent. Moreover, scholars consistently find that the perception of nonviolence is dependent on the composition of the protest movement. In the American context, racial minorities are the prime example. Protests comprised mostly of racial minorities are more likely to be seen as violent, even when people are assured that the protests were peaceful. All this is to say that as members of a given social movement, the question of tactical efficacy is almost irrelevant. Tactics emerge outside of any single person's control. In the event of such violence, then, our energy should not be put towards policing our own, but towards seizing and reframing the narrative. Once you've allowed your opposition, those with all the power, to set the
20
terms
seconds.
of engagement, you've lost. It is neither just nor efficient to allow oppressors to dictate the terms of oppression.
Okay, thank you. Up next, Professor Meek.
What's up, y'all? So it doesn't seem like the efficacy of violent protest is taken too seriously in academia, which, to be fair, is some of the criticisms of previous research that was in the sort of steel-manning papers of the position that I was able to find. What little evidence I could find has a variety of like pretty major flaws that makes it mostly irrelevant as far as I can tell at best, and even then, even taking that out of the equation, doesn't really support, even if I disregard that, the evidence that I can find doesn't really support the conclusion. As far as I can tell, it's one of the most fundamental like building blocks of society, this idea that like one of the most fundamental appeals of a society, of a civilization, is the idea that you are free from the fear of people coming along and saying, we're gonna fuck your shit up if you don't give us what we want. That's a little crude way of saying it, but I don't really I think that people don't want to live in that world, whether or not they even realize it. I think we tend to intellectualize this issue in a way that sort of makes this out of touch, because I don't really, when I imagine people in the population, I don't really see these people that would be moved by violent protest. I don't really see, even the most fearful among us are more likely to go save me daddy government than to say, we'll give these people what they want so that we're going to stop. And even if you're going to argue that violence gets attention to your cause, I don't really see that as a justification for violence, even if it's true in practice, because it seems more like a justification for laziness. Because all that tells to me when I hear that is that it doesn't seem to me there to be any reason to believe that violence is the only way to gain attention to your cause. So it seems to me that even if that's a justification, not to put words in anyone's mouth, that's merely a reason that movements ought to be, that otherwise might be violent, ought to be more creative. Any countercultural phenomenon has a natural burden put on it to be beyond reproach if it wishes to best succeed. If you're trying to dissolve or overthrow an authority or a government, then obviously, like in the case of an actual revolution, violence makes sense. But outside those bounds, I don't think violence is sort of antithetical to sensible protest, as far as I can tell.
Okay, thank you. And now finally, Doe.
Proponents of nonviolence are almost universally not proponents of nonviolence. They are instead majority-minded people who see democracy itself as a greater goal than the plight of any oppressed minority peoples. Martyrdom is the nonviolence dogmatist's path towards justice, especially martyrdom of others. Oppressed peoples are made to play the role of martyr, submit to oppression publicly until the majority's mind is changed. Justice is made when the majority changes its legal structures. Liberal theorists on civil disobedience tell us how much more important it is that the authority structures of the majority are not threatened than the suffering of oppressed peoples defending themselves. Oppressed peoples should be more thoughtful about the sensibilities of the majority, they say, or else is implied. This is not a politics of nonviolence. This is the politics of our violence. The most obvious place to see this at play is in the research done into nonviolent resistance. Despite whatever other problems that arise in trying to delineate violence from nonviolence, damage to property is treated as violence consistently throughout these studies, leaving the construction of property completely out of the frame. The construction of a world by those in seats of power, like strapping murderous highways across every nation, forcing the majority of people to become reliant on cars, machines which poison the air and slaughter 3,700 people and over 1 million vertebrate animals a day, are treated as nonviolent, completely neutral acts. This is the false thesis. We do not see the sensibilities of the majority as a worthy metric for justice, and as such, our allegiance cannot be to nonviolence, legalist structures, or any other political technology deployed to privilege some over others. Our allegiance remains to justice, and it is not just to dogmatically let the innocent get abused.
I would, I guess we're doing opens now. We can just kind of go with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very quickly before you
Can
go,
I go before
Whick.
you?
Really
hang on. I've got one for Vaush.
Well, I've got one.
No, but it's a technical issue. Professor Mead is very
technical. Right, go ahead.
Yes,
Technical.
Professor Mead is very quiet. Is there any way you can boost your volume?
Yeah.
That is technical. As for everyone talking, 3v3 is a lot of people. Try not to shout over each other too much. If necessary, then we'll start doing turns. But ideally, you could go back and forth without that being necessary.
Yeah,
go on ahead.
I'll just real quick, like the idea of justice. I want to touch on that. So there are two things that were said that I want to touch on briefly. The first is 𝕬𝖎. I'll go in the order. 𝕬𝖎 mentioned that a lot of the problems with violence is it happens organically. It's not organized. It just kind of happens. You can't really control it. I think that's one of the main issues with violence and violent protests, and is because we know that organization wins in these cases. The more organized, the more tactical, the more coherent a group or a advocacy, minority or whatever is, the more likely they are to succeed. And what violence is a poor tool of communication. No one really knows what you're trying to say. All they're seeing is the big explosions or the bloody noses. And this is why, again, while it might not be just that people have to suffer, it's reality. And this is how the world works.
Okay, so then what should we do when violence inevitably happens in a protest movement? What should we do about it?
Condemn it vociferously.
Why?
Yeah, why? That seems like a waste of our resources. Like, are we going to go out on the streets and protest the protesters? It seems like our resources are better spent reframing the narrative so that people don't see it as violent.
I mean, typically the leaders would just, when they've got the next chances, they would say they condemn the riots. I mean, even language of the unheard, in that speech, he condemns violence. Like, it's not like you have to make a new protest against it, right?
You are presuming, though, the presence of an extremely charismatic and influential individual who's capable of actually rallying an entire protest around a single program. When you're not in that kind of situation, it seems to me that you do, in fact, end up simply protesting the protest again, undercutting the momentum of whatever they both have in common.
If you're talking civil rights, that's not entirely the case, because it wasn't just MLK and the SCLC, right? It was also the NAACP, it was the SNCC, it was CORE, it was most of them, right? It was most of these organizations. Some of them did flip towards like a self-defense approach, which is more nuanced, but yeah, they were mostly nonviolent.
Well, you clearly have a much more nuanced. You clearly have a much more developed understanding of the details of that case than I do, but be that as it may, nonetheless, in the absence of these, you still find yourself in that situation. If you don't have organizations with legitimacy and the sort of unitary pull to kind of adhere a multifaceted, widespread group to a single program of action, discipline in nonviolence becomes impossible. And so as a consequence of this, when violence inevitably occurs, if you actually allocate all of your resources towards protesting that, you've undercut the momentum of your movement. There's no way around that.
Even if we were to accept theoretically, right, this idea that like, which I mean I think is sort of inevitably true. Like even for my side's belief system, if we were to say that, well, let's just convince everyone that they weren't actually violent, well, sure, I'm sure that would, even according to our worldview, of course that would increase support for it. But doesn't that seems to me that regardless of whether or not it's the case, it seems to me that is simply another reason why more peaceful protests would be better.
There's a flip side. There's a flip side to this that you're very quickly, and then I'll let you go. There's a flip side to this that you're not considering, and that's that even in the event of quote unquote nonviolent protests and the studies that you could refer to in order to determine whether or not nonviolent versus violent quote unquote protests are more efficacious, oftentimes what constitutes a violent or a nonviolent protest is itself radically determined on whether or not, for example, they can people doing the study consider armed versus unarmed to be the distinguishing factor between violent versus nonviolent, or whether, for example, windows being targeted versus persons being targeted indicates violent versus nonviolent. And the bare fact of one or two people out of a crowd of 100,000 smashing a window somewhere can be taken up by the media and used to color a completely peaceful protest, a completely nonviolent protest, as violent nonetheless. And so either way, you still find yourself in the reverse situation, in which a nonviolent protest can be very easily manipulated optically to look like a violent protest, regardless of how disciplined it actually is. And indeed, this did happen with MLK's protests too.
Well, there was a lot of
didn't MLK make his job easier by being disciplined with his people? Wasn't that why he preached discipline? Like MLK preached and spent so much effort in organizing basically extremely disciplined protesters.
Well, it's a bit more complicated than that. He didn't just organize discipline and nonviolence with his protesters. He also orchestrated the protests, and this is one of the reasons why Malcolm X detested MLK. He also orchestrated a situation in which the most innocent of his protesters, including children, would be in direct confrontations with the police and result in an appalling display to horrify the public. So it's a
Isn't
bit
he
more.
just putting something on display that's already happening in that state, though? Not
No,
that
No,
state,
putting
he
the
was
church in the
creating
front
he was
lines.
creating the conditions for that violence to be put on display. Like that
The-
was
Yeah,
part
for it
of
to be
the
put on
explicit.
display.
No, but that was part of the explicit strategy, was to it was a martyrdom strategy where you go out there and you get beat up in order to draw sympathy towards your cause. That was
It was
Yeah,
a
well, this
martyrdom
is,
strategy, but it wasn't passive. Sorry,
It-
Leonard.
No,
It-
you're referencing Project C, where they wanted to fill up. It was Bull Connor in Birmingham. They wanted to fill up his jail with kids. I'm pretty sure King objected to that, but it was adopted anyway. But yeah, you're right. Like they did basically say go and confront very racist and very aggressive cops and just let them hit you. But I think their tactic as well was they would specifically get the more seasoned like veterans of the movement to stand in front so they could absorb the blows. So this whole thing about like throwing kids is maybe a little bit like that was like that. I think that happened once. It was even very controversial within the movement.
So I think we're talking around the issue here, and that is of organization. Yes, if your movement is disorganized and has no central leadership and no central kind of drive, it's less likely to succeed, whether it's violent or not. It just is, right? There are so many benefits to having a coherent community coalesce around a single banner, basically, even if it's multiple groups. This can't be understated. And violence, to be clear, is divisive in that way. It will automatically gatekeep who can participate in the protest. It keeps people out.
I don't think that that's true, Wick, because from what I've read, it seems like violence offers another alternative way of expressing discontent that isn't available to a lot of people. Like a lot of people don't have the time or energy to join like a disciplined protest movement, but they might have the time to like get off and like go out into the streets. That
doesn't work if you aren't strong, if you aren't able to enact violence, and most people aren't. Let's be clear. Kids, elderly, these people generally can't do violence on the same level that I could.
I mean, so long as destruction of property is considered violent, I'm pretty sure each and every one of those can sabotage plenty of things without much effort.
Well, Wick, you seem to have this conception of an effective
but then they
violent
have to be
protest.
willing.
No, hang on. You seem to have this notion of an effective violent protest as being like the 300 Spartans at the front line of a rally in the street. But violent protest incorporates more than just actually going fisticuffs with the cops toe to toe, right? So, for example, Gandhi's Satyagraha movement, I can never bloody pronounce that, was itself committed to nonviolence, but it was massively aided by the fact that the Indian National Army was also bombing and assassinating the British during that entire time, making the holding of India seem increasingly unpopular. That aided in the efficacy of Gandhi's movement.
You can point to one-offs where that might be true, but I'm talking in general. We're talking about generalities here.
No, but the generality is on my side.
Yeah, even in general, Erica Chenoweth, who is your primary source, Chenoweth, she recently wrote a paper where she said that violent flanks of the movement have mixed effects. That it isn't just straightforwardly about positive or negative, that there's both positive and negative effects to having a violent but unarmed section, which is what riots are. Riots are violent but unarmed.
So the problem here, again, is when we want a movement to succeed, right? Whether it be in an authoritarian regime, such as Balkans or things like that, with the butcher of the Balkans, Milosevic was his name, right? Very violent, very repressive regime there. And then we have democracies such as America, right? Back in the 60s and even today. In both cases, what violence does is it keeps people from participating because so many people are just naturally, instinctually, intuitively disinclined to do violence towards the people around them. That's just the natural state. And so when you see people getting, when you come across a person, you have no context, you don't know what's going on, you see one person beating the shit out of the other, most people's instinct are to defend the person who's being beat up. Whether or not the person deserved getting hit, that doesn't come into play. We don't know, we don't see. So when we talk about framing narratives, you're right that there are certain groups out there who will frame anything as violent, no matter how small, how limited, anything like that. But it does us no service to stand in front of a burning building and preach how things are mostly peaceful. That was a gift to the people against your movement. It was a gift to the people who oppose what you want to see. And we can't let that happen. We just have to call balls and strikes. And if things are violent, we condemn it. And when things aren't, we say, no, you're wrong. But people have to trust us. And right now they don't.
And the thing with BLM, though, you were talking about the idea of having to have like very seasoned protesters to make sure that it stays very like well behaved. But like BLM protesters were not like well trained, but they were mostly peaceful. And also, how many videos did we watch of antagonists within BLM protests trying to instigate violence? Even that weird guy with the fucking black over his head who was smashing those windows, and everyone tried to stop him. Like, that's what they mean. But that's what if I say condemning violence within your movement, that's what I mean, right? Like, just you see it, you stop it, and definitely don't like try to adopt it as a strategy unless you're in like fucking South Africa or something, you know, when it's like when everything else has been exhausted.
So wait, that one guy that people tried to stop, should they physically try to stop him?
Maybe, yeah.
So
Or
they
just
should
gather
use
around him,
force
film him.
themselves?
Well, it depends on the
Yeah.
context. If he's like beating up
Depends.
babies, yeah, stop the guy.
If he's
but-
hitting, if he's maybe smashing up windows, just like film him, catch him doing it, try to identify him for the police.
So just to be clear,
Wait, you want to
hang on.
identify protesters?
No, just very quickly. So just to be clear, you guys are entirely in line with protesters engaging in violence, provided it is only targeting people who are identified as other protesters.
Not
So
true
we
at
think
all.
we think totally differently about defensive violence versus
that is-
escalating to violence, right?
What it is violence. Like if I forcibly stop somebody from smashing a window, that is violence.
That's
You can-
it's a
Well, yeah,
yes,
but we
but it's
also-
a different
we also
scale. There's a.
if
Do
people
you
start-
not just let me quick? Serious. Do you not understand the difference between someone hitting someone in the face and someone stopping someone from hitting someone in the face?
Wait. Can I ask?
Oh no! In
can
this
you-
case,
wait.
it would actually be. Oh, actually, Doe, you can go. You can go.
I was gonna say, can you see the difference between like cars murdering 1 million vertebrates every single day and someone, I don't know, what's a number of things you could do? Sabotaging a car plant,
Yes, blowing up a car plant is more violent than a car existing. I
didn't
will
say
I will bite that
sabotaging.
bullet.
Hold on,
Yeah.
I didn't say blowing up. I didn't say blowing
Yeah.
up. I
Sabotage.
said sabotaging. Sabotage is very, very, very. There's a large range of things you can do, but like, yeah.
Most-
So murdering animals, just like 3,700 people every day, murdering them is less violent than stopping a car company from producing cars.
Just to come back to the question about the guy smashing windows, I think what was the most common thing to respond to that was basically people just let them know that they were on their own, that they didn't represent the movement. It was showed on camera to show the public that this isn't like what we're for, and then the person fucked off and they would just boo them or something. That was like the most common thing. I
Look,
saw.
that's fair, and I don't think any of us would contend against, for example, a protest maintaining some level of order or standards of conduct within their group. But when we're talking about directing your attention towards condemning protest violence, we're not talking about one or two people, which will exist in every single movement or can be projected to exist in every single movement, regardless of the explicit policy, no matter how carefully it's enforced within the movement. We're talking about other movements that are alongside, looking towards the same ends, that are engaging in different strategies. So, for example, there is one movement that is dogmatically against any kind of physical altercation, even in self-defense. That'd be the MLK strategy. There's another one that's like, well, no, if the cops bash against us, we bash them back, we maintain our bodily integrity, etc., etc. If you direct your resources against that group, you're effectively giving propagandistic fodder to the other group, which can then paint the movement as a whole as intrinsically violent, except for some of the good ones. You see the problem?
So the problem is, at least in the MLK movement, right? If we're going to use the civil, I think that's the one that people go to because they're most familiar with it. But we have data to suggest that even when violence was started by the police and then the people simply fought back, that still ended up being kind of a wash in effectiveness. And people tended to side with the state. Just that's their bias, right? And we can say that's not fair, that's not just. I agree, but that's generally what happens. And I think most of what we're going to get to here is the other side
Where are
seems
you
to be
getting
saying,
that
well,
from, Whick?
I can give you a source, right? But it was a study done in very recently, basically, that showed that basically the riots led to the election the '68 riots specifically led to
The
the
civil rights
election
movement
of
isn't a great example simply for the
Richard
reason that
Nixon.
the Civil Rights Act was being tied up for years before Kennedy was assassinated. And then a more savvy politician in Lyndon B. Johnson came in and managed to get it pushed through.
What do you mean it was being tied up?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
I think
he
Kennedy
was
introduced it in the same year he was killed. No.
No, not unless I'm very mistaken. I can.
He took it to
double-check
Congress
that.
in '63, right?
He took it to Congress in '63, but the historical record, I believe, is that Lyndon B. Johnson was actually successful in pushing it through, and that it was being tied up by the Democrats at the time. I'd have to get the particulars though, so I'm going to claim the same thing that Whick just did.
Okay.
Yeah. Either way, I think that what we're going to get to here is a difference in what we want the world to be versus what the world is. I would love to live in a world where, yes, people were able to suss out the nuance of violence in an event and like understand that not everyone who is being violent is necessarily in the wrong, but that's not the world we actually live in. The world we actually live in, people abhor violence. They want stability more than anything else. And when you threaten that stability, or you appear to threaten that stability, they are going to largely side against you. So what you need to do is to demonstrate that the people you are going against are the ones that are threatening your stability. And the best way to do that, like it or not, is the martyr strategy. It is to have people beat you up, get shown on TV.
Okay, so
that's just what wins.
Sorry to cut off this Braveheart speech, but very quickly. So it seems like what actually happened was Kennedy had this referred to the Rules Committee. Lyndon B. Johnson had this brought before the Senate. And that was the key difference here. So Johnson made a different move than Kennedy did, which resulted in the bill actually being pushed into effect as opposed to being held up in debate.
And I think also, Lyndon B. Johnson had a massive majority when he ran on civil rights, because by that point, support for civil rights, I think it was like in the 50s, I think 20% of Americans saw it as the biggest issue in America, but then by Lyndon Johnson, it was like more than half because of what they were seeing happening in the South.
So
because
I want to
all the
really
images of the
quick.
cops. Yeah.
Okay.
Loner box, really quick. Previously, did you say that in Letter from a Birmingham Jail, Martin Luther King Jr. condemned the riots? The violence?
No, it's not in language of the unheard. He condemns violence in a lot of places. So yeah.
Oh, I could speak to the letter.
Just in the middle. Just in the middle of Letter from a Birmingham Jail, he says, "In your statement, you assert that our actions, even though peaceful, must be condemned because they precipitate violence." But is this a logical assertion? Isn't this like condemning a robbed man because his possessions of money precipitated the evil act of robbery? Isn't this like condemning Socrates because his unswerving commitment to truth and his philosophical inquiries precipitated the act by the misguided populace in which they made him drink hemlock? Isn't this like condemning Jesus because his unique God consciousness and never ceasing devotion to God's will precipitated the evil act of crucifixion?
I know that, but you're referring. What actions is he referring to that they're condemning? He's not referring to violence.
Let me read you another quote. Let me read you another quote from the Letter from Birmingham Jail. He says, I started thinking about the fact that I stand in the middle of two opposing forces in the community. One is a force of complacency made up of, I'm not going to use that word, who as a result of long years of repression have been so completely self-drained of self-respect and sense of somebodyness. And then the other force is one of bitterness and hatred and comes perilously close to the advocating of violence. It is expressed in the various black nationalist groups that are springing up over the nation, the largest and best known being Elijah Muhammad's Muslim movement. The movement is nourished by the contemporary frustration over the continuous existence of racial discrimination. So yes, he does condemn the violence.
No, this isn't even a debate. Of course, he condemned violence of the protesters. When he's talking about they precipitate violence, he's talking about the strategy, which was to go and get the shit beaten out of you by cops. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, the disagreement that he has with the moderates are that violence will not.
Was I wrong about that or what?
No, you're right.
Okay, thanks.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
What were you getting at me for then?
I asked I asked and double checked, but I'm
okay, cool.
This bit here, I'm sorry. This bit here is he. I'm sorry. Never mind. Honestly, I don't care about this.
I can clarify. He's talking about precipitating violence in the sense that, yes, they did want the cops to react to them violently, because when they didn't, when they went to Albany, the sheriff there was very strategic. They were very calm with the protesters, and then like basically they left with nothing. So when they went to Birmingham, where Bull Connor was a fucking psycho, they knew that getting the cops to attack them would look very good in the press, it would look very good internationally, and it would like bring civil rights to the forefront.
Right. But
So it's the
they're
violence of the
intentionally-
cops.
so wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. That's fine.
If I can suggest a redirection, and this might actually be a more productive conversation as opposed to simply a debate, there seems to
Running
be an
away
intrinsic.
from the topic at hand.
Oh, not actually. I'm actually going directly to
Whick, behave yourself.
The assumption that the opticality to a general public is critical to the success of a social movement sort of presumes that social movement, or the group that constitutes a social movement, for example, if it's a case of an ethnic group asserting its rights against the broader majority, that group has to not be held in contempt in the first place. There is a long history of social movements of oppressed ethnic groups, so on and so forth, that is simply never recorded. This is one of the things I bring up in my opening statement when I talk about there's a bit of a survivorship bias going on here, in which we count the successful movement as representative of all of the quote-unquote violent fringes that may themselves have common cause with the mainstream movement, but are actually have their own discrete goals and values and constitution, et cetera, that are nonetheless sort of disappeared because, well, this movement succeeded, therefore they were just lucky enough to succeed along with them, despite the fact that they chose a
Do you not think that? Do you not think even just real quick, even in because I take issue with the foundation of your statement here. So let me simply ask that: do you not think that people's perceptions of a group can be changed? So even if a group is despised, do you not think that over time and with effort, that the public perception of that despised group can be changed in a more positive direction?
Well, the public perception of a group whose overt oppression people are comfortable with, say for the example in a group that has been enslaved for a significant amount of time, that group's perception is not going to be changed by that group more quietly accepting their oppression or being more passive towards it. There's going to be some kind of instigating factor that causes an explosion of attention to it.
Accepting your oppression and then being violent. Civil resistance is resistance. You are resisting.
I strongly disagree.
You are
I strongly
oppression.
disagree.
You are resisting your oppression.
An active resistance,
You're just not doing it through blowing things up or beating people.
No. An active resistance is itself intrinsically violent. And if you were
come on, no.
MLK's, well, then weren't all of MLK's disruptive protests, sit-ins, were these?
Well, I mean, this is Whick's thesis. He was very careful to say that a nonviolent protest does not indicate a peaceful protest.
It does not.
I think Whick would agree with me on this. He's welcome to correct me, but I think Whick would agree with me that these are examples, like MLK's protests. I know that these are easy examples to point to, but these are examples.
They represent a direct challenge. They represent a direct existential challenge to the way of life of Americans at the time.
Yeah, but
they were loud, disruptive, but not violent.
The problem is that no one defines violence in this way outside of people who are trying to impress their first-year sociology teacher. It's like when you look at fucking if you look at any of the academic literature on this, when they say MLK was non-violent, they're not saying he was like law-abiding, well-behaved. Yeah, he broke the law fucking loads. He deliberately got himself arrested, but they still class him as non-violent, right? When we say violence, I think we mean generally. Most people think destruction of property or physically attacking people. That's what most people mean by violence.
Well, that's sort of immaterial because the literature that's going to give you the information about whether or not non-violent versus violent protest is more effective is not going to be using that late definition. It's
they often are.
Whether or
they
not
do, though.
It's going to be referring to whether
They
or not they were
sometimes
armed,
do. They don't
whether or
always.
not they targeted, for example, property as opposed to persons. And by the way, some of the literature is very interesting. They have definitions that you would find sort of unintuitive. For example, they assume that media coverage of broken windows will tend towards an understanding of a movement as nonviolent versus attacks on persons, which they will identify as being more violent. But when you actually look at the coverage of the BLM riots and protests that characterized them as violent, the thing they pointed to primarily, with the exception of some cases like the Rittenhouse case, was broken windows, burning cop cars, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. And I think that this highlights the importance of not giving into this kind of framing and de-emphasizing it when it comes up. Like if you are really serious about this, then you don't want to spend your protesting your resources doing all this condemnation. You just want to keep on doing what you were already doing. Another thing I wanted to say to Sunday's point earlier about you not being held in contempt. This is something that receives support in the literature, that the martyrdom strategy that we're talking about of going out and getting yourself beat up, it's not very effective when the audience is not already sympathetic to your cause. Vigilante violence against like Black people in the United States has always been super common, but it didn't garner much sympathy from the primarily white audience until after a certain point, when the audience
What was that point?
paying more attention.
Why were they, no, this is important. Why were they paying more attention? What changed between 1850, right, or let's say 1900 and 1955? What changed? What
No, it wasn't
new factor was introduced into society that changed the dynamics here? Because there's an answer to this.
There's a
It
lot
wasn't
of
just-
that's 50 years,
yeah.
which includes two
No,
world
no, there's
wars.
a very specific
I wasn't even
answer.
talking about that long of a time period. I was talking about like Eisenhower to Lyndon B. Johnson, like that short of a time period.
The main invention in that short of a time period that became much more common and much more widely produced throughout American homes was mass media, the television, things like that. This coincided, right, with the changes in perception, because we didn't just hear about it and things like that, but you saw it. You saw the black kids being hosed down by the cops. You saw that.
But you've
right?
identified, but Wick, you've identified a key weakness in nonviolence as a dogmatic strategy, in that you are relying on the media covering your movement.
Yes, and the
favorably,
media
not
will
simply
cover
only...
you better in general if you are nonviolent. Yes.
It's also just
No,
not.
no, but that's
Wait,
that's
I can
untrue,
bridge
though.
I can bridge the gap that you two are having. I'm going to push back on maybe Wick a little bit here, but like there is actually a perfectly good example of when non-violence can be pursued, and if it is completely ignored by the media and the system, then they kind of leave you with no choice. Mandela was a perfect, like him and the ANC pursued non-violence for decades, but after they were outlawed and after there was like numerous massacres against non-violent protesters, and after the fucking there were like forced removals of Black communities like in the millions because they were making the cities too Black, then they decided that violence was inevitable, so they channeled it. They chose to say, okay, we're going to direct this into sabotage. They went for, they deliberately targeted infrastructure because they wanted to make the country ungovernable under that system.
Yeah, look, I'm never saying there's never an indicator, like there's never.
Wait.
But
Go ahead, Wick.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that there's never a time for violence. Obviously, that's not true. There are extenuating circumstances, there are edge cases, there are times where you are left with literally no choice. But my argument is that, on the whole, in general, nonviolent civil resistance is more effective and better and leads to better outcomes, because we have to also look at what does success look like. When a violent movement, right, is successful, it is less likely to end in democracy. It is less likely to end in non-repressive regimes.
I would
to
like
be
to
clear,
interject
this is because of
just a moment, if I may.
Sorry.
I just want to interject.
This is bias from the moderator.
It is towards good conversation. So everyone present agrees there are instances where nonviolence as a doctrine is preferable, and times when the opposite is preferable. Obviously, different countries, different situations, different times. Sure. I was curious on a point that got brought up earlier that I felt was under-discussed. They were talking about, well, you were talking about the degree of permissibility of violence in nonviolent movements. Because when we cite MLK, of course, a principled nonviolent actor, the way he talked about violence, rioting, property destruction, would have been considered by media today, and was then, to be overly permissive and tolerant of the violent elements of the civil rights protest. That is to say, while many in the media look to see uncritical denunciations, he would often qualify, he would categorize, he would explain, oh, well, sure, I think it's bad. However, and for that, he was often blamed for enabling the violence. To what extent do you think a non-violent movement has to condemn inevitable elements of violence that exist alongside them? how much is too far? If MLK had to toe that line in a way that upset people on both sides, I don't think there's an easy answer.
Well, I can give an answer that's actually affirmative on Wick's side. So, for example, if somebody on your side is proposing to do something horrifically violent, like to the point where we would consider this to be unpalatable, say, for example, the kidnapping and torturing of the children of whoever in order to provoke some kind of positive political response. I think under certain conditions, there is a moral threshold where you would actually decide, no, like the cost becomes too high, or regardless of whether or not on balance, some onlooker might like consider these to be even, you would not partake. And I think that everybody on my side would probably agree with that.
Well, the question is, I thought isn't whether you partake or not. It's when it happens. So when it inevitably happens, because again, nothing is a monolith.
You would condemn.
How would you respond?
You would condemn and you would go against, probably in as strong terms as you would say, Wick. Because once again, like the threshold here for why violence is considered, why violence must be left on the table is because there may be a threshold beyond which violence is necessary. Because maybe, for example, media coverage at all is simply impossible. Maybe positive media coverage is impossible. Maybe the media is slanted in such a way as even if you have a nonviolent protest, it simply is intractable regardless. Maybe your community is so small, a nonviolent protest simply means you're invisible. Or maybe there are forces that override democratic ones that are, for example, running over your land with pipelines and bulldozers, so on and so forth. That media coverage, even despite being entirely positive, maybe there's an entire media empire sort of built around condemning that kind of thing. Nonetheless, it's inefficacious in actually stopping it. Maybe under those cases, you actually have to engage in violence to physically stop the progress of that machinery, and so on and so forth.
And also, to a point that we had earlier about the martyrdom strategy, why is it that police respond violently to peaceful protesters when it happens? I think
smart
that
ones don't.
Well, the smart
ones don't
but
because they know it's going to make them look shitty.
No, do you think
the cops look good nowadays? Like, do you think people are generally?
I'm not saying that. Wick, let me finish. What I'm saying is that in order for there to be a disproportionate police response, there needs to be a reputation or thought that these protesters are violent, that they are going to cause mayhem in the streets. This is the kind of thing that will prompt a disproportionate reactionary response from the police. If the police don't, if the police know that the protesters are not going to do anything, then what are they going to do? They're just going to handle them with kid gloves, and then the protesters are going to gain nothing. This martyrdom strategy then relies on the existence of violent flanks, because violent flanks are what make the possibility of they create the possibility of the disproportionate police response that you want.
Are you
here.
arguing that
I don't know if that's
that if we're not
necessarily
violent
true,
enough, that the police will actually treat us better? That'd be a terrible world when the police treat the protesters well. What a horrific outcome where police are treating protesters with kid gloves. What a horrific dystopian outcome.
The whole point that
what the hell? What's going on?
Your whole point was that the martyrdom strategy is the best way of getting social movements towards their objectives, right? So if you're serious about that, if you are serious about the martyrdom strategy, then you will be relying on the violence of certain fringe flanks
that's
in
not
order
the only
to
strategy
change your reputation.
It's one of a multivariate. Let me answer this, please.
I heard just a moment after you're done speaking. I'd like to hear from Professor Meat and from Doe as well. They both spoke up and have spoken less.
Apologies.
But go ahead.
I'll be concise as possible. Like, martyrdom is one effective strategy. There are many others. When it comes to talk about civil resistance, there are very historically effective ways. There are protests in the streets that we think of mostly, but there's also stayaways, there's slowdowns, there's all sorts of kinds of ways
if I
to
may very
resist
quickly,
that don't
just very
put you in
quickly
any
before,
conflict with
if
the
I can
police,
interfere
but
just
that
very
is
quickly before we proceed to the two, and I'll be quiet.
5 seconds.
The problem, the Wick, is that the protests in the streets that you're referring to, they are either going to be passive when they encounter police, or they are not going to be. If the police, for example, simply do not engage in violence against the protesters, your martyrdom strategy fails because there's no active martyrdom.
That's not true.
No,
at all.
please.
Okay,
Professor Meat, please go right ahead. You opened your.
I'm sorry, guys. I'll be real quick, and then you guys can go all you want. I'm just here to back up my buddy Whick. But no, I appreciate it. The only thing I was going to say is that I was going to point out is that the point of the martyrdom strategy, the reason the martyrdom strategy works, and part of why I don't think it's sort of a mischaracterization to say the martyrdom is like creating victims, not realistically in my mind, because the point of martyrdom ideally is to put on display malpractices, injustices that are happening on a daily basis, right? You're like in the case of ML in the civil rights movement, these are people, at least ideally, theoretically, who are like in a population who is going to be served, doled out injustice to them, who are electing to be the ones who it is done to so that it can be seen, right? And so that specific brand of martyrdom, you're right, isn't always possible. You can't always rely on the cops beating you up, but that's not the only way to put on display the negative circumstances that you're trying to protest against.
And
I've
likewise,
seen some other
please.
ways. Sorry, I've seen some other ways. Like some people do die-ins. If you've ever seen a die-in before, where they pretend to die on the floor. Most of the time, I've seen people talk about those. They laugh about them because they say like, "Oh, you guys are pretending like you have something that's so bad that's happening to you, but really you're fine because look, you're still alive. Things are still okay." Like that's.
Yeah,
that's part of that.
Like
So
this poses a problem for.
I just want to defend my I want to defend my I guess it's Just Up Oil, right? Because again, like the cops are pretty well behaved with them most of the time, but they get a lot of attention even if they just do a die-in. And what usually happens is it's not so much about making the protesters look good. It's because again, civil rights protesters were not favored by the American public, but the legislation was favored. Same with Just Up Oil, because usually you'll get the default response from the average person to Just Up Oil is, "Oh, I hate those hippies, but also climate change is actually a big deal." Shit.
Yeah, so what
but the thing is that Just Stop Oil supplements the sillier things that it does with like really extreme things. Like I think recently, a couple protesters went to jail for multiple years, or got sentenced to go to jail for multiple years because they got up on top of a bridge and stopped traffic across it for hours.
They were acquitted of that, I believe.
Sorry, they were acquitted.
If it's a case I'm thinking of, they were. Well, there was recently a case where they were put on trial to go to jail for possible years for obstructing traffic, but they were acquitted.
I can.
It might be a different one.
It
might be a different.
It's
case,
it's kind of immaterial. Good for them, but nonetheless, yeah.
The point is that they do both, right? They do more extreme things than just.
But that's not violence.
Die-ins,
Blocking
right?
traffic isn't violence.
Yeah, that would typically be
blocking traffic. Hang on. We'll slow down. Blocking traffic is very easily and often is construed as violence. Blocking traffic prevents people from getting food, from getting to the hospital. People die when traffic is blocked.
Yeah,
that's not a laughing matter. That's the artery of society.
So if I block, hold on. Here's the thing. I would say that, for example, anti-abortion protesters trying to block access to abortion clinics for when people are trying to get in. I would say that that's violent protest because you are trying to obstruct somebody, specifically the person trying to get an abortion, from getting something that is like that they medically want, right? Do you not think of that as violent in any way?
The problem is if you define violence that broadly, then everything becomes violence. Like consuming almond milk is violence. Have you seen those supply chains? They're pretty fucking uneven and like coercive. So yeah, but the problem when it comes to at least, sorry?
I said, why dismiss that?
Because the good thing about language is that like we all basically
the good thing about language learner box. The good thing about language learner box is that we can take. Hang on. The good thing about language learner box is that we can take an expanded category and then we can particularize it. So we can say, yes, in fact, violence takes place with a myriad of different types of activities that aren't equivalent to the physical breaking of another human being's skin. And then we can particularize corporeal violence, physical violence against bodies, violence against property, etc., etc.
No, this is complete. It's making it harder to communicate. When I have to explain,
what about this wasn't clear?
When I want it to be very clear when I go to someone
violent, right?
and I say, "Hey, I've had violence been against me." I need them to understand what I mean. I don't need them to have to question.
Yes, but when
did someone block your traffic?
When you say a protest is violent, and somebody asks how so, you will have to explain in what manner they were violent, and what you will say is
only because
did they murder a person?
That is only a problem.
Hang on. Did they murder a person? No, they broke a window. Well, hang on. I thought violence was just harm against persons. Yeah, well, the property is an extension of the person. It's their livelihood, etc., etc. You're playing the exact same game.
That's not true at all.
But when you look at the majority of the literature, like violence is either destruction of property or attacking people. That's it. Like You can broaden
But that
if you want.
involves
There
that
are-
exact
there are
same level of
situations-
abstraction,
Hold on.
Loner Box.
But then the
That's
problem is,
not
okay,
what,
then the problem is we've just been having a whole discussion about whether MLK was non-violent, and you know, people generally
that
agree
you're
that
making the
his whole
same
philosophy is
conceptual
non-violence.
move.
They're like, oh, but is boycotting bus services not violent because they bankrupted businesses? Yeah,
first-
you could say that, but then we
I-
can't communicate. Then we're just grunting at each other.
As
That's
Sunday
not
said
true.
at the
I don't
beginning.
think that's true at all.
I also
No,
have no
it's
problem with.
completely
I
true.
also have no problem with biting that bullet. I have no problem with characterizing that as violent. That costs me nothing.
It
that
does
serves
though.
my side
You.
just fine.
Oh my god. Yes,
Okay,
it is a
wait,
problem.
if I
It doesn't, though.
if I could interject briefly,
Please.
the moment you step away from anything done against another human body as violence and towards property damage also constitutes violence, you open up a gradient. Blocking traffic can impede people from accessing vital services. Striking as a worker can disrupt supply lines that people rely on to live. I don't know if there's an objective answer to where exactly, like the word violence, capital V violence, but to avoid the semantic discussion, I think unless you disagree, I think we can acknowledge the ambiguity of the gradient, and we can just specify what kind of violence we're referring to. Better that than back and forthing over whether or not this or that.
My
Sure,
definition,
sure.
and we can agree on this or not. You can, if we want to argue about this, we can. But my definition: physical to other people, breaking of skin violence, or direct property damage, like direct, not indirect.
Okay, but that or property damage though introduces exactly the same gradient that me.
No, it doesn't.
Doe.
We don't have to
Yes, it
follow
does.
this train
Hang
all the
on.
way down. We can just
Calm
say
down,
we're stopping
Wick.
here.
Calm down, Wick.
We're doing it again.
Me, Doe, and Sirius are perfectly fine with accepting that there is a gradient of violence that includes these other things, and that violence can have different levels of severity depending on your perspective and depending on your values, etc., etc. There's no contradiction there whatsoever. However, when you're introducing an abstraction that is personal property that is perhaps very distant from the person, maybe some personal property of the wealthy, for example, may be so infinitesimal, even though so large compared to the average person, that its destruction doesn't even register to them until long after the event. They simply don't care. And yet, nonetheless, it can be used adequately to characterize a protest as violent or non-violent, depending on like whether or not there's a picture of a smashed window that can be put on the news. Right? Like a bank losing its window does not hurt the bank in any meaningful capacity. And yet, nonetheless, that can be used to characterize a protest movement carried out by a people who are actively being choked out from having access to essential services.
That's because people are going to categorize that violence in the same way that Wick is categorizing it.
Absolutely.
Because they're going to see the broken window and they're going to say that's direct violence against
Okay, so
property,
then
right?
isn't the problem then that we're just ceding the framing to the other side? Like that seems to be a huge part of the problem
Well,
here,
yeah,
is that
you
we're
can
just
say that
conceding that it's violence.
Well, you can say that framing. Well, you can. The word doesn't matter. The point is that that's what people care about. That thing.
Well, no,
we can call it something. We can call it something other than violence. We call it flubgub for all I care. The point is that there's this thing that Wick was called.
That's not true. Hold on, that's not true. Professor Nee, it's just not true that the word doesn't matter.
What do you
because
mean? Hold on.
Serious. The problem is that you guys are trying to go against a fucking like ages-long tradition of when we talk about the difference between non-violence and violence and protest, we typically mean violence being destruction of property and attacking people, and non-violence being like civil disobedience.
Well,
That's
I mean,
and you guys are coming and trying to
long, you
change the
don't actually
definitions.
mean
like,
by ages long. You don't actually mean that long. We haven't particularized it that long.
Because if we, the problem with the problem
like,
I have with
if you're just kind of stating that, that's not.
We're also moving away from it in the literature. Like in the literature, they're moving away from violence versus non-violence precisely because it's so subjective and fuzzy.
And it's
like,
a mistake. They're doing it, and that's a mistake.
No, but hang on. No, just an obvious counter to what Lonerbox is saying that demonstrates it's not true is that in political science since Weber, we've been characterizing the state's legitimacy as being by dint of its legitimate monopoly on physical violence. However, hang on. However, at no point is it required that the state be actively engaging in violent corporeal action against human bodies at any single moment for it to have that legitimacy. We understand violence as, for example, existing in potentia.
People don't.
We do not talk
People
about
don't.
violence as involving simply the destruction of human bodies and or property.
This is a problem, if I may, just real quick, without interruption.
No. If you're going to make a claim, if you're going to make an appeal to the traditional use of the term,
well,
I can actually appeal to.
I can't do anything if you keep talking over me.
Wick, can I respond to what Sunday said? when I say in the literature, I mean specifically in discussions about political violence versus non-violence. Obviously, if you're
But
reading
that's
fucking Foucault,
that's literally what I'm
obviously-
referring to, like the
No,
father
no,
of
no,
sociology
like,
saying this.
No, I mean like contemporary literature when it discusses violence and non-violence. That's a bit different.
Contemporary
right?
literature is what we are referring to.
Yeah.
Contemporary literature is what we are referring
Okay,
to when we say that
so-
it does not refer specifically to corporeal violence against skin and buildings.
So when people are when all these papers talk about like MLK and non-violence, even though he did things that literally got
Yes,
fucking bus companies bankrupt,
colloquial in newspapers, peaceful
and
protest,
in the literature on violence
peaceful-
and non-violence.
Again,
The literature
That's
is
incorrect.
far
You're
beyond
actually
what
just
saying,
incorrect. I'm
Letterboxd.
sorry.
So here's the
Oh,
thing.
yeah, if you're
Letterboxd,
reading
is that
fucking
it's
Foucault, yeah,
changing.
everything's
It's-
violent.
No,
no,
we're actually
it's
reading the
not
same
just
sources as
Foucault.
Whick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's the issue. When you want to communicate to someone like what's going on, and you tell the average Joe
What's Foucault's
or
position
Sally,
on violence, Lonerbox?
as average Joe or Sally,
How
I
does
don't care
Foucault
about
define
Foucault.
violence?
Foucault is one person. I'm trying to
hate
talk
Foucault.
to everyone. I'm trying
You've
to
never
talk
read
to as many
Foucault.
people as possible. And the vast majority of people out there, and I will die on this hill, if you say, hey, my movement is
will.
violent, they think of two things. They think of breaking windows, and they think of, well, breaking windows, burning cars,
Well,
property
clearly
damage.
not.
And they
Half the
think of-
debate panel does not agree with that.
I'm going to tell you, you
I'm
ain't
an
gonna...
average Joe. I'm not in an ivory tower somewhere, dude.
To Wick's point and to what you said earlier, Sirius, like the reason I say the word doesn't matter is because if all of a sudden you called breaking people's windows something other than violent and you put it on the news, the fact that it was not being called violence is not what is determining whether or not people like
That's
it. Or
actually
disapprove it or
that's
approve it.
completely untrue. That's the thing. Like we have done experiments on this where the exact same events are framed as either violent or non-violent, and people's perception of the legitimacy of the protesters
Yes,
changes.
I am sure that if you frame something as violent versus non-violent, framing it as violent is going to.
But that's what you're appealing
that's
to
what
when
I'm
you're saying that the
what I'm
optics
saying
are what
is-
matters.
What I'm saying is the quality that Wick is referring to. What I'm trying to say
Is
is that
optical.
The words that
it's
you
not
use
purely
influence
optical. It's not
people's-
purely optical. Even in those scenarios, the bulk of the things that people are going to decide on whether or not they approve of it or disapprove of it is going to be the invocation of the underlying qualia. Right? People care about violence acts. We can call it. Yeah,
What's
like
the
the
underlying qualia? What are you talking
the
about?
the characteristics of the definition.
That's not
Whatever-
That's not what qualia means. I have no idea what you're saying.
Sure. You really have no idea what I'm saying when I say the characteristics of the definition?
Do you not
Yes,
see the
I have
difference
no
between
idea what you're
punching
saying.
someone in the face and blocking
know what the
traffic?
the
Do you-
sentence characteristics
do
of the
not,
definition
Yeah,
is?
you
I can tell you-
legitimately
I can
not
actually tell you-
understand the difference.
Wait,
Yes.
hold on, because we ended up doing it anyway. I think the problem here is that the selective framing of certain actions as violent or not, and the subjectivity of that determination has literally been a tool of social control for as long as we've had mass media. So appealing to or even attempting to work out where exactly something falls in this line that is deliberately kept arbitrary to reaffirm the values of whoever gets to determine whether or not it is seems really counterproductive. We're obviously talking about a distinction between violence and social violence. There are plenty of theorists who speak on these issues who would happily side on either side of this issue, and we can also agree, I think, that whether or not something optically plays well and whether or not it's academically sound are two entirely separate questions. I'd be far more interested if we specifically referred to what kinds of violence or not we're talking about when we talk about what is justified, whether we're talking about breaking windows directly, strike action, deploying supply lines, whatever we mean. Because I think we could do this particular bit forever, you know.
Well, violent protest can involve, for example, the destruction of government property, attempting to bulldoze a traditional native
I just
site.
want the specific acts being referred to over what could otherwise be an interminable
When I
discussion.
think about civil
Well, it's
resistance,
going to
I'm referring
depend.
to
It's
five
just
things.
all going to depend on the context of the specific social movement. Like, there is no one size fits all for every social movement.
Can we make one for this discussion, though? Can we make a one size fit all for this
No.
discussion so we can talk?
Why would
Right,
we?
yeah.
Because it changes based on time too.
Because
So,
what's
like,
going to
here's-
happen is you're going to change it based on what it fits your argument. That's what's going to
Here's,
happen. And
No,
we're going to
that's
chase this
not what-
we're going to chase this dog
Here's
all
a
the way
question
down,
for you.
and you're going to
Here's
just keep
the thing.
reframing
Even
it
the
to make
scholars-
sure
Hang
that
on.
whatever
I've got an
you
interesting-
decide, that's what's going to
moderator.
happen.
I've got an interesting question for the panel. I am curious about people's take on this. So I think we would generally agree that that there's a rising tide of transphobia in this country, as well as generally anti-feminist sentiment, et cetera, et cetera. Can anyone tell me in which province there was a stabbing of a feminist professor in the last month?
I read
No.
the article, but I don't remember the
In
province.
Canada?
Same here.
Yeah.
don't
Yeah,
know
I,
about
I,
that.
I think I heard about that.
And how
It's
much
Canada,
did
I
that
don't
cut?
care.
How much wind did that take out of the sails of conservative reactants against
None.
trans issues? None.
What's your point?
That is my point.
So,
That-
so
that is
again,
the point.
isolated
It took no wind out of
incidents,
the sails.
isolated
if the
incidents
targeted
failing
community,
to,
if the
or even
targeted
being
no, no, no.
successful
If
and
unless
changing minds isn't an argument.
Unless the targeted community is not held in contempt, it lacks the capacity to change minds by passively accepting its oppression.
But you
Yeah,
gotta
but that's
have
because
better.
it's such a
You gotta
singular-
have better evidence than a
Well,
single
this is no,
incident.
that is kind of true. Like even like at the time it happened, Emmett Till didn't get that much attention at all. But then 10 years
Exactly.
later, everyone's
Yes.
paying attention. But
Yeah.
but
I love you.
I
There's a
could say
swath
if
of
we're talking
stand-ins of
about
feminist professors. I mean, I think we'd
but
see a
if we're
different
also
result.
if we're also talking about like how much did January 6th damage the Republican Party? They've been fighting each other ever since on that. So.
Well, although to be clear,
depends, you know.
as far as violent protests are concerned, very few deaths, very little property damage.
Yeah, but it was still everyone here. I hope would consider that violent.
Wait, why? Why
January
was it-
But
6th.
hang
Why
on,
do I
hang on. Wait,
consider
wait,
it
It was
what
violent?
if-
property, it was violence.
No,
and
no,
they
no, but
attacked
slow down,
people.
slow down.
They
What
hit
if-
cops
what if-
PTSD and someone died? That's why it's
Yeah,
violent.
absolutely. But what if that didn't happen? What if they just walked in, maybe someone shat on a desk? What then? Would that not be violent still? I would consider that violent. That's a
It would
direct
not be
reflection
seen
of the
by as
entire
violence
country.
by the populace.
Breaking into a building is probably violence, yeah.
Well, no, I disagree with you, Loaderbox.
on.
I think if they were peaceful and they had
Or,
simply
like, the
come
vandalism,
in
yeah.
and not
Breaking into-
vandalized and not
No,
hurt
no,
anyone,
let 'em cook.
it would have. No, if I'm telling you right now, if they had come in, they had not vandalized anything, they had not hurt anyone, and they were simply peaceful, that would be looked on much differently. Are you kidding me? That would be looked on much differently
Much
by the
more
public
favorably.
than it is now. Yeah,
I don't know
absolutely.
about
It's silly, but it would be way more favorable than what. They
Yeah,
did.
are you arguing against that? Do you disagree?
I mean, I didn't know about the cops being killed until long after. I knew about the person who was climbing the
That's
wall.
because you weren't paying attention. That was like day of stuff, right?
I was watching it live day of. There was no coverage of that.
Well, sure, but that doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't change the fact that Wick's example, like the example of someone going in and taking a shit, would be viewed way less, would have way less of a disruptive effect on the Republican Party.
Yeah, I don't understand this point that you're trying to make.
Republican Party.
Obviously, if January 6th was less violent, it would have been viewed more favorably.
No, you're missing the point. There's
Straight up.
survivorship bias here in terms of what you consider to be a successful protest. You are identifying the ones that people cared about, and therefore they're accepting their oppression and being covered by the media in such a manner as their oppression actually became existent to the people observing it who weren't part of that protest. That depends on so many different things that most people in the world do not have.
Also,
Sure,
to
I would. I'll
to
just
say
do you
something.
think
agree to that most movements don't succeed. Yeah, I'll agree to that. But that's
Okay, but
regardless of violence
if most
or not.
movements don't succeed,
That's
if most
regardless
movements don't
of
succeed,
violence or not.
if most movements don't
succeed.
succeed, and what percentage do you suppose those movements are violent?
So
we
in
have a
successful movements
handful
by
of
Erica
cases to
Chenoweth,
draw.
yeah, we have data on this, and you can dispute the data if you'd like, but we have data from Erica Chenoweth, and you've been sent the sources.
Your
You
author
should know the sources.
disputes the
The
data.
non-violence is
Yes,
more
your author
efficacious.
disputes the data.
Hi.
Your author disputes the data you are citing. Go on,
Wick,
Sirius.
I wanna point your attention to Erica Chenoweth, like her own characterization of her data. Like she has put out tables showing the difference over time between the violence, the success rates of violent versus non-violent protests. And if we see it changed over time, not after World War II even. So the
It
1940
did,
to
though,
19
after World War II. It
Okay.
steadily, non-violence
the-
became more and more and more effective.
Yeah, but for those first few decades after World War II, or rather these first couple decades, violent was more effective. So it's not to say that nonviolent is never effective. It's that it depends on the time and place and the conditions that you're in. Moreover, I want to point you to something else, which is that Erica's data has been analyzed by other people, which, that's good because her data set is huge and extensive, and I applaud her for that. But one thing is that when it was broken down by race, like the racial makeup of the protests, there was no strategic advantage to nonviolence when it was a movement by a minority or disadvantaged population. Violent protests and non-violent protests had the same success rate for minority groups.
So even in the worst case scenario where a group is despised, non-violence or violence has no appreciable benefit towards non-violence, is what you're saying to me right now.
Yep.
Except in the most famous cases, it actually does, and is
in the most
co-constitutive
famous
of the
cases.
positive
What does that
effect.
even mean?
Well, Mahatma Gandhi's Satyagraha movement in particular, the decision, the success of that movement was also predicated on its contrary, which was the attack on British officers by the Indian National Army. Yeah.
So
What you're probably putting your finger on is that
world-
in a situation, what you're probably putting your finger on, Whick, and I think we would agree on this, in a situation in which you have the capacity for positive media coverage, in which you are at some level of closeness with the powers that be, you are part of, for example, you are immediate subjects of the city in which those authorities reside, and so on and so forth. Nonviolent action has a greater effect when you have that type of relationship with the given authorities. But when we're talking about, there are a myriad of other cases in which that isn't the case, in which nonviolent action.
Do you think
you're close?
Simply means.
Let me answer this real quick, because you're
I'm
close,
close to what?
right? Because one of the goals of a civil resistance movement is to ingratiate themselves with the populace, to ingratiate themselves with the pillars of power, which support any kind of structure which they're trying to change. So
that's not true.
That absolutely is.
That's not true at all. That's
what are
very
you talking about? That's just
what are they protesting against?
They may not want to ingratiate themselves.
They
For
want
example,
they want to make the people, because pillars of power that support a regime, an institution, a country, a society, all of them are run by people. And so
we want
again,
to
we
ingratiate
know
ourselves to
Yeah,
the
but
British when we were
slaveholders are
separated
people
from them.
too, Whick.
But what are you talking about? We went to war with slave. They ingratiated themselves with the North, and we went to war and we killed them.
Yeah, that's not a protest. That's war.
Yeah, we killed them. We killed the slave owners, or we tried to.
But you still had whites-only institutions. And
Sure,
places.
it took a while because 400, at the time.
But who are they? Who are
hundreds
they
of years of
ingratiating themselves
protest.
towards? I don't follow you here exactly.
So it's important.
So, no, but at
So
some
let
point,
me explain it. If you let me
the motive was
explain
not
it, maybe you would
ingratiation.
understand. But you gotta let me finish. So what happens is, what you want to do is, let's take the 1978 Iran revolution, which was nonviolent. It's not often seen as nonviolent. but it
Oh,
was
that's
absolutely
incorrect, my
nonviolent.
friend. That is very incorrect.
Okay,
my friend.
how many did they kill? The Iranian protesters.
The Iranian.
How many did they
protesters?
kill? Yeah, how many did they kill?
I don't know.
I thought we
None.
also said
They didn't
destruction
kill
of property
anyone.
cat.
They didn't kill anyone because it was non-violent. You absolute moron. Okay, so let me educate you here a little bit.
I thought
the
we said
reason
that-
that worked.
that-
Let me
I thought
stop.
we said that
Stop. I gotta
property
answer. I gotta talk
destruction
about this.
also counted
So
as
the reason
violence.
this works. This reason is because the oil producers, the oil workers, they
Are you
did
talking about
what was called a
Mossadegh?
slowdown.
Hang on,
okay?
sorry.
They-
Well,
refresh me.
Mossadegh's
Which
50s.
Yeah, that's 50s.
He's talking about the
Different thing.
revolution in the 70s.
Different thing.
Okay, he did say the revolution. Sorry, I wanted to make sure.
70s.
I didn't know if he said revolution
78.
or after that.
78.
Because Mossadegh, I would kind
79?
of get where he's coming from, but there were other problems with that. If he's talking about the Iranian Revolution of 1979, no, they fucking wasn't bloodless. Are you insane?
What are you talking about? So again, the reason that it worked, well, it wasn't bloodless because the authorities at the time killed the protesters, and they would have a funeral and protest. So yeah, the state
Between
did violence,
1963 and
absolutely.
1979, he estimated 3,164 in the anti-Shah movement were killed. The Foundation of Martyrs identified 744 dead in Tehran, where the majority of the casualties are supposed to have occurred. The coroner's office counted 895 dead, and Tehran's
Okay,
main cemetery.
3,000
They were
how many
going
years?
against like a
How many
Gestapo
years?
type secret police. This was
15
not.
years.
This
No,
was
when
not
we
a
talk
bloodless
about
revolution.
when we talk about non-violent, I think he means the actions of the
Yes,
protesters.
the
not
protesters.
against
I don't care
state
about
they're
the state.
protesting
The
against,
state is
right?
going to. So even in the so
Yeah, they
this,
didn't have a dogmatic attitude towards
Oh my
violence
God.
that kept it off the table. I
They
think
did
that's right there.
though. Okay, so
Whose
the reason
whose
it worked.
definition are you using of nonviolence? Are you still using Erica's? Because
Just be specific. Be careful here.
Well, because in Erica Chenoweth's book, like, you can read her footnotes, and specifically she says that the violence versus nonviolence distinction for that book is about whether or not there was an armed subset, or whether or not they were predominantly armed. So that doesn't line up with the colloquial definition that we're using, right?
Well,
Again,
I'm
what
just, for
does
whatever
this
it's
have to
worth,
do with
I'm-
my point?
Yeah, for whatever it's worth, I'm going through like
What it has to do with the point is that
this is directly relevant to what. Just a quick clarification to make. Like, it could be the case that there was some violence from the revolutionaries going on at some level, but this is a little bit like I'm going through like it's paper after paper after page after page of people like overwhelmingly unanimously by historians. It seems to be the case that the Iranian Revolution that we're referencing was considered overwhelmingly peaceful. I'm reading articles about how one of the primary tactics that the people used was to go out and confront the soldiers and like literally speak to them and try to get them to come to their side. And it was at one point it was like over 1,000 people per day were defecting from the military police.
They were ingratiating themselves into the pillars of power, and it was fucking successful. And this rewriting of history that we're trying to do, right, is just wild to me. When we have this documented, it's recorded. We can go and we can look at it. What broke the people is when the police who were the security forces were pulling people out of their homes to go work in the oil factory or the oil refinery or whatever it was called. They stopped doing that. They refused to obey. That is the purpose of getting people, of ingratiating yourselves into these pillars of power, is so that the pillars of power who would otherwise support the regime or the country or the institution stop doing so, not necessarily by defecting, though that would be great, but by simply not obeying, not complying, being non-compliant. That is the purpose. That's what works. That's what happens. I don't understand why you were fighting me on this. This is just
because
true.
it's not the strategy of every single protest movement.
Of course it's not the strategy of, I'm saying when they do use this as a strategy, it is more likely to be successful when they don't.
So, but okay, that's not always true though, because what if
it's
what
not
if you're
always true, but it generally is true.
Whick, are you going to let me speak? Is that these things are conditional on specific circumstances, and I think one instructive case is the South Sudanese like separatist or independence movement. Because when you look at that kind of thing,
the seizure of the American embassy by Islamic militants in November 1979, the consequent hostage crisis, and above all, the Iranian-Iraq war began in September 1980, strengthened the Islamic Republic because of the rally around flag syndrome. This was not a non-violent protest, Wick. You were incorrect on this.
Are you talking about the hostage crisis? This is fundamentally different.
It's about being predominantly like
Sunday. You interrupt.
You're sort of. I think Sunday. You're sort of doing the same thing that people do about MLK.
No, BLM.
That's where they say.
Right?
Yeah, sorry, BLM. Where they say, oh, well, they point to violent things that did happen and they try to characterize the protest.
Well, that's because the violent things were done by the movement.
No, I love it that we fought so hard against the right wing. It's been like, mostly peaceful. Look at all these riots, and we're like, no, it's mostly peaceful. But now when it comes to the other side, it's like, oh, actually, like this mostly peaceful movement was really violent.
I'm not. I wouldn't say they were mostly peaceful. I wouldn't say. Well, hang on. I wouldn't say.
That's the thing. We don't want to concede that. You guys want to concede the. Oh, sorry.
I wouldn't characterize BLM as non-violent. I would characterize BLM as being besmirched in the sense of being characterized as sort of barbaric and sort of wantonly violent against persons in the street. But I wouldn't characterize them as non-violent. They are intrinsically.
Would you characterize it as predominantly violent?
What did I just say, Professor Meat?
I'm asking a clarifying
question.
I
was literally just saying it's intrinsically violent.
Oh, what?
Okay,
No.
Well, the reason I asked a clarifying question is because I don't think any reasonable person believes that, except maybe some far-right Republicans.
Rob Norris in my chat cheering you on. Rob Norris like, yes, Queen, yes. Preach.
No, because
BLM was inherently violent. He's in here cheering you on right now.
Hang on, wait, Wick.
All right.
Wick, no, hang on one sec, Vaush, I'm so sorry. Wick, you yourself would characterize violence against property as being violence. Destruction of property is violence.
Even under that characterization,
would you deny that BLM riots involve violence against property?
Even under that prior characterization, I would consider
No, the destruction of property is inherently violent. We are in agreement on this.
And in most BLM protests, they didn't destroy, they didn't blow shit up. They didn't burn things. They didn't break windows.
What are you talking about? That was the entire.
That
was the basis of Rittenhouse. That was the basis of Rittenhouse even being in Kenosha. He was defending property because property was being destroyed. What are you smoking?
Again, just because it happened in one-offs.
No, we all we all agree on this. BLM protests were mostly peaceful. Some of them were riots, right? We all agree.
Absolutely.
But you can say that about literally every single thing.
And they dropped when the riots.
I interrupted the moderator.
Media,
My
right?
apologies.
Okay, but when they dominated the media, right? not when like
I got
they
a PL
were
there
at their
back.
most prominent, but when the media started to focus on them and like characterize them as violent. No,
I mean, it
Yeah,
does,
the
like, when a
right-wing
riot
media.
happens, people are going to cover it. Of course, even if you're like, even CNN, remember CNN got like, they looked so stupid with this reporter saying mostly peaceful protest with a burning building behind them. Like, media is going to do that. It's a riot. Of course, people want to see a riot on TV.
Thank you.
yeah.
for
So
your
and
$20.
then what happens when like the media invites you on to talk about like your movement, right? In the wake of a riot, do you go up there and you're like, oh well, these people, you know, these are the bad ones, like I hate them, like we need to make a concerted effort to not have so many violent protests?
As
Like,
Vaush
So-
referenced, as the moderator referenced earlier, MLK gave us a very good playbook for this. He condemned the riots, but also condemned the underlying conditions which caused the riots. He used this as an opportunity
much
not only
ink
to
did he-
distance himself from the violence, but also to reiterate into his audience the conditions which he was protesting.
how
in the
much
first
ink
place.
did he give to one versus the other?
What do you
Quite
mean?
a
How much
lot.
ink did he did?
He
Like,
The
spent
entirety. He
quite a
wrote
lot of
4
time.
books that were primarily
regardless of-
anti-violence.
Proportionally.
Yeah,
How,
Regardless
sure.
of
much
ink,
did
he spent so many man hours. Like this was like one of the most fundamental parts of like, I don't want, maybe training is the wrong word, but the type of discipline that he
Okay, no.
instilled to his
I'm not
protesters.
talking about training. I'm talking about when he was like making speeches to people.
Yeah.
Sure,
There's-
mostly
Like, or
You even see
non-violent.
that
giving
speech that he
interviews.
gave. You
I'm
can even
not
see,
say-
like, because the philosophy of nonviolence was like essential to him, and it's like you can even see the speech where he said like, if every black man in America or every black person in America came out in favor of violence, I would stand against them and say this is wrong. Yeah, he was pretty passionate in that direction. But again, I don't think I disagree with you. He said, yeah, we condemn the violence. That's not what we're about. Back to civil rights issues. Is
True.
that?
But he went out of his way to do it
sorry,
still.
wait, serious. Do you disagree with any of that as a strategy?
With what as a strategy? With like
With
saying
you seem to be, you've done it like 3 times now. It's like you seem to be very like you don't seem very sure about how to respond. Like if you're on TV asked to condemn the riots or whatever, but it seems like it's pretty simple to just be,
if
yeah,
you
we
just say
condemn the riots. We don't stand
I
for that.
condemn the
Let's
riots,
talk
and
about-
then well, yeah, but that's the thing is that I don't think that I don't mind doing something like that strategically. What I mind is that is like this incessant focus on it. If you're going to like give a quick condemnation of the riots, whether strategically or because you really believe that the riots are bad, then you should do it
Well,
quickly.
you should be,
and
if
then-
I may, you
Mhm.
should be very particular, right?
Mhm.
So, for example, if you're going on TV and you say, I condemn the riots, and you are not aware that the media has portrayed the protests categorically as
Yeah.
riots, well, then that is being used to condemn the peaceful protests as well. You have to be very particular. You have to say, oh, I am unaware, for example, of people doing X, Y, and Z, throwing grenades into squads of cops or whatever, and I condemn that, of course. And most of us aren't doing that. That's one thing. And of course, like, there's nothing wrong with if being asked, like, are you in favor of your movement eating babies? Of saying we don't do that, but of course I am, obviously. But when you're talking about, like, do you condemn the riots, quote unquote, and the movement as a whole is being characterized as riots, and adjacent movements are being looped in as riots? Of course, you would be foolish to do
I also
that.
don't know what you mean by it being this like incessant attacks on riots and like nothing. I don't know exactly who's doing that. I mean, maybe I could even flip it the other way. It seems to be the case that when BLM was happening, the response on Twitter was like mostly people saying, "No, it's mostly peaceful. Fuck you." But yeah, there are some
But
people in there.
we
who are
all
like,
agree.
Yeah, rioting's
but
based,
Loner
you know,
Box,
yeah.
hang on, Loner Box. We all agree that BLM is overall majority, like a peaceful, quote unquote. We can talk about the ambiguities about
You
that.
just said
protest.
like 10
No,
minutes
but we
ago
all
that it was
agree.
inherently violent.
Yes, because I don't draw a I don't treat violence and non-violence and peaceful as synonymous. Just like you, I'm actually, the only reason why I'm allowing this is because I'm basing this off of what you said in your opening statement, Wick. Like we all agree though, the vast majority of people in BLM protests are not, for example, breaking windows or throwing rocks at cops, etc., etc. And yet, nonetheless, when you look at the news coverage of these protests, what is overwhelmingly shown are burning cop cars and broken windows and dark, like cities at night with the glow of fire in the air. Like, they absolutely characterize these things
But
as
the
riots.
problem wasn't showcasing that. The problem was, and I think the reason to answer Sirius's statement,
You don't
I
think
don't know
the
if it was a
problem was?
question.
You don't think
Let-
the problem was
let
exaggerating?
me
that to the
finish,
point?
and you'll find out what I think the problem is in a moment here, if you let me. Right? Is that as the reason why it sometimes seems as if we're constantly harping on it, because every time we said we want to try, hey, we condemn the riots, we condemn the violence, let's talk about the issues, someone out there raises their hand and says, actually, I think the riots are base and we should do more of them. And then we have to deal with that chuckle fuck, right? And that's a problem.
Sure.
I mean, you have to deal with them.
I mean,
I will also say, like,
you don't have to acknowledge them.
Sorry.
You can just keep talking.
They exist. They will cause
No,
some level
no,
of problems
like-
too. but-
again, I think it's probably good that when you have the opportunity to stand against rioting within your movement, or like excessive force and all that, like, yeah, you probably should do it. I don't know what's wrong with that. And actually, one of the big reasons the protests were mostly peaceful was that they did that. When people tried to antagonize and tried to be more provocative and try to smash it up, the protesters were they were so mean to them. Like they made sure that that's just what they didn't stand for that. And I think that's a good thing to do. Again, like, that's a specific thing. Do you disagree with that, Sirius?
No, I don't disagree with having discipline in a given protest action, but that's the problem I'm having is that violent protests, when they happen, don't tend to happen as the result of like this planned organized effort. They tend to be spontaneous. They tend to be unplanned. They tend to be organic. Like, these kinds of things will happen. And so it's one thing to say when you are in a movement circle and you are planning to have a protest that you want to instill a certain kind of discipline into your protesters. That's one thing. It's another thing to like go out of your way to like respond to what right-wingers say about your protest movement when the more violent flanks do their thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't think we disagree then, right? Not really?
How not?
On that particular point, it doesn't seem to be.
I have a question, if I may. So, obviously, if we're talking about the optics and effectiveness of different types of protests, over here in America, most of our protests are nonviolent. Whereas if you're in, like, I don't know, Syria, the only way to protest getting a pothole in your street fixed is by forming a militia and firing rockets at buildings. There's contextual determinations. The question I have is, where's the line? Or to put it another way, if you saw a protest starting peaceful and then it started to tip into violence, how far gone would things have to be for you to look at that and go, okay? Because it's easy to do that in retrospect, right? I mean, there are lots of protests that we get to look back on for lessons to learn, but we don't learn the important lesson, which was, what should we have thought at the time? In America, at the time of the civil rights protests, after all, the average person thought that the civil rights protests were a violent movement, that they were disruptive and disorderly. If we'd been listening to Optics Frogs back then, ones we would now disagree with in hindsight, we might have had a different answer. How do you judge? When is it okay to take a movement in that direction? Since we all agree there is a point, I just want to know where it is for you all.
So are you
I think
asking
it's when
for
there's-
clarification? Just so I know what you're asking. Are you asking when we think it's morally justified that people get violent, or are you asking when we see something get violent, when should we rein it in?
Probably the former, I would say, because if you agree there's a point, and obviously it's a hypothetical, of course, it's not like a tomorrow thing, but I guess I'm wondering what qualifiers you're looking for.
If I may, very quickly, there's a famous cartoon that you will often see on the internet. I can't remember the name of it, but it shows Martin Luther King in front of a journalist. What the fuck is his name? Montgomery? I can't remember. There's Montgomery in the name somewhere. And it's a picture of Martin Luther King Jr. in front of a vast destruction, like a vast ruin of a city block. Okay. While he was active, Martin Luther King Jr.'s movement was not perceived by the general public as simply nonviolent. It wasn't even necessarily viewed as nonviolent by the vast majority of people. So one of the problems you're up against here is that your empirical data, despite the fact that, yes, we all concede to the data that says, however problematized their identity of violent versus nonviolent is, and however however various it is depending on the paper you're citing, there does seem to be, in particular conditions, advantages to nonviolent protests, and none of us would disagree. Obviously, nonviolent protests have succeeded in some cases. There are cases where it works. Nonetheless, if you're going to say that categorically nonviolent protest has an advantage in terms of optics, if your empirical cases, especially the major ones, did not actually have that optic while they were operative, that's a bit of a problem
But
for you.
that's
That kind
not
of removes
but
your
it
empirical
did
basis.
have that cartoon you're referencing was a piece of right-wing propaganda that
Yeah.
failed, though.
Yeah, it didn't
like,
work.
That optic did work. Like that's why the thing that went all around the country and even internationally were those images of peaceful protesters getting beaten up by cops. That was the entire message, was that these peaceful protesters who were all suited up and like just like trying to absorb the blows are just taking it. That the
Hang on.
optics did
What
work.
is
And
your
actually,
what is your
even-
basis? What is your basis for saying that though? You say it doesn't work, but
what did I say? It doesn't work.
The civil rights
The
movement was
propaganda
passed. Like the civil rights succeeded. That's what I
Actually,
mean.
Yeah, they got the legislation passed. This was like one of the most successful decades in like African American history. No?
I think that the appeals to international audiences is I think separate from how it was perceived in the United States itself, because what reaches overseas is not necessarily going to be like the propaganda that's influencing the average American person, because though amongst Americans,
I'm talking about just
MLK was
Americans.
super unpopular.
Okay, yeah, but his ideas were popular.
His popularity got quite big towards 65, and then it dropped again after, because a lot of movements which
Vietnam
were not
War,
MLK's
his
did become
protest of the
violent.
Vietnam
Yeah.
War, it
So
was-
the Vietnam protests, but no, the impression generally was that although you're right, most of the Americans didn't support the demonstrators at the time, especially like freedom riders and all that, but they still grew in favor of civil rights legislation, and the people they were more appalled by was the cops and the segregationists, because they were literally fucking burning buildings down, and like they blew up a church that got 4 black kids killed. Like that was what the people really condemned.
Yes, and let's not forget, right? Like, there is evidence.
Okay, but what you're pointing to, though, is that in the absence of that extreme violence, that not taking place, that's violence by the opposing side. But suppose that hadn't happened. Your argument falls flat on its face. Fortuitous,
No,
I
I
suppose,
said
that those 4 black kids were killed. Your strategy works.
It depends on which issue, right? The bus boycotts worked because no one used violence on either side. They just bankrupted a bus company, and then they were forced to desegregate.
Well,
but no, you're right. Like Albany failed because the cops were being really strategic, and they didn't strike the protesters. So that's true. Yeah.
See,
Like
this is the issue
I don't think
here.
they were
is that
even
the
forced to
morality,
desegregate.
the morality of the thing has.
It was negotiated after the boycott. No.
One of the problems we're
I'm
having,
pretty sure the
especially
negotiation was to bring it in line with other southern cities.
Which was desegregating, though.
one of the problems.
No, it was not, because in Montgomery it was specifically there was a specific version of segregation in Montgomery. So in most other southern cities, it was seating whites front to back and blacks back to front. And then wherever you met in the middle, that was whatever, right? But in Montgomery, there was like a specific 10-person seating arrangement that was like a middle area where, which was supposedly for everyone, but black people were asked to leave that middle area even when they had the right to be there. So like there was a very particular thing that they were fighting against. They didn't even fight for full desegregation of the buses. They fought for a different kind of
Well, what about the diner
segregation.
sit-ins? Let's move from the bus boycotts to the diner sit-ins.
It was a success. That bus boycott was considered a success at the time, though, wasn't it? They did push to get like the
Yes,
change
it
without violence
absolutely
on either
worked,
side. That's all I'm
right?
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, but
no, I'm not right. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
My
sorry.
point is that it was really modest. It was not desegregation. It was a different kind of segregation.
So yes, sometimes you don't get every single thing you want in the first time. It's an incremental process, and people don't like that. But incrementalism absolutely works, and it's slow and it's frustrating. But that's how you eat an elephant, one bite at a time. Okay, you don't try to shove it all down your throat all at once. But the problem we're getting into here is like,
What are you talking about?
Incrementalism and why it's based. So, but the problem we get into here is.
But hang on, but.
But Sirius was
Explain
just
how
saying,
that-
well, it only
yes.
it only got some success. So can we really characterize it as a
Yeah, I mean,
success?
that was true
of
before the
working?
50s as well. Before the
Yeah.
50s, they had Brown versus the Board of Education, which was that ruled segregation of schools unconstitutional. Yeah, there were loads of steps taken even before the 50s.
To be clear, I'm not saying it was unsuccessful. I was just disputing
what's your
what was said. I was correcting the record on what was being said about it, that it was a success in that it got the buses desegregated. It was not a success in that the buses got desegregated. It was a success in that they aimed for something pretty
It
small
brought it a step
and they ended up
closer
getting
to
it.
desegregation. Let's say that. How's that? Is that better?
Their broader goal. I mean, that was personally the broader goal of many of the movement leaders, but it wasn't the explicit strategy that they were employing. They were not going for that. They were not arguing for that to be the case. They were not asking for that. They were asking for a different kind of segregation.
Yeah, it was the first step in a larger plan and a larger movement to get eventually civil rights in general, right? And it's still, to be clear, right, I don't think that the civil rights movement and the civil rights era fully got 100% of what it wanted or what it needed. I think there's still work we need to do, but I think that we can point to it as
There's
a
still work we
resounding
need to do.
success.
What are you referring
overall.
to? What do you have in
No,
mind? when
wait,
you say
sorry.
there's still
Like,
work we need to do?
the timeline is well serious. So the company did what you said, but then they actually did desegregate fully in
Okay.
56, right? So that's the incremental. Yeah.
All
so-
right, that's fair.
Yeah, one
that's
thing at a
fair.
time. Yeah, yeah.
I
This is a nice conversation, isn't it?
Did we ever get answers from the question that Vaush asked?
No, I have
No,
no
I was going to
goddamn
say that
idea.
if you have one. I wanted you the threshold, right?
Yeah, at what point? Because the reason
you
I
a really-
asked this
okay.
is because the deference to public opinion isn't really a reliable metric in the time. Depending on which polls you go by, something like 80% of whites didn't think that protesting would help the blacks' cause back during the civil rights era. And, you know, I mean, in retrospect, we understand the protests were good anyway, but how do you make these determinations about whether or not any protest is viable or optically beneficial, or if violence is the right answer?
I think a really good example of that is Mandela, because I like citing those people because they're like very successful at what they did, right? Is that they tried nonviolence for a very long time, but it was only after every like other nonviolent avenue had been exhausted that they resort to violence. And that's usually because you get to a stage, whether it's like South Africa or Palestine or wherever, where violence basically becomes inevitable and you have to do something with it, which is what the ANC did. But that was, I mean, the threshold for that was like, I think Mandela adopted violence after the government forcibly removed 60,000 people from a village in neighborhood in Johannesburg because they thought they were making the city too black, which is an insane threreshold.
I
Right?
think
Like,
one of
answer your
the
question,
one of
too.
the one of the assumptions
would
that's
love
kind of
to answer the
undergirding a lot
question.
of this. One of the assumptions that kind of undergirding a lot of this discussion is that nonviolence is efficacious, presuming that the protest is only against policy and not, for example, as in the case of the Iranian Revolution, against interference from some kind of colonial metropole. Your very country, not you, Lonerbox, of course, is established by means of very violent protest.
Oh, are you talking about the Revolutionary War, right?
I am,
yes, I will see that prior to World War II, prior to the advent of mass media, the variables were changing.
No, of course, but you see the fundamental weakness of your position, though. You have to presume that the people who are protesting want the status quo to persist. But
why?
Nonetheless,
Why do I have to assume? And I want to answer Vaush's
the power-
question.
because-
to be
because
clear,
you're-
I'm
because
trying to
you're-
answer
because
Vaush's
you're
question,
offering-
but I have
because
to
you're
deal with
offering-
you every time.
well, no, because your arguments presume that all that is taking place is a shift in policy.
That's
by the
not
same
true.
Powers. Yes,
Even
it
if you
is.
want leadership change, let's look at what happened in, I think, Serbia back in '98, where they basically ousted the leader who tried to steal the election. Basically, the Butcher of the Balkans at the time tried to basically steal the election entirely. In that protest, entirely nonviolent, keep in mind, was actually successful in regime change, which is far better and far more far more ambitious than simply policy changes. I'm talking about things where there's a secession of territory, like where occupation of a territory stops. Okay, these things work both on the policy level and also on the broader overhaul, more kind of revolutionary level, if you will. The problem is it works whether your cause is just or unjust. We see a lot of very fashy, very bad actors adopting a lot of the Rules for Radicals playbook and a lot of these the playbooks of the more nonviolent resistance, civil resistance, to success, right? To their benefit. And this is a problem that I think that the researchers are dealing with nowadays, is that these ways of going about it are effective regardless of the morality of the thing. But I want to answer Vaush's question real quick before I forget. is that my line is when they are directly. Basically, it's a very high bar, I understand, but when they have removed all other means of change. So if they've prevented you can't vote anymore, they're putting you in camps, they are killing you. Yeah, there comes a point where you just have to take up arms.
So after they've already succeeded in killing you is when we can start to
Well,
rise
you
up.
understand. Well, hang on, Sirius. You do need to remember the wise words of my prime minister: when you kill your enemies, they win.
I mean, the problem with that argument is that you're assuming that violence would have saved people beforehand, which again is like that's kind of shaky, right?
I don't know. Is it?
Depends on what you're talking about. I don't really know if like.
Yeah,
I don't really know if.
Depends. That's.
I don't. Yeah, but let's say that stupid fucking 𝕵𝖎𝖎𝖙 thing about if the Jews were armed, they could have stopped the Holocaust. Well, I'm like, no. If they were fucking Jews running around in 1930s Germany killing people, what do you think the response? Oh, actually, I think Jews are okay now. We'll just chill with them. No, they would have got worse, like quicker. But
well, it couldn't have hurt. I don't know, dude.
I don't
at
think
the point where they're rounding them up and putting them into a furnace, I'd say, give it a go.
Do you think in the 20s, like Jewish militias would have been effective in like Germany?
Well,
I think it's probably quite easy to say.
He didn't say it would have been effective. He said it couldn't hurt.
If one time traveler could make the difference, then presumably a time traveling militia of Jews would also be.
I'm just a painter. Why are all these people trying to kill me?
Hey, a new Netflix series coming out, right? The time traveling Jews. They're going back and solving all the world's problems. No, I think that again, the problem with violence is once you open that box, it's like starting a wildfire. You can't necessarily control what happens after you kind of unleash this thing.
Well,
the response could give
you already can't control what happens.
You can. There are more. You have more options when you are less violent.
Who is you?
What?
Yeah.
Wick, if people in your
you
movement
can point.
are engaging
You can point to.
Wick, no. Wick. No, this is important. You seem to have this conception of political movements as if they're like a faction, like a unit in a strategy game, where you can just pick the non-violent option. If members of that group engage in violence, and that is then used to characterize the whole group, thereby making, for example, maybe violence the only viable option available to them, and so on and so forth. That's not true in all cases. In fact, in the vast majority of cases, you don't have the capacity to redirect a movement once it's already committed itself to a certain type of action.
If you can't control
a certain type of action.
If you are in a situation where you cannot control what anyone else is doing, you have lost. But you always have the ability to at least somewhat control what your movement does. Successful movements do.
In any given movement, the vast majority of people, maybe all of them, can't control the direction of the movement. Whose position are you assuming when you say control the direction of the movement?
Look at the civil rights movement. Do you not think that MLK had very strict and tight controls over his protests and movement?
He didn't have control. He had influence. And no, he didn't have unanimous control over every black civil rights actor or every black rights actor and so on and so forth.
They were pretty
the reason that the civil rights movement was so effectively nonviolent across the board was because multiple organizations were not, like, even I think it was like the overwhelming majority of Black Americans were pro nonviolence. Like Malcolm X was just like, I mean, he was represented a very small minority at the time. Yeah.
Yes, so you have that fortuitous situation. And Wick, I agree.
It wasn't fortuitous. Do you think this just happened by accident? Wait, no, stop. You were making this argument that this was an accidental thing, that it just happened. No, this took work, it took effort, it took time, it took influence and control, but this is something that they worked for and succeeded at.
Find your chi. Wick, what Loner Box is indicating is that there was this immense scaffolding that allowed, for example, protest doctrine to be enforced, to be disseminated.
How do you think that scaffolding came about? Do you think it appeared
because it happened to be the case that in this particular time, in this particular place, particular people formed organizations and community roots that allowed them to influence the movement of large numbers of people? That is not always the case. Sometimes, for example, protest is the result of top-down action and is spontaneous from multiple sectors at once, in which case none of these sectors has unanimous control over all of the others, and sometimes if some of them are engaging in violence, the only way to counter that violence, if you prioritize that, is to cut the legs out from the whole of the movement itself.
But again,
I think if you're talking about active violence, I think it should be quite easy. Like, we can only act with the information we have right now. I think if you can just justify any particular act at a time, just do that, right? For example, looking back at Stonewall, I think that was perfectly justified because they were literally fucking raided in their space by the police for no fucking reason, right? The burning of the police precinct.
God,
I
I
don't
love
know
this
if that
man.
should be after George Floyd died, right? I don't think that should maybe be adopted as a strategy, but they were perfectly justified in doing that. The state literally failed the people they were supposed to protect by letting one of their agents murder a guy. So,
Well,
but
I mean, that's what we're advocating for.
But is anyone advocating the how would I put this? Fuck. I feel like I can't even ask this question because
I
it's
can
like
get behind that.
Fed posting. But if we're talking about, does anyone think that America in 2023 is in a stage where violence would be a reasonable strategy?
Wait, violence blanketly? What the fuck does that mean?
Well, okay, so
well, no, let me ask you. Let me ask Doe.
Yes,
I want to ask
agree.
Doe.
No, yes.
I want to
yes.
ask Doe a
I will
question.
say yes.
Can I ask Doe a
Wait,
question?
yeah, but I'm answering.
Okay, you can answer.
Yes, I agree. My preferred policy position is kill. Just kill.
Okay, memes aside, I'm curious what Doe thinks. Doe, do you
I need
think...
to clarify what I mean by violence. Right?
No, I understand. Well, I want Doe to answer the question. Doe, do you think
Continue.
Do you think that in 2023 in America, violence, in whatever form you want to define it as, is the answer here? Do you advocate, or would you advocate for violent agitation, disruption, protest, whatever you want to call it? Can you elaborate? I want to give you space to elaborate because I don't want this to be Fed posting, right? But can you explain?
I think that so I care about what's just, and I think that solidarity is the method of justice and freedom, and that I think that is a far better tactic than blanketly nonviolence. I think that knowing that the person next to you will help de-arrest you if you're at a protest and a cop starts engaging in violence against you, or knowing that these kinds of things, I think that I do think that violence is acceptable in certain cases, in certain times in 2023 America. But
de-arrest is in like fight off the cop who's arresting someone.
De-arrest? Yeah. Have you ever seen a de-arresting?
Yeah, I don't know if I haven't seen one, but it's okay. So a cop's arresting someone. No, I haven't seen it, but a cop's like Just Up Oil, they're getting arrested, and other people should muscle the cops off of the protester.
Have you? This is a very common protest tactic. It's called de-arresting. You should look into it.
Well, you don't even need.
If you want other
you
people
don't even
to do
need
that.
to muscle them off. What if you just block their access to their vehicle? We said, blocking traffic is
You're committing
non-violent.
violence against a monopoly on legitimate physical violence. Here.
Usually people push them over, push the cops over, stuff like that. That's usually the method in protests to stop them from zip tying someone or whatever. They they help break the zip ties and push the cop over.
Yeah, and then they assimilate them back into the crime.
Just going to say, first of all, do so at your own risk then, sure.
Yeah, of course. We're not demanding sacrifice, but any good movement for social change will accept some sacrifice because that's how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, and I don't know. This is a legitimate question. I wonder if it would be more efficacious to allow the arrest, right? Because again, we have other.
Efficacious for who?
For the people who want to do the change.
The police famously arrest people as a secret, insidious protest move in favor of the protesters because they know that arresting the protesters is only to the advantage of the protesters.
If you can demonstrate an unjust arrest, if you could demonstrate that somehow, which I don't even think you necessarily need to interfere with the police to do so. And this is part of the martyr. This is an extension of the martyrdom strategy, right? If you can demonstrate an unjust arrest, that's going to be extremely effective for your movement. Whereas if theoretically,
you get what you want,
you can win.
Absolutely, interfering with the police in an unjust way, in a way that is not interfering with an arrest that is otherwise not considered unjust, all that's going to do is arm critics of your movement.
No, not necessarily.
Necessarily. Critical solidarity is not an ideal.
Literally no evidence on this. Stop saying necessarily.
So, okay, can I say, because Lonerbox brought up an example of this earlier, with the contrast between the protests before Bull Connor and then the Bull Connor protests.
Thanks for the $2.
I don't remember the exact names, but as he was saying, before that, the police were really prepared. and they arrested protesters, and they actually made provisions to send them off to off-site jails. And the protesters got basically nowhere. And it wasn't until they came up against 𝕵𝖎𝖙, who was like psycho, right? And started arresting people willy-nilly and like giving the orders to, or not giving the orders, but like the police got itchy trigger fingers, so to speak, right? And that ended up contributing to the martyrdom that we're talking about, right? So
yes, the more violent the cops are, the more it's good for your movement.
yeah, but no, but that's the thing though, is right. Not all arrests are quote unquote unjust, right? Quote unquote unjust from the perspective of the legal system. So maybe you need to de-arrest. What?
So I'm asking. So when you say it's not unjust, are you talking about someone who's gone and blown up a police building?
No, we're
How about
talking.
this?
Then
Whick?
what are you talking
How about
about?
this? How about this?
I'm talking
How
about.
about someone who cements themselves in front of steamrollers and whatnot on legally sold land that is the traditional territory of some group. Okay, that is not an unjust arrest in the eyes of the law. They are actually obstructing someone's rightful disposition of their own property. However, nonetheless, like they are protesting the unjust misappropriation of an entire community's traditional territory.
Sure. You want to do that, but you have to. So in that case, I think de-arresting hurts your cause rather than helps it. I think that allowing yourself to be arrested has a much bigger weight.
Because you cannot. Because the criteria for being able to use an unjust arrest as a protest move is predicated on being able to establish it as unjust before a general public. But the general public is presumably going to be the general public of some legal system.
No.
Right?
Because what you're doing when you allow yourself to be arrested is you're highlighting and calling attention to an unjust law. Look, I'm doing this, and I can be arrested for this, and police can do violence to me for this.
That just demonstrates
legally.
the existence of a law, Whick. That's all.
If you want to change the law,
the goal of a protest could be to draw attention to a law, right?
Maybe the protest that's being engaged in isn't one against the law that you're being arrested under. For example, police officers oftentimes say this has been deemed a you're not allowed to gather here anymore. This is an illegal gathering now, even though it is a legitimized protest. You know, they got permission from the city or whatever. They will declare it now illegal and start arresting people who are there. Like, you're not trying to change that law by protesting whatever it is you're protesting, whether it's injustice or whatever.
So your thesis, Whick, is that they should allow themselves to get arrested because then it will highlight the law against squatting on someone else's property. That's not what they're.
Or the law
that's not what they're
in
protesting.
the case of Doe,
but they're not protesting squatting.
Well, I'll give you a real world example of this, right? So there have been people who have been arrested. I'll give you a real world example. There's people who've been arrested for
Why is it whenever
illegal.
we bring up an example, you just like say, we have to talk about the generalities. We have to talk about the generalities.
Because we can go back and forth on specific examples all night long. And we can say, well, in this example,
But then what were you just doing, Whick? That's what you were doing. You were bringing up a specific example.
Because the general data just disproves you. And so
now we're talking about the general data. We've moved from every single time we talk about the general data, problems with the general data. Well, hang on. I've got a specific example. We'll hang on, Whick, but the general... No, but you can go back to the general data all you want. Okay, fine. Well, there's a specific example. We have a counter-specific example. Well, the specific example doesn't establish anything. We have the general data.
I think there's a difference between using an example to point to as a representative example versus using an example as either a typification of how things can. Well, yeah, basically that versus using an example as a typification or an example of how things can work. Or
but that relies on you having demonstrated that it's a representative example. And
no, that's what I'm saying is that the examples that Whick has protested against have been in the context of using them as arguing them as representative or applicable to a more representative.
But you have to lay the groundwork for them being representative. You can't just say this is representative and then
he's saying that ours were unrepresentative, and that's what Whick was pointing out. But I don't think that that's true, because the entire thing that we've been saying is not that these are purely representative of every single social movement, but that these are events which occur and which you cannot just dogmatically use on a basis of nonviolence.
I see to that.
Many of the biggest ones are they still have to do with.
I've
violence, right?
already
That's
seeded the
part.
ground that there are specific incidences, right? There are specific scenarios, there are specific contexts where violence is not only justified but moral as well, right? Like it's
You
not
win,
only
boom.
moral but effective.
Good job, gang.
But that's not the argument, as I said in my opening statement. My opening statement was clear.
You may say
it's
so, but
not
the name of the
that
debate is non-violence versus
non-violence
violence.
or that violence never can work. My argument is that in general, non-violent civil resistance is more efficacious post-World War II.
But you haven't established this. In fact, every single state that exists, every law-giving entity was established by violence. This is why sociology generally refers to states, refers to law-giving entities, refers to authorities and sovereigns as those who hold a monopoly on violence. Why? Because it is violence which establishes the case.
But by
every
that
single
definition of violence, voting
So
is
my-
violence, and no one understands voting to be violence. So come on, let's.
Well, also the appeal to history and the creation of states is a little weird because a lot of states were authoritarian, regimes were overthrown, wars were had. Like none of us are saying that in the like.
We don't want
They
to go
were
back to
overthrown,
that.
really?
That was
Were
bad.
they peacefully overthrown? Were these
No,
regimes
no,
overthrown
that's-
by
no, that's-
non-violence?
That's
What are you
my
referring
point.
to?
Well, in some cases, yes, but no, that's generally not. That's
No,
my point.
in no
That's-
cases.
well,
Never in the
that's
history of
literally- that's-
mankind has a state been overthrown non-violently.
That's
Yeah, I don't think-
arguably not true, but that's not even my point. All of us agree
But
here.
you said it.
I'm sorry. This is about what you.
No, but that's a concession. That's a
Oh my
concession
God,
that
can you let
damns
me-
you.
can you let me
Because what
finish?
you just
No,
but
it's not.
Mr.
No,
Professor
hold on.
Mead.
What I'm saying. What I'm
hold on.
saying.
Professor
first
Mead,
and
go
me?
ahead. Professor Mead, go ahead.
Traitor.
What I'm saying is that no one here is saying either that there is no situation in which a war is justified or that the overturning of an authoritarian state or something like that is never justified. And none of us are saying that if you decide in any case in history to do those things, that violence is not a reasonable way to do it. Of course, if you're going to literally overthrow a regime and institute a revolution, violence is justified. That's not the conversation.
So what you're saying, to be clear, is that violence is only justified in cases. Violence is only unjustified in cases where you're trying to make particular policy changes, but not for some reason in cases where you want to overthrow the entire normative structure.
Well, I think a lot of
Well, no,
times.
I'm saying specifically that violence is justified if you're trying to
but here's
overthrow
the
an
here's the
entire
problem
structure.
though. No, but
I
here's the
disagree
problem.
with
If
me on
you
this, by the way.
concede that in history we have myriad cases of entire legal systems being overthrown and restructured and reorganized, et cetera, by violence. Well, that's basically it. That makes it an intrinsically efficacious force.
Well, yeah, but if we're talking about a protest, the point of a protest isn't to do a insurrection. That's an insurrection, not a
Well,
protest.
that's not entirely true.
Wait.
For example, well,
That's
hang
not
on.
necessarily
Wait. The Iranian Revolution was cited as an example of peaceful protest earlier.
It was.
That was precisely that, though.
All right, so you're telling me
So it was a revolution that was non-violent that we can point to that overthrew a regime. So your entire original statement is just false.
Wait. Okay, Whick.
Yeah. So again, you cited that there's been no regime change that has happened that has been non-violent, but again, we can point to 1979 revolution in Iran. That was entirely non-violent. So you were just wrong, sir. You were just wrong.
Entirely
Wick,
non-violent.
how
It
did
was
the
mostly
Shah?
non-violent.
Hang on.
Yeah.
How did the Shah get ousted? Was he elected out of office? You don't know, of course. No, he wasn't. It was not a non-violent thing at all. It was marked by frequent attacks by the secret police against, for example, funeral arrangements and so on and so forth.
Again,
It
but
was
that
not
didn't help
non-violent.
the state. It hurt the state. That violent.
We're not talking about whether or
oppression-
not the state was violent. We're talking about.
Yes,
I think it's
protesters.
pretty standard history that the Iranian Revolution, like on the revolutionary side, they were mostly, not completely, but mostly non-violent.
90
right?
Okay, but that not completely part is
99%
important
non-violent.
because the non-violent part didn't take over the state.
Is that true?
It absolutely did.
I did.
Because
I read up on this the last time.
Kamini
it
got
was
like
discussed.
90-something% of the vote. Right?
So basically what happened is that because the Ayatollah stressed martyrdom as an Islamic principle, the protests were generally oriented around nonviolence. However, they were marked with frequent rioting, and the closer they got to actually taking over the government, the more violence became like an act of the state. So for example, the Ayatollah worked initially alongside communist and secular groups like the Revolution or the National Front of National institutional front, I think. But then the closer they got towards actually achieving the full insurrection, the more sort of institutional violence got cemented. And then, of course, when the Ayatollah took reign, there were mass killings of the people who previously worked with him.
Yes, and guerrilla warfare was frequent. Sorry, go on, Joe.
Oh, I think I was actually.
Oh, was
Joe,
that
were you going to say something? I think I was going to say
you're
something.
good.
Yeah. So what I was going to say is that, like, I think the Iranian Revolution is also interesting insofar as it necessitated, at least at the end, violence against part of the protest movement, right? Like they required it. Like, how do you think they suppressed the communists and their former allies after they overthrew the government? Like,
Do you
they
think it
had.
would have been better if they hadn't?
I agree I agree that.
No, I just what do you mean necessary?
But you're talking about success, are you not? You're talking about success. Do you not agree that part of
I'm just gonna be real. A
success,
fascist theocracy, right, is not my definition of total success. It's partial success, right?
No, in the literature, when you say success, we mean achievement of
achieved their
movement
goals,
goals.
yes.
We don't
Do you
mean
think they would have
we
not
like the goals.
achieved? Do you think they still could have achieved their goals without killing the communists? I think they could.
I don't think that they would have been nearly as successful, because then they would have
disagree.
had another political bloc that they would have had to contend with.
I feel like I added too much in that last, so I'm going to balance it out and provide an example of what could be argued to be an insurrection that was properly nonviolent. The People Power Revolution in the Philippines, which was an effort to oust a corrupt leader and succeeded an end to a 20-year dictatorship. A famously peaceful series of protests. You can look it up. Enormous participation. Obviously, there were riots in the course of these protests. It's fairly inevitable, but the character of them was overwhelmingly peaceful.
Yes, and
I
we
think
can look
Armenia
at this.
2018 is another
Yes.
good example as well. That was like that was a very peaceful revolution. Yeah.
In the Serbian in the 1998, again, I'm going to refer to that. We can go example over example of this, right? So your characterization of every single state has come to power through violence is just not true.
And it doesn't even matter, because if, like, assuming that it is justified,
Well, hang on.
no one here disagrees that assuming that it's justified to have a revolution, that you can't use violence. No one here thinks that.
The state is that entity which obtains a monopoly on legitimate force of violence. It becomes a state by assuming that role.
Yeah, but your original point
That
was
doesn't
that
contradict the fact
history.
that the events before they change power is like mostly nonviolent, right?
Yeah, your point was that
Like, if I say that the
history,
Armenian Revolution was mostly nonviolent, and you say, but they adopted the state, which is a
But
means
if
of violence.
but if the critical moment involves acts of violence that give it the control of the state, and that's what cements the success of the movement, then the success.
Well, yeah,
of the
like as soon
movement
as the Ayatollah took control in Iran. they
Similarly,
killed
but we don't
people,
even need something that's strong. So, for example, in order to like dogmatically hold to the idea that nonviolence was sufficient, you need to be able to go back and say, well, at any given point, if the circumstances which permitted the success of this movement involved violence by any other actor that was more or less on side, you basically have to assert that it would be impermissible, strategically or morally, to manufacture that if that wasn't present. If for whatever reason that event did not fortuitously take place. That's a very strong claim you have to make.
So again, you keep acting like we have to prove that in every single situation, nonviolence is the answer, and that's absolutely not what we have to do. All we have to demonstrate, all we have to show, is that in most cases.
But you haven't shown that in most
efficacious.
cases. You have a handful at best, if I grant every one of the cases you provided.
Again, after post-World War II, let's be clear. And again, I can cite the works of 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙 𝖘𝖍𝖑, who has done longitudinal study over 1,000 cases of not longitudinal. My mistake. I misspoke. He's done with a large sample size of events from 1900 to 2006, and we can, again, as she identifies it, the non-violent civil resistance movement was more efficacious, especially after World War II.
Could I ask a question? Sorry, if we're talking post-World War II, because obviously the world's very different, is there, I'm genuinely asking, I don't know, is there an example in the United States post-World War II of a movement achieving its goals through violence, predominantly?
I think that depends on who you ask. there were elements of the anti-war protests with Vietnam that were decried as violent by hawks and conservatives, but I don't think the movement as a whole would be considered violent.
Wait, why are people saying Stonewall? Was that like?
Yeah, did they? I think there was some property damage.
I feel like Stonewall was a pretty big exception in the movement, to be honest.
Are we presupposing success? Because most movements do fail.
True.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking if like there was any predominantly violent movement in the U.S. that achieved like a particular legislation or.
I want
like
Sirius to weigh in on this because I'm pretty sure he quoted Chenoweth directly counter to this.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for that quote as we speak. So
please.
Regardless, I don't know how important it is that anything be done purely with violence or as like predominantly.
No, we've been willing.
Like,
or even
willing to
it was
concede
like a
from
part of the
both. They're
strategy,
contextual.
right?
This is
yeah. Go on.
Okay. I have the quote, right? So this is from a 2023 paper by Chenoweth. So this year.
Can you DM it to me too, so I can read the context?
Yeah, sure.
Right?
We have like even in the abstract, we have suggests that organized armed violence appears to reduce the chances of otherwise nonviolent movements to succeed, whereas unarmed collective violence has more ambiguous effects. So even Chenoweth doesn't have like this absolutist stance that you attribute to her. I sent it in the group chat.
So again,
she reviews
she's
multiple
not saying,
studies,
and again, she is not saying that in every case violence doesn't work, and in every case nonviolence does work. She absolutely doesn't say that.
Also,
but she's saying is
majority,
that there is an advantage sometimes, at least some
do you have
studies.
A word count, like a page where this quote is?
It's not page. But it's in the abstract. You can look in the abstract.
I have two things to say very quickly. First of all, I do need to dip in the next 10 minutes, Vaush.
Yeah, we could probably end
once
this
again for covering. But secondly, I am woefully ignorant of the Filipino People Power Revolution, rather. But I'm reading the history of it briefly, and it seems like there were some key assassinations and acts of violence that were critical to the success of that movement as well. I don't think we can really litigate that, but I think it's once again, it is too simplistic to say in any particular case that nonviolence dogmatically, or violence dogmatically for that matter, resulted in the efficacy of any particular movement. Every single one is going to be leaping off the shoulders of some act of violence or some event from before. And in the absence of that, you cannot say, for instance, in the absence of any act of violence that allowed, like nationalistic violence, on the case of Indians long in advance of Gandhi coming out of the scene as a relevant actor, that's going to pave the way for that later movement to be successful. The adjacent attacks on the British by the Indian National Army, that's going to be a critical part of the efficacy of the anti-violent movement. And the critical problem here is that in order to say otherwise, you have to conjecture an alternate universe in which this didn't occur, in which these movements were successful in isolation from these things which were an intrinsic part of the ambience. And one of the weaknesses of a debate format like this is that none of us are going to have an encyclopedic knowledge of any of these cases, but every single one of these cases are going to be hyper-particularized by their environment, which will include the nonviolent action and the violent action that each conditioned the responses by outsiders that made the movements either efficacious or made them sympathetic, etc., or made them alarming enough to even be paid attention to, etc., etc.
So I will read this quote from the abstract, the role of violence and nonviolence resistance. And this was published in 2023. The balance of empirical evidence suggests that organized armed violence appears to reduce the chances for otherwise nonviolent movements to succeed, whereas unarmed collective violence has more ambiguous
very
effects.
Specific, though. Organized armed violence is
you
very
gotta let me
specific.
finish this, right? I'm giving you the whole quote.
But it's
whereas unarmed collective violence has more ambiguous effects. This is no way suggests that it is beneficial. It's simply more ambiguous than the violent, organized, armed, violent resistance. So no, it does not. This was very much dishonestly, I think, framed by you, Sirius.
I'm not
if you
trying
had read
to
this in a
dishonestly
serious
frame.
manner, I understand you may not be trying to, but it is given this impression that is not substantive, at least by this quote and this abstract. I haven't read the paper.
Explain what the quote means.
Sure. It means that whereas we could see a clear distinction where obviously armed violent, organized militias, groups like that are detrimental to the success of a nonviolent movement. When it comes to non-armed, otherwise violent movements, the data is more mixed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so, in what respect is it mixed, though? Because if you read the full article, she talks about the different studies that have looked at.
I haven't read the article to let you know, so I can't speak on that. But when you say that when I asked for the quote and you gave it to me from the abstract, that's all I can go off of because I don't have time to sit here and read it.
So,
but
we can get maybe you don't trust my retelling of the paper, but what I'm saying is that. Okay, well. Never mind then. You can.
Well, I don't trust it. That's not a dig on you. That's not a dig on you. I just don't trust anyone to tell me what a paper says. I want to read it myself, right?
I think he means he's skeptical as a baseline.
All right. Well, I mean, this is my reading of the paper, is that if you look at the studies she reviews for that claim, there's a couple things. So first of all, sometimes studies have actually contradictory conclusions. But in other cases, what she reviews is that different studies have different focuses and focus on and have different ideas of what success or failure means, right? So in such a case, you need to weigh the long-term outcomes for yourself. It can't just be, it's not just that they disagree on effective versus not effective in the same respect. They're talking about different respects in which something might be effective. That's why it's ambiguous, is because sometimes for some movement goals, it is effective, and then for others, it's not. So that's what I mean by what I'm doing, which is taking an anti-absolutist approach, where I don't think that we should take violence off the table, even in mostly non-violent movements, because a violent flank can have effects that are beneficial to the overall movement, even if the rest of it is non-violent.
But I understand that we can never know the future, but we can know the odds. And again, if you had to bet your life and you had to bet your movement's success on things, we can play the odds here.
But we can't, though. The odds are conditioned by the data, which is conditioned by how we've categorized and identified all these different elements.
Well, that's what I want to know about, is when you talk about the violent flank, is this are we treating the violent flank as if it's part of a strategy? Because again, if we're talking United States in recent history, whether it was both civil rights or BLM, in both cases, you guys were saying earlier that most Americans didn't like MLK.
This point. I like this point.
I haven't even started the point.
Okay,
but also that picture of MLK in front of the burning building, I'm going to have a peaceful protest, that was put out by that right-wing propagandist. That opinion on civil rights and MLK fell as groups started to adopt violence more frequently, right? Black Panthers emerged in '66. I think a couple of the old civil rights movements had started to adopt the self-defense doctrine. And at that time, as violence was escalating, even after MLK riots, the approval of those movements started to fall. And with BLM, when the riots started, approval fell. So I feel like in the United States that
but for example, if you didn't have radical regime change during that period,
that violent wing doesn't seem to help. It actually does seem to hinder.
No, fair enough. By the same token, it wasn't efficacious in the opposite direction either. If you didn't have radical regime change, there's no reason to think that the civil rights movement wouldn't have been unefficacious for an additional few decades, maybe not more.
If you didn't have radical, can you say that again? Sorry.
Given the conditions under which the Civil Rights Act was actually put into law, there's no reason to think in the absence of that it would not have been an extensively long time. Perhaps Lyndon B. Johnson doesn't win after Kennedy, and the Civil Rights Act is never put into effect.
No, that's I think at that stage, I think even that, so that is true that that non-violent strategy can only last so long, right? If MLK and the civil rights movement had been ignored for another 20, 30 years, then more people are going to become pro-violence. But I think
how do you know what well, I think one of the problems here, though, is that in order to say that non-violence as a strategy is viable, we're sort of assuming that we have somebody who has a book of references to past protests and is making a calculation and therefore is dictating the activities of a movement.
But they do.
His dictations
You
we don't. And
you're
his
saying this in a
dictations-
hyperbolic sense, but I
and his
promise you,
dictations- hang on.
organizations of movements
And his
absolutely look
dictation-
towards.
No, well, we
prior
know this isn't
successful
the case,
movements.
right? Because if we look at how many people talk about like local level politics in America and how these crazy fucking hockey moms have like all the power, and like they're not like, there's no organization of hockey moms saying don't be violent. They just do, they go into fucking town halls and they lobby congressmen and they get quite a lot of shit
are you saying
done
that's not
in their
organized?
favor in
That
their local
absolutely
level,
is
you know?
organized. And in fact, one of the
No, but
one of the
like,
reasons
Sunday
so
Sunday,
technical
but
is
it's
so
disseminated.
organized.
Right,
The
like,
point though, Wick, is that the movement as a whole, which is characterized by the media as the movement as a whole. By the way, I need to run like in 2 minutes. But the movement as a
I think we should do our closing statements then, and you should take your 2 minutes to do so now.
Damn. Oh, okay. Well, fuck. I hadn't really thought of my closing statement. I guess what we haven't really seen here tonight is any strong argument against the efficacy of violent action in cases where, for example, there isn't a demonstrated advantage in terms of positive media portrayal, general popular sympathy towards the group that is protesting, etc., etc. We seem to default to sort of a dogmatic assertion that nonviolence has some intrinsic optical advantage, even though an optical advantage relies upon all the mechanisms that produce the optic in the first place. If you're under a situation in which your movement is held in contempt, its constituent members are held in contempt, or the media is corrupt such that it will not accurately portray your actions, your nonviolent actions have zero positive effect as representations of your movement, and therefore there is absolutely no reason to attribute any kind of political advantage to that type of action in the first place. It's not to say that we should valorize a violent action as in some way just more based, quote unquote, than non-violent action, but to take it off the table and to treat any dip into violent action as in some sense intrinsically anti-pragmatic or inefficacious is simply to condition people to cut the legs out from under their own movement if they step out of the bounds of civility politics as defined by a police state which upholds itself by violence. It is once again to prefer the violence of the state arbitrarily, implicitly, for literally no reason other than it has successfully attained a maximal level of violent efficacy, which for some reason you are not willing to allow for any other movement but the state.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wick,
your hair is looking lovely today, by the way, Vaush.
Thank you for endearing yourself to the moderator. Wick, go ahead.
Okay, well, I don't know how to respond after that compliment, right? I will say this. It is not enough to say that nonviolence doesn't always work. Obviously, it doesn't always work. What I think I have demonstrated today, through both anecdote, intuition, and through data, is that, on the whole, post-World War II, nonviolence gets things done more effectively than violence. We have to look at what happens after the protest, what happens after the change. And again, no change is perfect, no movement is perfect. There's always going to be bad actors, there's always going to be violent actors in a movement, but it's how that movement responds to it that is important. Nonviolence is both morally and effectively superior in most cases. That is not to say all cases. This is not a dogmatic approach. This is me dealing with reality as it is. People prefer stability, rightly or wrongly. That's what most people want. And that's what most people look at when they see you being a destabilizing force and a violent force. Generally, that turns people off of the movement. If you aren't ingratiated yet into the public, the way to ingratiate yourself into the public, which you want to do, is not through violence. You want to ingratiate yourself. Yeah, you want to ingratiate yourself, and nonviolence is the answer, actually.
Thank you. Doe, go right ahead.
Sure. I think to exist as a living thing is to be a force in the world, and to be around other living things means never discounting the possibility that confrontations will intensify. As you can see, our opponents have not shied away at all from their martyrdom beliefs. They do believe that oppressed peoples should wait, get beaten, get abused, get killed, get arrested, as long as it's good for democracy. Efficiency is the name of their game. They don't care about what is right or just. They have almost not at all tried to actually tackle the just question in this debate. They routinely have only talked about, effectiveness at achieving their goals, which to them is some policy change. There are far more goals. Direct action is, of course, the tactic by which you immediately get what you need by, directly. There is no mediation on the scale of the state or anything like that. If you don't want an oil pipeline there, you get rid of it. If you don't want someone to be arrested, you de-arrest them or whatever. This, of course, is not a blanket strategy for every context and every situation. This is just, I just believe that we have to remain allegiant to justice.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, Lonerbox, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I like it when people get things done and make improvements in people's lives. And I think it seems to be the case that in recent history, since World War II, in liberal democracies, the best way to achieve that is either through lobbying legislators or voting or protesting and engaging in civil disobedience, or, prime example, the civil rights movement. And, there will always be people saying you're not violent enough, you're too much of a pussy bitch or whatever. Actually, one person who said that to MLK was Malcolm X. Malcolm X called him a house Negro. He called him an Uncle Tom. End of the day, MLK, the people he was associated with, got the legislation passed, made one of the biggest achievements in African-American history, and Malcolm X just kind of sat on the sidelines complaining that not enough crackers were getting beaten up at the protest. It's literally true. There is a time and place for violence. If you're in Ukraine and your president is literally ordering cops to fire on you, you should rise up, of course. In the Weimar Republic, I know Vaush's stream likes to talk about that, a really good opportunity there when democracy had effectively been killed by the Papen coup in 1932. That was like a perfect opportunity for socialists and social democrats and communists, of whom there were plenty, armed, to stand up. They didn't, because the KPD were a bunch of tanky dumb fucks who actually wanted to destroy Weimar democracy along with fucking the Nazis. So there's a time and place for violence. I don't think America in 2023 is necessarily it. If you want to de-arrest a protester, just bear in mind it's like a felony charge. It can get you up to 40 years in jail. I know it's really easy to tell other people to do that, but just take care, right? Know the risks.
Weird slight, very weird slight.
It's not weird, it's direct.
Thank you. Serious, please.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have that much more to add. I think that we should always be open to any given tactic at any given time. We shouldn't preclude ourselves from violence just because some people find it a little bit icky. I agree with I'm pretty sympathetic, maybe more so even than President Sunday and Doe, to talks of efficiency and that kind of stuff. But it's not always going to be the case that nonviolence is the best strategy, and we should never take something off the table categorically. That's all I'm advocating for, is that we should not categorically take violence off the table, and that even when there is nonviolent protest, it's not an all or nothing deal. It's not the case that an overall nonviolent movement is always can't benefit from having violent elements in some cases. That's all.
Thank you. And finally, Professor Meat, go ahead.
There's been, as far as I can see it, there's been a lot of conflation of terms, a lot of ambiguating of terms here. I guess I'll just say, whether it's the word violence or the word protest, if we're talking about violent versus nonviolent protesting, protesting is ingratiation. You're trying to get people on your side, you're trying to get your message out there, you're trying to get people to agree with you, you're trying to get people to want to pass a certain policy, for a certain leader to resign. It's some form of ingratiation. If you're saying that you're trying to do a revolution, well, that's not a protest. There may be protesting happening at the same time, but the revolution itself is not protest. If you're saying that there's an authoritarian regime that is literally forcefully preventing you, literally, authoritatively, forcefully preventing you from protesting, well, forcefully allowing yourself to protest is different than protesting. Like, these actually happen to the same side. I know it might seem like I'm being nitpicky, but fundamentally these are technically different things. And in the case of protesting, in the case of ingratiation, listen, I'm not fundamentally against violence as some axiom either. I actually think I'm probably more comfortable in theory morally with the idea of violence, probably with the other people on my team over here. But the thing is that we're talking about categorically versus non-categorically excluding things. The problem is that when it comes to a society that are not fitting these authoritative prerequisites, where force in the ways that me and Whick and 𝕾𝖎𝖎𝖙 would use the term, not in the most ambiguated way, when literal force and if you're existing within an actual authoritative regime, then if you're existing outside of those bounds, then you are sort of putting yourself outside the category of violence being effective in protest, because the great thing about societies that are not authoritarian regimes, are that they're sort of based upon the more liberal ideals that all societies tend towards over time, which is cooperation.
Okay. And for my part, my opinion is that all violence is bad all the time. I'm not a threat to the United States or her interests. And my only moral position at all is that crimes are wrong.
Before you go, my chat is dying to know, how's the cat?
He's doing wonderfully. Perfectly healthy.
Hell yeah.
Hey, thank you for the mostly peaceful debate.
I thank you all very much for...
My people are moving into position as we speak.
For coming out. I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Okay,
thanks,
Vaush.
Thanks, Vaush. Take care.
Bye.
You too.
Thanks, guys.
Everyone have a good one. Take care.
Alright.
Cheerio.
Bye. Oh,
They're gone.
Well, that was nice.
yeah.
Hi, Whick.
It was something.
Peace out, y'all.
How was your haul? I saw some pretty hefty super chats. tonight.
Most of my money came before the debate. I got about
saw.
$336.
You son of a bitch.
Works out. That's
I'll
on
get you next Sunday.
gang. No, I need more. So if you like that content, if you liked what we did here, if you enjoyed the debate, let me know. Give me super chats, give me subs, give me bits. Follow the channel, like it if you haven't, subscribe if you've yet to do so. Yeah, if you like what you saw, President Sunday,
and become
I
a
am going to
patron
take
of President
the quote.
Sunday if you want to support an actual political scientist who's not a freeloader.
Sunday, I will say that you have given me a gift, which I am going to use from now until probably forever, where you quote unquote the BLM protests were inherently violent. I am going to be posting this on Twitter.
Unequivocally, every protest is violent, as you and I both agree.
I'm just letting you know.
That's the preparation I gave you for the Andrew debate.
Okay, but that was
a
stupid point. So
well, no, it's your point.
It's a stupid
point. I have no attachment
it's meaningless.
to the idea that BLM is non-violent.
But anyway, I do have to go.
There were BLM riots that smashed buildings. Obviously, they were violent. The question is whether it was just violence or whether it was permissible violence, or whether or not the violence intrinsic in the BLM.
No, most of the BLM protests were not violent. They did not smash things. That was the exception.
But most of every
rule.
protest is not violent or smashing.
That's not true. There are absolutely riots.
In any mass movement, it's only going to be those members of the movement that interface with property or with bodies that's going to be even capable of being violent.
Not true. But anyway,
yeah,
I gotta go. We'll argue about this later. We'll argue about this later.
We're arguing about this now. Don't run away, Whick.
Don't run. Oh, fine. Look, again, there is a substantive difference where we can look at riots that happen that are very destructive.
I actually have to go. My the people here are bugging me to let them leave. So you win this round.
再见，婊子们. Chinese for
I don't speak
bye,
French.
bitch. Okay, gang. Give me a minute. Let me pop us up. 𝕾𝖎𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜, if you're watching and if you have afterthoughts. Yeah, I guess I got another 30 minutes in me. Maybe 20. I'm DMing them right now. I'm DMing them right now. Seeing if they have any Any final words? If final thoughts. I know it's late, especially for 𝕼𝖓. He's in Scotland, isn't he? I think he's in Scotland. Maybe he's in Britain. I'm not sure. I think he's Scottish. I think he's in Britain. But yeah, it's pretty late. But well, how do you guys think it went? How do you think I did? Be honest. I feel very comfortable with it, but that's me. Maybe it's bias on my part. Maybe I got BTFO'd and just don't know it yet. But no, I think that I think it was pretty clear that they were struggling to kind of nitpick rather than deal with the. Well, thank you, Crawl the Wall, for the bits. Thank you, TeamFlicks. Gotta be honest, that convinced me violence is good. Thanks for the eye-opening content, Whick. You're welcome. Violence is the only constant. Yeah, but we want to get rid of that. We want to get away from that. Look, I understand that violence was the name of the game for hundreds of years of our history, but we get past that. We evolve, get better. The Trib for $5. WHick, me, and LB. All three of you didn't need violence to win that debate. Although, also, Vaush did decent too as a moderator. Only ever stepped one time. I think he did fine. I think he was a little more passive than I like as a moderator, but that's me. That's my personal taste. Abduct me. Whick is the most based person on the internet, in my opinion. Whick should run the world. Non-violently, if you will. But yes. And to be clear, there are cases where I'm absolutely okay with violence. Ukraine war being a good example. Yeah, 𝕼𝖓, come backstage for a quick debrief. Give me a moment, gang. Yeah, Professor Meat, 𝕼𝖓, jump backstage in my VC for a quick debrief. We'll go over real quick, just do some aftercare. Can people not see me? My stream not up? Can you guys not see me?
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. You should be able to see me now. Can you see me now?
I don't see you on your stream.
Is
Oh,
it...
there you go.
Okay,
you go.
now we're able to be seen.
Yep, you're good now.
How do you think it went?
I mean, I think it went pretty well. I hate that I didn't get in there as often because there was lots of times where like they said a lot of stuff that either didn't make sense or that like we kept actually getting sort of baited. I don't think it was their intention, but we sort of kept getting baited into completely irrelevant contentions. And God, I didn't want to step on your 𝕼𝖓's toes, mostly because you guys have I'm not really a history guy. You guys probably have a lot more information, factual grounds upon which you're arguing than I am. We didn't really even get into the studies, which I had plenty of studies to go to, but also this is like you guys do this professionally. I don't, so I didn't, I'm just here as backup, so I don't want to like step in and force my in there too much. But like for example, we got down this rabbit hole of like Sunday derailed us onto like first you derailed us onto, well, there's all these countries throughout time that have been founded upon violence. It's like, oh, were all countries founded on protests? Like, but we bit that bullet, and then we started arguing about whether or not violent protests, or nonviolent protests have ever thrown a regime. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. None of us think that that's a reason why nonviolence should never be used to enforce a regime change. Sorry, why violence should never be used to enforce a regime change.
Yep.
No one thinks that insurrection or revolution shouldn't be.
Are you going on Vaush's VC? No.
Oh, no.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. But yeah, we're just having a little aftercare session, seeing how we thought.
Now that there's 3 people here, it's officially a circle jerk.
Exactly. I will say that you could have just ended at Sunday derailed us. That would have been accurate.
Well, it wasn't just Sunday. That was one example, but it was just there was a lot of arguing over contentions that were, I think they were still wrong about, but like didn't actually matter. Like the pedantic thing about violence, expanding the definition of violence. It's like, well, that's not, you're not contradicting anyone's arguments. It was sort of like the BPF debate, right? And and then there was the thing that I just said about whether or not regime changes have ever happened through violent or nonviolent means. That doesn't even matter because none of us are set. The idea that violence has been used to found a country through revolution or war doesn't invalidate any of our arguments. So I don't know. It was a lot of going down rabbit holes that were completely irrelevant.
What are your thoughts, Lo? What are your thoughts,
The
Loner? How do
problem,
you think
I think, I think the problem with people who I don't think I'm even being uncharitable when I say that those guys are like, at least Sunday and Doe are probably just more in favor of like direct violent action or than they would but they can't say that because it's fucking YouTube, you know? So yeah, it gets difficult, but yeah, I really hate the whole like, oh, well, isn't the supply chain violent? That's just like, at that point, like, yeah, it's really difficult to have a conversation. And I think I said that as well, like trying to define what violence is with people who see violence so much broader than the average person does. Is really difficult, but yeah, whatever. I had fun.
That's the most important thing, right?
Yeah.
I think it was a good demonstration. I think that it's hard to say because I see my audience and I see how they react, but it's my audience, so they are going to be predisposed to think I did well. They just are. So it's really hard. I wish I was a fly on the wall on Vaush's chat if he was streaming it, or on Sunday's chat or something to see the overall kind of view of things. But yeah, it's I just don't think they had a winning argument. I don't think that they were able to they kept retreating into the nitpicky, and I think that I am going, like I told Sunday directly, the BLM movement was inherently violent is something I'm going to quote him and hold him and dock him on for the rest of his days.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, right? Like, because like by their definition of violence, like MLK is violent, so it's like you can't, you get
Well, he even referred.
Anyway,
he
shit,
changed
sorry,
it.
fuck. I was
you're
gonna do a
fine.
brief hello, but yeah, I'm gonna fuck off now. But yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
thanks for the aftercare.
Yeah, love you guys. Take care.
Good luck out there.
I won't be on too longer. We're only gonna give another 5 minutes, I think, and then F off.
All right. Well, yeah, it's funny. It's funny because Sunday actually, what you said about the BLM thing, it was no less funny. But he completely changed his position later, and I don't know, maybe I'm too low IQ, but he said the exact opposite later about BLM, and then when you pointed it out, he said, "Well, I was using your definition when I said that," but I don't know what that meant because
I don't know what that meant either.
Because your definition is, I don't think that anyone would think that the BLM, if we're excluding the riots, I don't think that anyone would think that BLM is predominantly violent using your definition. I just actually
it would not. And it was just a wrong point.
Seemed a little bit of a I can't read his word, but it seemed like a little bit of a improvised rhetorical cope. I don't know what that means at all.
Yeah, it was an interesting pivot to say the least. It was a good demonstration. I think people who watched the show and watched the debate, who are non-biased, will catch things like that because I'm absolutely going to tweet it out as soon as we're done here. But for now, thank you. I want to just express thank you, Professor Meat, for being willing. I know you're out of the game, so to speak, but you being willing to come on my show and debate side by side. I miss it, buddy. I miss you being.
Oh, I appreciate that. That's nice of you. Yeah. Well, listen, I'm happy to help out, even if it's just, honestly, I feel like most of what I did in that debate was just sort of like someone would say something that didn't make any sense, and there would be a stunned silence, and I would just sort of meekly be like, well, that doesn't really make any sense, right? And I'd be like, well, that's completely irrelevant, right? And then there would be another silence for a second, and then everyone would pick it up. Like I feel like that's 90% of what I did in that conversation.
That's fine, though. That was good. It was good. It was good stuff. Overall, WHick, Meat, Lonerbox, the donations in my chat, everyone who gave me money, everyone who is going to give me money. Tomorrow, gang, 6 o'clock, we're going to be talking with Rico Rants about free speech. And then we're going to have Ninetales on to tell me why my panels are terrible and why I need to change. So if you want that in your life, I don't know if you do, but if you want that in your life, tune in tomorrow. It'll be fun. And Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern, is a porn debate. And this week, all this week, but especially Friday, we're celebrating my birthday. So if you want to give me a present, you want to give me money as a present, please do so. Okay, see you later. I will talk to you later, Professor Meat.
All right. Good luck out there, y'all. Be good.
Okay, who are we raiding into? Where are we going? Let's go to Ranger or Rogue. Go say hi to him. That time of the month again already. Thank you, S, for the kind words, Herring. Thank you, everyone, for being here and sitting through that. Sorry it was late, but it was late. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. Bye.